Um, Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Very warm welcome to the session on Beyond the Hallowed Hallways, University Social Responsibility for Socioeconomic and Environmental Reforms. It's a pertinent and topical issue that universities face today. And we have a very distinguished panel with us today to talk about these various aspects of what's called the university social responsibility. Our first speaker is Professor Thiruvan Subbarayan, who's a professor of accounting at Essex Business School, Deputy Director, Center for Accountability and Global Development, and currently Deputy Dean, Partnerships at the University of Essex. His research and impact work addresses the role of accounting, accountability, and governance in diverse settings, with a focus on the Global South, related to social, environmental, and governance disclosure practices within a range of organizations and the implementation of corporate governance codes. His work has been published widely. Recent research and commission reports have been funded by the Global Challenges Research Fund, the African Professionalization Initiative, the World Bank's Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability, and the UK Financial Reporting Council, as well as the European Union delegation. We also have with us Professor Naresh Singh, who's Professor and Vice Dean at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy. He's the Director of the Center for Complexity Economics, Applied Spirituality and Public Policy. He has a transdisciplinary PhD in environmental sciences with more than 3 decades of public policy experience in senior positions in the United Nations and the federal government of Canada. He has a wide range of research interest in areas in which he teaches and public policy design and evaluation. His work focuses upon decision-making in complex situations, including conflict and peace building, sustainable livelihoods, transformations for catalyzing SDG achievement, international development cooperation, and a range of other areas. Professor Singh has taught at several universities, including Boston, Harvard, Fordham, McGill, Waterloo, and Guelph, and he's currently also a visiting professor at the University of Ottawa. Our next speaker is Professor Michael Davis, who's the Professor of Law and International Affairs at O.P. Jindal Global University and a Global Fellow at Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C. He's also a senior research scholar at both the Weatherhead East Asia Institute at Columbia University and the US Asia Law Institute at NYU. He was the 2018-2019 Residential Fellow at the Wilson Center and 2016-2017 at Reagan Fussell Democracy Fellow at the US National Endowment for Democracy. He was Professor of Law at the University of Hong Kong for many years, till late 2016. Professor Wilma Viale is a professor of educational psychology and pro-vice chancellor at the University of Wollongong, Australia. Prior to taking on this role, Professor Viale was the associate dean for international for the Faculty of Social Sciences and the chair of the university's academic senate. She has published extensively in the field of giftedness and talent development, including a text on educating the gifted learner, co-authored with Professor Karen Rogers. We welcome all speakers to this session, and we look forward to a stimulating discussion. I think each one of our speakers bring very distinct experiences in commenting on this idea of university social responsibility. We will begin with Professor Thiruvan Subbarayan. Over to you, Professor Subbarayan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for the invitation. I'm delighted to be involved with this conference and talk. And I visited the university in January, so it's sort of, I can at least recognize not just the virtual but the physical element of the institution. So I'll probably sort of highlight three key things, or three perhaps level at which I am kind of responding to these particular questions regarding the sustainability, responsibility, and social economic responsibility of universities, based a bit on my research and other areas that I've looked at. Firstly, I think obviously universities, organizations are multifaceted, multidimensional organizations, maybe quite traditionally seen very much in terms of their specific sort of education and research kind of responsibilities. But I think gradually over time, certainly from a UK perspective, we have seen a very significant change in terms of their accountability. I think is probably the right word, accountability to not only government or other type of formal agencies, but also to the wider community. I think that's to do perhaps with also in the UK from a sort of perspective of being publicly funded, having to provide more and more information, perhaps, and more understanding of how maybe it's delivering on its educational outcomes, how it's delivering on its research outcomes, but then increasingly how it's delivering on its social and community level outcomes, I would say, whether the community or the is sort of a local UK or whether it's much broader than that. So I think one of the things that I have researched and quite a lot of research is looking at the way that they become more accountable, providing more accountability and disclosure and transparency. An aspect which started perhaps earlier in the US before it kind of went into the UK and other countries. And one thing which could be perhaps a little bit more, in terms of a finding, is that there's a mixed sort of evidence around transparency and accountability. Universities may be quite transparent in terms of certain aspects of their activities, certain aspects of their role within society, but fairly less transparent when it comes to other aspects. So things such as, if you look at their disclosures, you look at the way that they're reporting, you will find quite variations in the way that the information will provide. Beyond simply, obviously, the sort of student-based information or course-based information, whether they are involved in local community, whether they are taking action with the environment, and so on and so forth, that has been a little bit more mixed. There's more recent sort of initiatives taken at that level. Perhaps we talk about the time education rankings regarding SDGs, for example, Sustainable Development Goals. And there's a lot more now information around, what are their contribution or how are they communicating their contribution on on things such as responsible consumption, peace, justice, and strong institutions, or reducing inequalities. How do they actually contribute that? Perhaps in the past, perhaps is in a sense of it was deemed to be implicitly happening, implicitly being delivered, but no one wanted to challenge. These are what I call in the literature taken for granted institutions. Universities were taken for granted institutions in terms of how they were legitimately operating within society. But now, of course, we have a vast range of institutions and universities, and therefore more questions about that. So that's one level, perhaps, I think that's quite important to understand. A second level is governance and governance of universities. Again, some of my own research started looking at the way how decisions made, how our university councils and other sort of apex systems within universities make decisions under the broader umbrella, if you want, of government influence or private influence. And again, here, it has taken some time perhaps to gather information about how universities are governed, who are part of a council, for example, how are decisions made. And again, it's an element of, as you read it, you'll find, again, quite a mixed evidence on certain institutions being fairly well-governed, well structured, and others being less information about that. So I think this is the sort of second level. Perhaps I'm looking at the idea of their socio-economic. It's the way they are governed, the way they are owned, and the way that they are, executive management, like any other organization, is held to account within that. And there's been many cases in the UK, and I'm sure elsewhere, of particular challenges, and let's put it that way, challenges to the way universities are managed and controlled. And the third element that I want and pass on to other colleagues to discuss about, I think the third element is, and which is very present in the UK after now nearly about 20 years, is the idea of impact. In other words, how does your research, how does its main activity about research in particular provide social and economic impact? We know there's academic impact. We can measure academic impact. We can measure the way that research is being cited or used by organizations around the world. But what is less easy to estimate is what is the impact of that research at a social and economic level. So as you may know, in the UK, we've got the Research Excellence Framework that tries to measure, that tries to evaluate whether the research of universities has a social and economic impact. And here there's been a lot more, I think, positive development as institutions have recognized more and more that it's not just the research that gets published or gets presented in a paper, but also how it's being demonstrated that this research is actually reaching society, community, government, policymakers, and how this has an impact. I mean, it's easy for certain type of studies and certain types of research. It's far less easy, let's say, for social sciences, where the pathway to having an impact is less obvious. But I will. So these are the three levels in the way I look at the way of the socio-economic development. Some of it may be a little bit more optimistic. Some of it may be a little bit challenging as you look across the world. But I'll pass on now to my colleagues to continue on this, or obviously bring other things to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Subbaroyan, for giving a broad framework, an overall framework within which we can assess universities' impact on the community at various levels. Our next speaker is Professor Singh. Professor Naresh Singh, over to you.
Thanks, Professor Banerjee. And let me pick up from, make a few quick points from where Professor Subbaroyan left off to build on what he said, and with which I agree. I think the way, for example, this seminar is defined this morning, it talks broadly about universities' responsibility in the areas of social and environmental dimension. So that's a bit broad, and one might even say vague. And I would define or attempt to define the role in terms of the rather well-established ESG frameworks. So the environmental social governance frameworks are now really well established with good standards of measurement and so on. So the first one I'd make is that universities might want to, on a voluntary basis, adopt a set of standards for themselves that they would like to deliver against over a period of time, year 1, year 2, year 3. And then they can either self-monitor or have some national body monitor the progress that they are making towards their own stated goals in terms of their responsibility to ESG. And of course, the environmental dimensions are well known. The social dimensions include, the well-being of employees, even the health and well-being and the education of communities around them, and so on. The governance issues, and Professor Subbaroyan referred to those, The governance issues, of course, include even human rights and the way universities behave within their institution, but beyond that as well. So that's the first thing. So the word responsibility is the one that I'm trying to define a bit more objectively. So we need, I believe, to have both a philosophical statement, a mission statement in terms of the ESG dimensions of a given university, but then come on to state in standards terms what we will achieve over time. So point number one. Point number two is, just to make it really clear, and again, building off the previous speaker, I think we need to think much more in terms of capitals rather than just flows. And by capitals thinking, I am referring to, natural capital, social capital, human capital, and so on. So most countries and institutions measure progress in terms of a given set of flows, whether that be educational outcomes, if it's a corporation, financial bottom lines, and so on and so on. But what are we doing to the national stock of capital of a given country, or indeed the global stock of natural, social, human, and produced capital? That move towards capital measurement and accounting has been with us for a very long time, but it's only recently that the Global Capitals Coalition, for example, out of The Hague, out of the Netherlands, and now several countries, including Canada, where I live, we have just set up a committee to help government and corporations report on their impact on the capitals. So I think that will also be something that we can talk about, and universities should be thinking about teaching, measuring, and so on, more a capitalist approach. The third big point that I'd make is two ways of going forward. How do we integrate ESG concerns into our teaching, research, and our campus and community contributions? In all three areas, we should make it explicit. And I would go as far as to suggest that this be incorporated in the performance development reviews of faculty. See, if we don't get to that level, that granular level, I don't think we will really change and improve our contributions and our behavior. Then we need to think, of course, at our contributions, not only at the local level, at our own university, for example. I think much room exists for a greater interaction with our local level, our local people. I mean, the people of Sonipat probably look at this university as an oasis of strange things, one might say, because of the not enough interaction and porosity between the community and ourselves. And we should ask ourselves, how is the community benefiting from our presence, except in job creation, which it clearly does? But then we have a contribution at national and global levels, and especially a school like ours, our School of Government and Public Policy, needs to be really engaging with national and state level policymakers to bring these ideas and to go beyond that, to really work with them in integrating it more and more effectively into the India level. And then through India, see, for example, we get great opportunities, like when India is the chair of the G20. How do universities interact with the G20 through the Indian presidency is a great opportunity. Final point I'd make is that we sometimes forget is constraints. What prevents us from doing all the great things that we will all talk about on this panel and all the things I have just mentioned? Now, if you look at the way our faculty workload is defined, with publications, and to get particular publications, you focus on a really narrow given area, and then on your research area, and you get your 2 publications, your 2 Scopus Index publications. If you are going to also deliver your 2 courses per semester, do you really have any time to do anything else? Point 1. Point 2, if it is not reflected in your PDR in a significant way, and if our HR department doesn't take that on board, and not only us, HR department of any university, if it doesn't take it seriously on board, we could talk till the cows come home and no change is going to happen. And finally, institutional priorities. It has to come from the very top, and it has to then infiltrate down the ladder that this university is dedicated to ESG contributions. So those will be my opening comments. Jaini, back to you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. I think your comments connected very well to Professor Subbaroyan's idea of an overall governance and how it needs to filter through. I think your suggestion of integrating ESG concerns at a very granular level is quite useful, and we hope to return to that and discuss, the different ways in which we can integrate ESG frameworks and university social responsibility into our teaching and into everyday lives of the university a bit later on. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Professor Michael Davis. Over to you, Professor Davis. You are on mute.
No, I said I was talking, saying I have to click the microphone. That's exactly right. So I guess I really appreciate the first 2 speakers are sort of looking at this problem from the inside looking out. And I guess as a human rights lawyer, scholar, activist, I've more often encountered this problem on the receiving end, sort of the client communities that I've worked with. So I'll mention a few things that have been my observation. I'm not an expert on university administration, but I am on human rights and development. So I kind of look at it from the other side. Up front, I want to emphasize, however, that university social responsibility should not be seen as in competition with the education mission. I think we have to understand our students take inspiration from what we do as professors and what our institutions do. So that inspiration is what drives their education. So we should understand that when we do things that produce that inspiration, that's very much in service of the education mission. And perhaps we have to find a way to reward that in the process. This raises for me a number of questions. One is, what subjects should we teach? Obviously, the topic of this panel is we should teach subjects related to university social responsibility out in the community, like human rights, things on the environment, climate change, and so on, and controversial subjects. And I think we have to also understand that a lot of students have problems themselves of freedom to openly discuss these topics in class. I teach very controversial topics, and I have to constantly sort of try to bring students out. But I've also encountered cases where students, because I've taught a lot of Chinese overseas students in Hong Kong and also in the US, and they are afraid to speak out. So how can we be aware of this consciousness that they have, because they're often monitored? Not all academic work is taking place in nice places where academic freedom is guaranteed. And so I think on that score also, we have to appreciate how we react to the lack of academic freedom in the global community. One of the things I notice is that some places where universities have really no academic freedom, in fact, in China, for example, there's a directive called Document Number 9, which tells professors in China that they're not to teach constitutionalism, free speech, separation of powers, and so on. So those universities still that are operating under these guidelines are given high rankings in the global ranking system. So I think when we're looking at universities, and when we're, all of us get these emails asking us to offer our opinions in the ranking process, we should be conscious of the fact whether there's academic freedom in the institutions that we're ranking. So this is something I think we should pay attention to. So both academic freedom for our students inbound and academic freedom in how we react and interact with other universities. Do we encourage it? So that's, again, an area of social responsibility. We can ask whether incentives for tenure and promotion consider community work. Now, as a lawyer who's presented evidence in administrative cases and court hearings involving Indigenous people and environmental cases, it's very important that university professors step up and be those witnesses and speak out in those hearings and commissions. Do the institutions encourage that? Do they reward it? Do they publicize it? Again, to create that inspiration for students to come and to learn, it's important that these things are done and are seen to be done. And another thing, does the university credit and publicize service in community boards or testimony before legislative bodies? When I testify before, I spent my whole career in Hong Kong. I can't safely go back there. So when I testify and things, I get the villain, I'm become the villain in some ways for condemning, the crackdown of a regime. But at the same time, our institutions should appreciate that willingness to stand up. So it's not always just a kind of budget decision. It's a support for the work that faculty and even students do in drawing attention to some kinds of injustices. So I think town and gown relationships are more than just public relations. It's kind of putting it out there as to what the faculty is doing and demonstrating that commitment that provides the inspiration for what we do. So does the university also, how does it treat publications? Personally, this is an area dear to my heart. I know university, this one I'm in talks about COPUS, but COPUS isn't always where you have the most impact. Publishing in those journals. I'd rather publish in Foreign Affairs or the Journal of Democracy. I doubt that they're on COPUS, but I think that's where people actually read what you're publishing. It's widely spread among policymakers, academics, and the public at large. So when there's really good scholarship, I think we need to be a little more flexible about where we put it and how we evaluate it. I think the same comes up with books. When I'm finishing a book right now. It's on a controversial public issue. It's about the crackdown in Hong Kong. I don't want to wait 2 years to get it out the other end in publication. I need to find a venue to publish it where it gets out. So again, I think we straitjacket ourselves when it comes to how we interact with the problems that our own colleagues are trying to address in the community and how we reward that kind of work. Let's see, a couple other points. Okay, I think this last point that I want to make, it relates to how we react to people, professors and others who suffer problems in their home institutions. I know recently I taught in University of Hong Kong, and last time was 2020. I can't go back now, but a lot of my colleagues have been pressed out as well. They first get attacked in some kind of Communist Party media, and then they know they have to flee because the police take signals from this publicity attacking them for really just exercising academic freedom. So what do we do when we're not in that environment? Do we welcome these professors? I mean, there are arrangements to address problems of academics at risk, but I think that's something that doesn't get enough attention. Since I've been out of Hong Kong, I have helped colleagues to find positions, but it's very difficult. And so I think a kind of incestuousness that goes on in the leading academic communities, where they only hire sort of from within those communities, sometimes in terms of the degrees and everything people get, sometimes has to be opened up a little bit, because these kinds of professors who have been on the front lines of global conflicts over social issues, environmental issues, human rights, are sometimes going to bring something really important to the table that our students, again, can take inspiration from. So that kind of support for that, I think, is very important. And then I would put in a plug for Indigenous and marginalized communities. I know wherever I've taught, and I've taught in India, I've taught in East Asia, I've taught in the United States, These communities are often just not sufficiently present. And it's not just white Americans not bringing in minorities. It's sometimes other kinds of communities like India and elsewhere where the same thing happens, where people are left out. And so how can universities do that? I think it's a project not just of the work we do in drawing attention to it, but of the admissions office. And so I think that's another way. This is how I see things from where the kind of work that I do. And I'll stop there and wait for our further discussion. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Davis, and especially for highlighting the fact that as academics, many of us are also activists, and the importance of connections. I think what you said really brought out very well the connections between the local level, the national level, and the global or the international level. The kind of solidarities that we may want to form. Universities need to facilitate those connections for university social responsibility to be more meaningful. Your point on focus, the need to focus on marginalized communities is also quite important, I feel. And I hope we can return to this during our discussion later on. So thank you, Professor Davis. And our next speaker is Professor Wilma Viale. Over to you, Professor Viale.
Thank you, Jayani. And I think what I'm going to do is probably pick up on some points made by all three of our previous speakers within the context of a very specific example of the university at which I've been teaching and researching for the last 30 years. So I'd like to start by saying that at the moment I'm sitting on Dharawal country, and Dharawal country represents the local Indigenous peoples who were the traditional custodians of our land. I acknowledge their contributions to the knowledge that we have and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And in a sense, that is one example, picking up on what Michael just was talking about, First Nations peoples, Indigenous peoples, that it is now embedded in the DNA of the University of Wollongong. And Wollongong is a very difficult name to pronounce for a lot of people. But again, the word Wollongong is the name of the city in which we're located. Our first campus is located. It's just south of Sydney, and we're on the water. And the word Wollongong is actually an Aboriginal word that comes from a local language that means where the mountain meets the sea. So we sit on the Pacific Ocean with Mount Kira and Mount Kembla, both very important parts of the local Aboriginal culture and their knowledge system. University of Wollongong itself is quite a unique university in the sense that it grew from its community. So not quite 50 years ago, the local community, which was a working class town built on coal mining, other forms of mining and steel production, decided that it needed a university that would train its engineers and the kind of workforce that it needed to be able to progress. And from those modest beginnings 50 odd years ago, the idea of community, local, And we have several locals, so we have campuses that range from Bega, which is 5 hours drive south of here, up to our highlands and up to Sydney. I guess part of the message that came from that growth was that the power of education to transform lives. And that has remained an essential part of the DNA of this university. So it's still reflected in all sorts of actions, like our acknowledgement of country, our reconciliation action plan that is constantly revisited, our big efforts to support first in family students to attend university and to succeed in their chosen courses, our emphasis on facilitating for socioeconomic disadvantaged students. All of these are just part of our community focus and our deep interactions. It's interesting because when the university was first established, the bulk of the workforce was associated with the mining and steel industry. And, you know, sort of you had this minority at the university, you had this kind of town and gown thing with, you know, sort of going on there. What's happened over the years is that we see that this has shifted, but we are still very much a part of the community and seek to engage in all the ways we can. About 30 years ago, we went global. So we established our first offshore campus in Dubai, and we've been there for nearly 30 years. 30 years we celebrate this year. More recently, we've acquired campuses in Hong Kong and in Malaysia, both in Penang and Kuala Lumpur. Internationalisation for us then is not just about, as it is for many Australian universities, about how many international students you can get through your doors, but it is about being more mindful, idealistic, and transformative in order to reverse the adverse effects of economic globalisation. And educating our next generation of global citizens. I am actually quoting from Liu in 2021. So global citizenship is at the heart of what we try to do for our students, and that's what we promise a UOW education will deliver, that global mindset, which is about understanding the responsibilities. And I think each of our three speakers have kind of emphasised how you have to get that in every single part of what you do as a university. So it is in our strategic plan 2020 to 2025, kind of hold it up here. The idea of a civic university is one of the three pillars. So we have education, we have research, we have the civic university that builds on that. And so then it flows from that to each of our enabling plans. 3 of our 12 key performance indicators are around this area of social inclusion, social responsibility, and global sustainability. So those are, you know, sort of 1/4 are dedicated to those areas. As you would expect, the United Nations Strategic Development Goals are a very important part, and we have champions within each of our faculties that drive those. We think about how we embed them in curriculum, how they come from research, and so on. So in terms of the global citizenship idea that we're trying to communicate to all of our students, we talk about that in relation to transformative research. So looking at our research strengths and partnerships to contribute particularly to post-COVID recovery, especially in developing economies. We talk about transformative education, ensuring through our curriculum development and design that all of our students have equitable access to high quality international learning opportunities. Empowering experiences where we deliver a high quality student experience, whether online or on campus, that is characterised by care, community and well-being. The idea of global connectedness, where we build on the strengths of our network of global campuses and partnerships to transform and strengthen the impact of our research and teaching in those global communities. And last but definitely not least is the idea of ethical internationalisation. So enhancing our internationalisation approach through that alignment to the UN SDGs. I just want to pick up on one more point. Michael, you talked about promotions, how we have to kind of, that's another way in which universities can say we're serious about this, and we can model that, we reward that kind of thing. We put a heavy emphasis in terms of research performance for promotion, not so there's a certain amount for the metrics that are traditional, but impact is equally, and in some discipline areas more important than the metrics, and so that impact is measured around these kinds of ideas, but also the notion of the service that we provide to communities, to organisations and so on. So it's very much an important part of the narrative that's used for promotion. Again, I'll leave it there, and thank you again to the organisers for the invitation to join this panel.
Thank you so much, Professor Viale, for sharing the experience of and practices of the University of Wollongong. I think the strategic vision that you shared is something that we can all learn from. I'm so glad that you brought up the issue of ethics and care, especially in thinking about university social responsibility. But you also very clearly connected the local to the global by speaking about ethical internationalization. And I think that's one of the challenges of thinking about the university's social responsibility. While many of us work at the local level, from a governance point of view, it is quite a challenge to connect these different scales from the local to the national to the global, because sometimes issues may clash as well. And perhaps in the next round of our discussion, we could talk more about that. But we'll first check if there are any questions that have come up on our live session. Let's just see if there are any questions here. Okay, so there is one question that has come up. I'll read it out, and any of you could respond to it, or all of you.
She been frozen?
By teaching and research.
Sorry, Jayani, we lost you for a few seconds. Again.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the internet let us down. So I'll just repeat the question. So the mission of higher education institutions to contribute to social, economic, environmental, and cultural development of communities has long been a core function of universities alongside teaching and research. However, the service mission is often disconnected from the internationalization agenda, and services are predominantly oriented. How can universities take the global social responsibility to benefit the citizens of the world? So that's I think relates very directly to what Professor Viale was talking about, but maybe somebody else, other panelists have something to say about this. How can universities take the global social responsibility to benefit the citizens of the world?
If I may just respond very briefly to this, it's because obviously recently we reviewed here as within the partnership teams the idea of internationalization. What does it mean to operate internationally and to have, for example, various partners? We don't tend to have campuses, but we tend to have partners, either delivering part of our degree or partners perhaps running their own programs. And one thing that came to my mind a few weeks ago when we attended a particular conference was this idea that, especially in the UK, you get a lot of international students coming to the UK, and it might seem quite, but actually barely 10%, if not less, of students actually travel for their studies. Most students study in their particular context, national context. So it was kind of interesting in a sense of sometimes we do feel a lot about this migration of movement of students, but actually we have been working with various partners around the world in terms of embedding the idea of transformational education in a very similar way that Dr. Viale has mentioned, in terms of saying, okay, how do you ensure that this SX degree or SX qualification, how does it meet local expectations? Because one of the challenges of prior internationalization has been, if you want, the transfer of a syllabus from a country, let's say the UK, to a particular context. And what we are trying to develop further is collaboration, co-construction of particular syllabuses, so that it doesn't just reflect a particular degree and back in a country, whether it's the US, whether it's the UK, whether it's one of the major T&E providers. So that is not how to put it. It's not an easy process. It's not it's not something. It's not something that perhaps that is takes time, and trying to build together academic communities in those countries and academic communities here. It takes a few months minimum, I think, is to agree on these things. But I think that's the way forward. I think a lot of the next developments around internationalization would be that sort of bringing together the perspective of a local as well as the perspective of outside that particular context. Yeah, that's just a sort of reaction to the question.
I could add a quick word if I might. So if you think about the global and international levels, of course, we conflate these two ideas most of the time when we say global or international. When you look at them carefully, there is a difference, right? So the global commons are influenced by all of us, but the governance of the global commons are done by a range of multilateral institutions. And indeed, these institutions, we need to have university partnerships with these institutions and develop, programs that feed both ways. When I was the principal advisor on poverty and sustainable livelihoods at the United Nations Development Program in New York, I had the privilege, I had a global responsibility, and I recognized, the value of universities, the research they were doing, but they had little or no clue. They saw the UNDP as a behemoth, it's this big, impervious kind of organizations that believe they know everything on their own, and so on. So we need a two-way interaction where the global institutions, multilateral institutions recognize the value of universities and begin to take an active step towards engaging relevant research. On the other hand, university academic researchers tend to believe that they're work is automatically of such high importance that it's of relevance to these institutions. And that might not be the case. They need to do what I used to call back in the day post-normal science. So post-normal science is about defining the research problem so that it addresses concrete global goals, concrete global problems. So that's one set of issues we need to do. And I think that way we define an agenda that when we begin our institutional arrangements towards internationalizing either our campuses or not, it feeds into that broader agenda. And the second point is the international processes. So we have climate change and the COPs and the IPCCs and so on. And we have, species extinction and desertification, a whole range of international instruments, conventions, human rights, and so on. The role of universities, and Michael had started to talk about that, the role of universities in engaging in those processes need to be really, I guess, strengthened, activated, and a deliberate effort made to help universities understand how to participate. I mean, I've seen so many academics get frustrated because they believe it is automatic that their ideas will be sort of absorbed or accepted by the international process. It doesn't work like this. We have to get some degree of training and then, massage both sides so that interaction is enhanced.
I can just add something on that thread. I think I had to do a series of interviews of NGOs and think tanks and stuff a couple of years ago under a fellowship in Washington. What I found is they were all kind of bewildered as to how I was focused on Asia, because that's sort of what I do. They was kind of bewildered as to how to reach out to the Asian communities that they want to support. On the one hand, if they provide funding, then they're accused of interfering in some way in local affairs and vilified. But on the other hand, how to have a voice there. And one of the things I think that came out of the discussion was, at least in East Asia, and I'd say in South Asia as well, the universities are actually held up in a high esteem. So if events around topics, critical issues in the society can be organized on campuses where international participants come in and speak, this often gets a lot of attention in the media and everything. It takes on legs of its own. So it's a very practical way. I don't know how this works across Europe, but in Asia, academics, their voices are heard if you can put it out there where somebody can consume it. So the academic you're talking about who thinks, well, what I'm saying ought to sell itself. Well, it doesn't. It needs to be presented to people in a venue where it can be seen. And I've found over the years, when we're trying to draw attention to an issue, if we put it in an academic conference, and then we approach our partners outside, and they don't throw money in the country. They're not, invading the country, but they send professors over. They provide funding for professors to come and join in that conversation. Then this gets heard across country boundaries, and it really gets in the media. It gets reported because these are kind of major events sometimes in areas where universities are located, where I've been working. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think, I'm sorry I dropped out because of internet connectivity, talking about challenges of having this international conversation. But yes, I think I myself teach on this course that works with local communities in 4 neighboring villages of our university. And I think many of us involve the local community in our teaching. There are various ways in which we can bring the local community into our classroom. I think it was Professor Davis who had mentioned how our publication strategies are often, very Scopus focused. and many of the collaborative publications, so people who work alongside communities, and Professor Viale mentioned the idea of ethics and care. And one important strategy has been to bring in the communities into our publications, so co-published pieces. Many of those are, of course, again, not probably Scopus listed because they can take many different forms. But, you know, again, moving on from the local to this idea of connecting the global, something that has really become important after the pandemic, if not critical, is something that we need to.
Bad. We're missing the punchline.
Jaini is not having a good day.
Yeah, and she's in the university building. We're in our home.
I am in the university, so I have an IT team.
Oh, you're in the wrong place, Jaini.
Yes.
I am so sorry. But before the internet connection goes for me again.
And it's gone.
It's gone.
It beat you to it.
Yes. Could you hear me?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
I'll be brief. There is one more question that has come on our channel. What's the best way for universities to help students to contribute to make meaningful contribution to local communities that survives beyond their stay at universities? I think that might be the last question that we are able to respond, and I hope my connection stays on till then. So how can universities help students to contribute to make meaningful contribution to local communities that survives beyond their stay at universities? Professor Viale.
One of the things that we do is we have an extracurricular program called UOWX, where all sorts of these kinds of activities can be undertaken. They can be part of coursework, but more frequently they're extra things where they become involved in the community and so on. And it's about reflecting on this, what they can contribute, how they work together, that kind of interaction. So it's a formal recognition that we value it, and that employers value that kind of interaction.
I would say another. Oh, sorry.
Professor Davis, or.
Okay. Yeah. Another thing is, well, of course, the students aren't all social scientists or lawyers. Students like architecture or design and other things can do a lot of things. I recall my old alma mater, Yale, that students in architecture were organized over the summer to design a memorial for COVID. For the African-American community and how it impacted that. So they spent the whole summer going around interviewing people in the community and actually creating things that are hard and on the ground that could be used. Another case that people approached me after that and asked, a train station in I hate to say it, but it's Cambridge, was looking horrible. And the idea was that students could contribute to that. They could create art to go along on the walls and stuff. So, I mean, sometimes there's very practical things they can do. Sometimes when you do social things, your footprint isn't visible very much longer, but some things can remain around for a long time where community design and urbanization and so on problems are addressed. Yeah.
I think we have encouraged students to move away necessarily. I mean, the final year project was classic academic project, but now there's a choice to do it with an NGO. There's a choice to do it with an organization, and you're hopefully that this is not just a one-off just to get some, to get the credits, but also that they take that forward in terms of participating in civic life, because it is a challenge. The sort of employment income challenges that students may have, and how do they how do they know? Sometimes I think you can see they want to do things, but how do you? So I think we need to plant the seeds of these particular ideas in the way that we do our coursework, and we do our sort of teach, assess our students, and in a way that this becomes transferable later on. So I think that's one of the main ways I think we could do that.
A few points. Okay, you're back.
Yes, I am back. I am so sorry. Professor Singh, did you have to add?
2 or 3 points. One is, what can we as faculty do? And I think the first thing we do is inspiration. Let our students get inspired, understand, the nature of local communities, let them know opportunities and that reality. And like you were saying, Jayani, many of us get our students engaging with local communities. When they go out there, their eyes are opened. They develop a real kind of an understanding and what I might call empathy, even sympathy for the communities. And some of them get inspired to the point that they want to dedicate their future careers to a kind of engagement that is not typically academic. So the first thing is, what do we do? How do we inspire our students? And what do we teach in our course curricula so that they are exposed to that kind of opportunity and possibility? The second big point is, what do students do? So we encourage our students to self-organize, to form student-based organizations, like student-led policy research teams, student-led community engagement teams. And we have a range of these student-led bodies. They identify their priorities. We provide a faculty mentor to guide them, of course, because they are growing up and so on. And so they become engaged on their own. And of course, the question was, and to keep doing that after you leave university, right? So that when it is self-organized, some of them will hopefully keep going afterwards. What I find of real practical value is setting up centers. So we have our schools, or some universities have their departments and so on, faculties and so on. These practical-oriented research centers, and I direct 2 of them, these centers, we have lots of volunteer student researchers who help us define the research topics, and they engage in that research. We work with them to co-produce publications, and it might not be Scopus Index, but it goes out in a journal somewhere or something that Michael will appreciate. And but I don't think our HR department might. Nevertheless, they get recognition. And that is important to them. When we write their recommendations, they get recognition. And they are able, and here is the link, when they leave the university, they can still be members of that center and continue that work. So those are 3 practical ways. I'll give you one example. One student from the law school took a course I teach on legal empowerment of the poor. She went off to do her LLM at King's College London, came back, and then she called me and said, look, I'm being headhunted by all these corporate giants who want to pay me 1.x lakh of rupees, but that's not my goal. I really was inspired by that course, and I want to set up an NGO to work with poor communities to see how the law can help them. So I said, all right, let's get something going, working with the center to continue your interest. And so I can see it happening. And these are some concrete ways of making that happen. And we should open up the ideas to all our students.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for providing those practical ideas of implementing this idea of social responsibility at the university. I think 1 hour was too short to do justice to this very important idea. But I think all of you have left us with food for thought. I take back personally, this idea of ethical nationalization, bringing in marginalized communities into the university, a focus on global commons, but also thinking about, how university governance can address issues that very often play out at a key local level. As a geographer, I'm very keen to understand this connection and interaction between different scales, between the local, national, and the global. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and for participating in this discussion.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Uh, Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are. Welcome to this session on virtualizing mobility innovations in G20 countries for internationalization of higher education. Interestingly, I landed this opportunity to be the moderator for the session after Dr. Paul Flather, who was to moderate this session. He is in Kerala right now and in the beautiful state of Kerala, but his internet connection is unfortunately unstable. So we have a great panel here, Mr. Damiano Pinaccio, Coordinator International Relations Affairs from University of Rome, Tor Vergata at Italy. We have Dr. Vera Zabotkina. She's from Russia, Acting Vice Rector for International Cooperation, Russian State University for the Humanities.
Hello,
Welcome, Dr. Vera.
everybody. Yes, that's me.
Hello. So we have Mr. Apurv Mahendru, who is the Deputy Director and Head of Marketing for DARD Germany Academic Exchange Service at New Delhi.
Thank you for having me. Thanks a lot.
And we have Professor Matthias Middel, who is from Germany, Leipzig University, and he is the Vice President of Campus Development. So we have, I would say, at least three countries represented here: Italy, Russia, Germany, and probably Apurv, being an Indian, can give the Indian perspective also. Now let's get started with the session. Virtualizing mobility. This whole landscape of international education has undergone a significant shift with the advent of virtual mobility programs. This is very new, only a few years old in terms of the pandemic and its mass adoption. These programs have allowed the students to study abroad even without physically leaving their home country, something which was unimaginable a few years back. This has opened new opportunities for internationalization of higher education. These virtual mobility programs present the opportunity to fully realize the potential of digitalization of a very strong, sustainable, resilient, and inclusive recovery after COVID-19. G20 countries represent the world's largest economies, and they have been at the forefront of developing innovative virtual mobility programs, which have already transformed the internationalization of higher education. This virtual student mobility can greatly expand access and opportunities for students who might otherwise be reluctant or unable to travel due to physical, social, or financial reasons. For this gives the students a chance to have an international experience without having to travel overseas. It may also be simpler for migrant and refugee students to take part in the virtual student mobility programs, even if they lack proper documentation. It can also be a creative solution to counterbalance harmful environmental impact which contribute to Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is climate change. However, there are also challenges associated with virtual mobility programs, like the issues of digital divide, which is very real and which we have come to the fore in COVID-19 pandemic. Global time zone differences make it difficult to choose the best time for courses. And if disadvantaged and not given access to technology, the international experience and collaborative learning may become even more unequal. While there are challenges associated with virtual mobility programs, they can be addressed by G20 countries through careful planning, investment in technology, infrastructure, and a commitment to intercultural learning objectives. Now, with this background, I think we have our moderator, Dr. Paul Flather. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you very much. Apologies to everybody for that, and especially to my esteemed collaborators. I'm in a guest house in the middle of Kerala, and everything was tested, but at the end of the day, the camera wouldn't work. So you would have missed my handsome face in this wonderful session. Now, let's get going. You've given us an introduction, Deepak. Thank you so much. What I want to do, I mean, there's a lot of good things we can say about this, okay? It's not controversial in that sense, but there are also a lot of difficulties. And the difficulties not so much on the technical side, but in terms of what we actually offer in terms of learning, how we assess students, how we give them support, how we know that they're actually benefiting from the courses, because we're not with them. We're not with them. We can't judge the body language or the day-to-day system. So I want you to try and talk a little bit about that as well in your general remarks. So let's start as the program is set out in the order that was listed in our sheets. And I'm going to invite Mr. Damiano Pinaccio, who's the coordinator for international relations and affairs at the University of Rome Tor Vergata in Italy. Would you like to go first, please, sir?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Paul, for the introduction. Thank you so much for the invitation to this very high-level conference. And it's very a pleasure to be a part of this interesting panel with this very hot topic at the moment in the literature of the higher education. We start about this to discuss about these topics many years before the COVID started, and just to try some solution to provide interesting program for the students, and at the same time to involve many students in the the exchange program. Also with the students that have not the possibility to do that. So going to the topic and the question that Paul just mentioned, well, the additional value of this program is related to the, in my opinion, to the effort of the professor that collaborate in order to provide a very integrated program and innovative one, because the virtual mobility is something different from the program offered in an online environment, because it means that a very high level cooperation between professors, that they have to set up courses, they have to interact in a very integrated manner, and give to the students value added related to the involvement on the program that can be considered a value added. Of course, and we have time to discuss about that, there are some strength and some weakness about this opportunity. But in my opinion, the most important for the students is the integration between two different approaches, two different visions about an issue. And the value added is the high cooperation between professors to set up the content of a program. I don't know if I have to talk more or is just...
You have 2 or 3 more minutes if you want to add any more thoughts.
Well, I think for the moment okay. It's enough. Thank you so much.
I like it very much. You're making the academics work as hard as the students. I like that. Okay, so now we will move to Professor Zabotina, who is Vice Rector for International Cooperation at the Russian State University for the Humanities. Professor Vera, are you in Moscow?
Yes,
okay,
we are in Moscow.
Very good. Thank you so much. We are waiting to hear your ideas.
Yes. Well, first, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's a pleasure and a privilege, a real privilege, in this difficult time to be sharing some ideas with the most distinguished universities. By the way, Tor Vergata is our partner, Damiano, you're our partner, and we've been cooperating for many years. We cooperate with more than 200 universities, and we are very proud of that. And we had experience of virtual mobility already within some projects, but with all the advantages of virtual mobility, I'd like to stress a few points, apart from what has been already mentioned. When we are teaching students online, there is no eye contact. And some of the cognitive scholars, I'm a cognitive linguist, prove that when there is no eye contact, there is no emotional contact, and not all brain areas are activated. And of course, it has its impact on learning, the process of learning. More than that, well, of course, I'm fully for virtual mobility, but I think it should be blended. We cannot just substitute physical mobility because students should be exposed to another culture. They should emerge in another culture. When I first time came to London, to UCL, I thought I knew English. No. When my landlady received a plumber, the plumber said, "I cannot stay for a cup of tea because my strife is waiting for me." What? What is strife? And it's based on Cockney. Wife means trouble and strife. I was an excellent student in English, but I didn't know that because I have never been to the UK. I wasn't exposed to this culture and language. That's why we sort of deprive students of this intercultural sensitivity, intercultural immersion with virtual mobility. Another thing, we used to participate in Erasmus Mundus great project, 10 universities from Russia, 10 universities from Europe, and it was coordinated by Bologna and Turku, and we were having exchange, and one of the types of mobility was work placements. That meant that the students could bridge the gap between education and employability. With virtual mobility, how can we arrange work placements? You see, it's really difficult, though it was part of our mobility. But of course, all said and all the cons pronounced, I should say that the future, of course, is digital. Yes, we should try to combine, and there exist several methods of teaching of remote attendance methodology. It can be synchronous teaching, and asynchronous. Synchronous is in the classroom. Yes, it's live chat, it's audio and video conferencing, and shared whiteboard and virtual hand raising and joint viewing of multimedia presentations. Asynchronous means emails, threaded discussion forum, news groups and bulletin boards, file attachments. So these are different types of, two types of remote attendance methodology. When the students were actually surveyed and when they were asked to what degree they have developed their intercultural communication or their future work, the answers, and I'm quoting from one of the papers, and it's the paper by D. Otter, Fernuniversität in Hagen, Germany. You see, the answers were not quite pleasing. Only 6% of the students fully agreed that they improved their intercultural communication during their virtual mobility. And 20% said the virtual mobility course was useful for their future work. So we should take it into account. And again, we are not against virtual mobility, but we should be very careful. And
okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
That's fine. We'll have time to talk
yes.
in a moment. That's very helpful. We might want to think about how we deliver blended learning. If one of the keys is that we're somehow saving money and providing access, then if we're providing, some forms of actual blended learning, then we're in a sense transgressing those principles. But maybe we can do it by working with local professors, local actors. Can I invite our third speaker, Apoorv Mahendru, who is Deputy Director and Head of Marketing of DAD, a wonderfully supportive organization from Germany. And you're based in New Delhi, Apoorv, so over to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to share our thoughts. DAD, as you lovingly called it, is actually, it's pronounced as DAAD, every letter individually, but I think in India, at least, everyone calls our organization DAD. So it was very heartening to listen you do the same thing.
And in UK.
All right. So I think that kind of also sets me apart a little bit from the counterparts on the panel today, because they seem to be representing academic institutions that are actually in the process of teaching, whereas the DAAD, as you may be aware, is an organization that fosters academic exchange by providing information and scholarships. So mostly the world over, people know the DAAD scholarships. And therefore, when you talk of mobility, when you talk of internationalization, I think that's the bread and butter of our organization. We're not expected to be experts at teaching specific subjects, but we are expected to know the job when it comes to ensuring that people move from one place to another. So when I at least heard the term of, virtual mobility, I had kind of the feeling the two words are juxtaposed. Whereas you're talking of virtual, which means you're kind of just at one place, and then you're talking of mobility, it can be confusing. But then I just started thinking, and I thought, let me think back. There are phases to the way things develop. There are phases to which how people get into the habit of doing things. And that brings me back maybe again to the organization, the DAAD. The India office, since I'm based in India, just taking this example, we have been here for more than 60 years now. In fact, next year we'll celebrate 65 years of our branch office in New Delhi. And what we were talking about the other day is that the first few scholarship holders from India that we sent to Germany in the 60s actually went there by ship. So those people used to get into a ship, take months to actually reach the shores of Europe and do their studies. I think during that time, not many would have imagined that there would be flights so easily and readily available that we would be transferring students in such large numbers from one day to the next. And maybe just 10, 15 years back, not many of us would have imagined that there would even be something that is called digital mobility. But today we see it, I think, in many spheres of our lives. And just talking of the basic benefits, I think a lot of you have already mentioned that. So I'm not really going to go into the depth of that. But I think as an organization that tries to promote equality and diversity and accessibility by providing support of all forms, economic included, I think for us, it's kind of a boon that this format kind of came into existence, or that we had to adjust ourselves, especially during the pandemic. And that gave us an impetus, kind of, that was an instant where we kind of switched. And I do agree very much with what my counterparts said. The digital options, the digital mobility options that we have, we'll be talking surely later, will surely not replace the physical exchange that we will have. But I think they will definitely augment it moving forward. Just like you see micro credentials, they play a good and important role in maybe just improving one aspect of a person's academic professional requirements, but they do not completely replace full degrees. So maybe we have to look at it that way. Currently, I believe that there's maybe one could even say a hype to some extent. Things, they rise all of a sudden during the pandemic. That's what happened. Now a lot of people have that feeling that, no, we should move away from this digital. But I think it will kind of balance out a little bit in the days ahead. And we firmly feel
Can
that—
I ask you something, Apu?
Yes.
Does your organization actually support virtual mobility?
We do.
I mean, you're actually running programs that are virtual mobility programs.
We are running those programs. I thought maybe later on the question answers, I'll have an opportunity to go into the details of that. So I think I'll stop with my initial remarks.
Give us an example now. Give us an example of a course that you're proud of.
Okay. I can give you one example right now, because earlier my colleague from Russia was also talking about, placing people. So we have a program called the Working Internships in Science and Engineering. It was always an actual internship program wherein students from India went to Germany for a 3-month research internship at a university. And given COVID, of course, that was not happening. So what we did is that we didn't want students to lose out. We thought, let us just convert this entire program into a digital program, which meant that the students had to adjust. It meant that we as a funding body had to adjust. And it also meant that all the professors who had agreed to take on these interns already, they had to adjust and twist around that program. And we actually managed to pull it through in a digital format. I'm not saying that it was a perfect replacement for a physical visit, but everyone who took part in it was very happy with the outcome, because it was learning something new, creating value. And I think that's what many students appreciated.
It was skills-based, it was vocational.
It wasn't vocational, it was actually very much academic in nature. And yet for many of them, it was possible to do this virtually. And I think especially in subjects that are maybe IT related or subjects that are social science related, I think it would have been easier rather than for those who are a little equipment or technical heavy. But it was a wonderful example and much appreciated by all that were involved in it.
Thank you very much, Apu. Let's move to our final speaker, Professor Matthias Midell, who is Vice Rector for Internationalization at Leipzig University. Professor, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning from my side, and thanks also for having me at this wonderful occasion to exchange ideas about what we have learned over the past years. So let me start with a couple of lessons we learned during lockdowns, because I guess we have to look back to some extent what happened at that period. On the one hand, I guess we all were happy to be able and have the means to replace physical study by all kinds of video conferences, etc. But when I look back, I would say we have only secured the basics of study programs, which meant transferring content to students. Students complained very much about the lack of social networking, cultural learning during that time, psychological isolation, etc., etc. So it's no wonder that, and there is one aspect I would like to put emphasis on. We learned also that people in the world have different access to internet. So we have a study program between Leipzig and Addis Abeba, and it was clear that we have to adapt our wonderful PowerPoint presentations to the internet access of the Ethiopian students instead of presenting them very nice films, which will not go through. So it is perhaps not so surprising that, and Vera Sobotkina already mentioned that especially the students were very skeptical to continue with virtual learning and teaching, went completely against the idea that the younger are more digital native than we elder are. They reacted very skeptically to the idea of being completely digital in the future. Now it is evident that what we have to do is a sort of blended learning, and we have to develop all kinds of blended learning. One is, of course, as Erasmus, the European program, has as its main intention to make people familiar during their single place study program with another place in the world where they learn about the academic culture, the social environment, etc., etc. And it is very difficult to replace this kind of learning simply by another video session. The other is transnational programs. Here, several universities join forces to teach one program altogether to students coming from all over the world. And here, of course, virtual teaching and learning and mobility can help a lot. So what we are now experimenting with is a study program that is combining joint lectures and seminars offered by colleagues from different places, combined with physical mobility and then classroom-based teaching in the various places. So not to go completely virtual, but
you're slightly frozen.
Sorry? Okay, it's obviously interrupted as it was before and for others. Sorry. So go ahead.
We just lost the last minute.
Okay, good. Only to say that combining virtual and physical mobility seems to me the future. And the solutions will be very different depending on the resources you can invest into that, depending on the willingness of your colleagues and students to join such experiments, and depending on our learning from each other. And I leave it here in order to learn something from your experiences.
That's generous. Great. Well, that's a really good start. And you've all made very different points. I'm going to make a couple of assumptions. And then please come in. I mean, we can either do this by rotation or you can come in, but we're a small group, so we can probably manage this. I mean, the first assumption I'm going to make is that the university as we know it is not finished, is not dead. I got the feeling, I mean, Matthias, you were stressing this, that students are not ready to give up the direct contact. Vera, you talked about the need for eye contact. So the connection to the professor or academic tutor is still very much alive. So, you know, some people have talked about, you know, the end of the university walls are crumbling. I myself have set up several universities where I've used the concept university without walls. But I think the walls are going to be there. I mean, they don't have to be, you know, thick or anything. And I think the seminar room is going to be there. There was also this idea that maybe the seminar room would go because we'd all be digital. So that's my first assumption. Do we all agree that the university still has as we know it, it's going to change, but as we know it, it still has a future. But secondly, that this kind of online teaching is also here to stay, albeit in a blended form. So I'd like some comments. Damiano, what do you feel?
Well, I agree with you in a sense that university will not die and will play an important role also in the future, using the different tools that they have available and related most of it on the technological one, but also to implement such additional value added for the students, because the basically from university, whole young generation can get the knowledge and the maturity to enter in a job market, and especially in the time or this time that we live of we can I can say call it the era of communication, where the technological tools are very, very spread around the world. But also, I would like to mention some aspects that the colleagues mentioned, from Vera to Apur to Matthias, related to differences between the access for the students and differences related to the physical experience that students can have abroad, because of course cannot be replaced by virtual mobility. And again, I would like to stress, please give me this opportunity, to not confuse the virtual mobility, the real one, with just e-learning program, because it's something completely different. And in the with the running during the COVID, I say the running solution that a university provide during this time, in some cases there is a confusion on it. So I completely agree also with my colleagues and with you when you say that virtual mobility can be one moment of international experience that can be added to the physical one, to prepare the students to have this international, physical international experience, because it's something completely different. And I think, according with the also European Commission on the Erasmus Plus program, the idea is this: to finance and hold the environment to prepare the students to move on in this experience. So I think that can be a value added, but and not completely change from the physical one.
Very good. Matthias, you want to come in? I mean, one of the things we might want to think about is what we mean by blended learning. I mean, it's a very easy term to use, but to actually, you know, distinguish it out, it could be a little bit tricky.
Now, let me first react to your two remarks beforehand. I mean, it reminded me of that fantastic idea of the mocks, which circulated like 10, 15 years ago.
Me too.
You hire this one Nobel Prize winner and he will teach via a video conference the whole world's student population. What was interesting in the idea is that it addressed the need for a kind of basic course, but with highly qualified teachers. Complete nonsense, as we know, from a practical side. So I guess what we have to adapt is to the pressure from society to make use of these means of efficiency. Yeah. So to share knowledge, to produce things that are available also in asynchronous ways, etc., etc. While at the same time, and I guess we have to realize that Europe is a paradise of physical mobility due to the Erasmus program. We had a program together with universities in India, and it was like 10 students coming over per year. So that was the limitation of DAAD funding, not criticizing DAAD at all, but when I compare it to the overall numbers of Indian population, we see that the participation rate in this kind of physical mobility for G20 countries is very different. So it has also an aspect of social equality, equal access to knowledge and to education. To offer these opportunities. Yeah. And then we can come to the technicalities of the blended learning things. You know, I'm ready to go for that, but I guess we are here in a learning process to adapt to a dramatic change in the situation of universities in our world. There's simply an increasing number of people who ask for academic education worldwide. Perhaps in Europe, we are already at the level of 40 to 45% of the cohort studying, but we are not there in the rest of the world. And insofar, we have to include that aspect also in our reconsideration.
Certainly, in that sense, this idea of virtualizing mobility has, huge potential. I'm learning that by 2050, India expects to have 70 million students wanting some form of higher education. It's got about 35 million currently. So that's, they can't possibly expand its own higher education capacities to meet that. Or if it does, it won't be at a sufficiently good level. Okay, let's leave the blended learning, but one of the kind of key divisions in our for our session today is actually this notion that a lot of potential beneficiaries from virtual mobility or virtualized mobility will be precisely those who can't afford to move. In other words, it is, we, in an ideal world, we do want them to move. We do want them to have that intercultural experience and enjoy that. But they just, there isn't the capacities or the resources to do that. How do we deal with that issue? Do we think of it in two different tiers? We set up a kind of a more favored model, and then a more sort of a model aimed at access and egalitarianism, a more global model. Vera, do you have any thoughts?
Well, first I'd like to start with the place of university. Of course,
please.
University will never die. And here I'd like to remind you, at one of the EUA conferences, one of the rectors just tried to solve the ethical questions, to set ethical question. In Middle Ages, the towns were built around the church and market. Yes, so, and where is the university? The university is between the marketplace and the church. By church, we mean ethical aspects. And you're absolutely right that virtual mobility solves this ethical question. We involve disadvantaged students, and of course, migrants and refugees are also involved, and that's ethical, that's very ethical, and as you say, egalitarian, yes, absolutely. So that means it's positive, but once again, we try to develop in our students such cognitive abilities as resilience. According to OECD, the most demanded skill for innovative jobs in the 21st century, well, are intercultural communication, interpersonal communication, and also resilience, you see. And without the elements of physical mobility, you cannot actually develop this mobility, this resilience, and interpersonal and intercultural communication as well. It's possible to an extent. So that's why I am for blended, wherein part of the curricula should be virtual and another part of the mobility should be physical. At least, well, some reduced, but now we are actually working on double degree with Samarkand University, which is Uzbekistan. And we agreed that the students can come to Moscow only for one semester, maybe for 2 months only, because they cannot afford to stay here just more time. So we're trying to find the possible ways of combining or matching, bridging the gap between the egalitarian approach, ethical approach, and between the necessity to develop most demanded skills and competences in modern world. And these are not only digital skills, as I mentioned.
I like very much your emphasis on this, and you're absolutely right in terms of employability and skill and interaction. But the question is whether, if we can't deliver that, whether we then don't. I think we agree. It is not the end of virtualized mobility. Okay, Apuv, any thoughts on some of these issues?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the chance to speak as well. Of course, to start off, would completely agree with what was just now said. There's a couple of thoughts that I was just actually thinking of as we were talking. Right now, we're talking of mobility as a one-way mobility for, for a country like India, when we talk of mobility, then most of the traffic is one way, heading from India, in my case, to Germany or wherever. And what I was wondering is, would this virtual mobility maybe be a possible solution to overcoming the problem that we face, that a lot of European, German in my case, students and faculty members find it difficult to consider India, for example, as a place from where they would want to further their academic or visit India as a place for further academic pursuits. Maybe it's because of the conditions, maybe it is because of not being able to take long leaves, whatever the concerns may be, and just set me thinking, is this maybe a possibility the other way around, that this might be actually a solution to have more interaction to start with, and maybe that interaction initially, as we say, acts as an enabler to further take it to a level of an actual physical interaction and mobility, which I think will never be replaced by anything else, but definitely as something that gives us the initial impetus. That was just something I thought maybe even my colleagues might be able to comment on.
I imagine that'll change as India continues to develop and becomes a much more serious player. I mean, it already is a serious player, but not everybody realizes it in terms of higher education, universities, learning, etc., etc. Okay, so I think we've got a good sketch here of a number of things. We're thinking that the university not only will continue, it will change. Obviously, universities have to change to continue to survive hundreds of years. We'll definitely be using digital learning and digital technology, but we are very much aware, both from feedback from students, but also from our research, that this vital connectivity, the physical connectivity, is both important in terms of culture, in terms of employability skills, and in terms of learning connectivity between professors and students. And I like all that as part of that. And we won't probably go into the kind of details of how blended learning might work. One example that we tried at Oxford a long time ago was we had these digital courses, but the professors would interact with each student once a week in the sort of classical Oxford model, which is called the tutorial, where you have sort of 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 students. So they actually interacted and asked students questions and asked them about their difficulties. And I think that is what Damiano was talking about in his initial contributions, that the professor works to make sure that the program is appropriate, and the professor works to make sure that the outcomes are satisfactory and good. Now, I want to just talk about another aspect, which is the G20 global aspect of this. I mean, we've been asked to think whether there is a particular added value, to use a phrase a number of you have used, in terms of imparting information, knowledge, ideas to do with the green, the planetary issues, the climate change issues, to do with public health issues, and to do with anti-poverty, pro-equality programs. Would you like to pick up on that? Let's go in a different order. I mean, who would like to go first on that global aspect of challenge learning? Okay, Matthias.
Yeah, because it may connect very well also to the issue raised earlier on the direction of exchange. We run since 2005 a program in global studies and have addressed these issues you just mentioned, like global challenges, to call them in a very general term. And the major lesson I learned from that is that it is wrong to assume that universities are equal. So it's in Erasmus, it's often presented as if you can go to whatever university, what is important is the cultural environment of this university. So I would go to Rome because it is Rome, and not because your university, Damiano, has particular strength then. So that's I guess a wrong assumption. What is really interesting is to make sure what are your strengths and what can you bring in such a transnational consortium. So our students go to India, our students go to China, our students go to Latin America because they learn there that there is a specific quality of teaching and addressing the issues we raise in our program in Leipzig as well, and in other places in Europe. And I guess that's very important, that you bring your strengths in such a consortium, and not that you insist on, we do the same basic courses, but we can do that virtually or in physical presence. And I guess that is not what higher education policy addresses enough. I guess it is what universities should insist on. But the general discourse is it doesn't matter where you do your studies, and that is not correct. And students know that very well. They choose a particular place because they would like to learn something from this particular professor in this particular environment and only in this particular discipline, and not because the university as a whole is a thing to go for study. And I guess we will be confronted with the fact that universities are not only unequal in that respect, but that no university is complete. Yeah, often we do as if particularly old universities, ours is 600 plus years old, have everything on board. And that is not the case. Learning about greening a society or an industry is quite different in India, and there's no specialist in Leipzig knowing about that and being able to teach it. So I have to go to India to learn about that. And I could continue with examples. And I guess we have to realize that we depend on the complementarity of our universities instead of insisting we can do everything at home. And then we send our students for mobility only to learn something about the different culture. So India is a little bit hotter than Germany is, or something like that, of that kind. Yeah.
I like that very much. So what we're talking about here is that this virtualizing mobility is opening up a special set of fresh opportunities for, we might say, North-South cooperation. We might talk also about South-South cooperation. Let's imagine that North-North cooperation is reasonably advanced and we don't need to particularly focus on that. But I'm not obviously ruling it out, it's a given.
Don't forget the East.
And okay, when we talk about North-South, we don't mean it geographically. These are conceptions, never entirely satisfactory. Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about these special additional values that virtualizing mobility offer us in terms of these public challenges I mentioned and these special interglobal corporations. Damiano, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you. And well, this is a very interesting aspect because in the past we experimented one side of mobility from the what you said, what is called the South, but South doesn't mean the physical situation or location of a university of a country, but some other aspects related to development of the high quality of teaching and research and so on and so far. And there was this one way of mobility from students as well as from a professor in order to gain high level of knowledge and make an interesting project of research. But what happens after, I can say after 2000, probably there was a different approach. So also from North University, North environment, there was this moving from the South. And because the university experimented an increasing of quality in teaching and research. And then was developed what this, in my opinion, very important integration and convergence of culture related to the cooperation South-South. That is very, very important. Nowadays, we can see if we have a look to the ranking of the university, many are get a very high position from the South environment. And this is a value added. Of course, remaining in the framework of the digital or the virtual mobility, this can help a lot in order to develop jointly project, in order to increase the level of the knowledge and increase the level of the research as well. Because as was mentioned by Matthias before, is very, very important to learn the different approach, the different thoughts about an issue. The example that you make, the climate change. How is the definition of climate change and support this in order to have a good environment in the future from Italy, in Europe, in the US, or in the South America or in Asia? Of course, as or in China or India or Japan, is different approach that there is, that coming from the experience, from the culture, from the level of different aspects of our daily life. So I think that virtual mobility can help a lot in order to understand and these different approach to foster the integration and to go in a good way that could be useful for our globe.
Thank you very much. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes left, so I want to bring in our other two colleagues on this question. Thank you, Damiano, particularly for reminding us the importance of South-South cooperation, which I think has been very important. And maybe, Apoorv, you may want to give a view from India about that aspect, because it's all too easy. You know, the Indian middle classes, all they want to do is go, in quotes, West and take courses from, you know, these kind of professors that have been ticked. So you might want to talk about that. And then Vera, I'll bring you in at the end for some general comments. One of the questions that has come up in the chat is about whether we shouldn't also be focusing on academics cooperating through the digital platforms more. We've been talking mostly about teaching. Obviously, in 1 hour, we can hardly touch the subject. Yeah. And I pushed you very hard and tried to get a range of issues for our listeners. But maybe we should also just pause and think about, you know, how we can get academics, A, to introduce international aspects into their courses. This is part of the global challenge thing, and B, to be collaborating themselves. So Apoorv, a little bit about South-South and anything else.
Right. So thanks, Paul. I'll just answer the first part of the questions related to what we also got in the chat right now. I think we're looking at mobility and looking at virtual mobility. Maybe so far we've discussed more of the relevance of this topic in terms of a classroom setting or a teaching scenario. So I think as an organization that is promoting higher education and the facilitation and the exchange of not just students but scientists as well, we're also kind of looking at virtual mobility in aspects of how it can enable the ecosystem. So we're not just, maybe if we take it across to technology, let me take this in a slightly broader sense, not restricting it just to the instruction that we're doing via an online tool, but how we're using technology to reach the students and to actually convey to them what they're looking for. Because today, the way students are gathering information, the way they're consuming information is very different than it was even 10 years back. So we have to also think of, as institutions, to have frameworks in place that enable students to get the kind of information that they need so that this mobility can actually happen, because it's not, as you say, as easy as it sounds. And now I'm coming to the example you took of a lot of students in India who are very keen to flock to some foreign destination, but it's not as easy as it sounds. You can't just pick up your bag and say, okay, fine, I'm going. There are a lot of steps involved. There are a lot of prerequisites involved, a lot of things that you really have to take care of. And that brings me to something Matthias said earlier. We should not consider that all universities are equal, right? And we should not consider that all students are equal. Some are better prepared than others, and that's a reality we have to take into account. But I do also understand that we have a responsibility towards all classes of students in the spirit of diversity and accessibility of education. We should enable them to also benefit from things. And I think that's another aspect where this mobility can come in, because from the standpoint of a funding body like mine, and again, Matthias, you mentioned earlier that a small cohort of 10 Indian students visited you, finances play a very big role. When I'm sending one student, it costs a lot of money. Doing it digitally, I think a lot of people can benefit with a slightly smaller budget. And with that, I'll just stop and give the mic back to you, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much. Sorry to rush you, but we're coming towards the end.
I understand.
Of the very interesting dialogue. Over to you, Vera. Just pick any of the themes. I know we've put a few things on the table.
Well, first, I'd like to continue with the global issues, global challenges. And in addition to climate change and greening the society, there is a great challenge regarding the artificial intelligence. And, you know, just last month we had a scandal. One of our students used GPT, you know, chat, to create his master thesis. This is a real threat. Well, and we should consider that as well. I don't want to dwell on that, but the problem of artificial intelligence, is very, very acute. And I'd like to give you an example of how we provide virtual cooperation between academics within a network project called Shanghai Lectures on Artificial Intelligence. It was initiated by Zurich University, Professor Pfeiffer, who wrote the book, How the Body Shapes the Way We Think. And then there was a network of universities from China, from the UK, from Australia, from Germany, Humboldt University. There are about 10, 15. And we do it for 10 years already, beginning more than 10, 13, beginning with 2010. And you know, academics are invited to provide lectures on the state of the art in artificial intelligence, and they cooperate between themselves and they cooperate with students. I mean, this is one of the examples of so-called transnational programs. Matthias mentioned transnational, when students and academics from all the continents, practically all the continents, are involved in this kind of virtual course, virtual mobility. I'd like to just to praise such kind of initiatives. Maybe then we can, I don't know, kill two birds with one stone. I mean, through such kind of activities, we are providing just links and connection between both academics and students. That's what I wanted to say, that maybe we need more of that. Thank you.
You want to, Vera, before you go, just say anything about the collaboration between academics through this? I mean, we've been talking about virtualizing mobility on the campus.
Yes.
Do you think, I mean, you have talked a bit about that sharing of, I mean, you think this is a critical opportunity?
Well, when we do have these transnational programs, the academics are giving lectures from all countries. They're invited speakers. You see, it's not only one speaker, it's just at each session we have about one invited speaker, and they exchange ideas not only with the students, but also with other academics who are also present, because at each university participating in such kind of program, there is a group leader, an academic, a teacher, and they're also involved in such kind of discussions, you see, which is working. I think that this is.
I mean, we might want to think, as one of the sort of legacies of our discussion, that not merely taking part in a session, but actually using this to build
Yes.
collaborations. You know, to
Absolutely.
be a little bit more professional and deepening in our relations, because a lot of us are on these programs and we share and we meet each other, but we're not actually. You know, the kind of networking that might follow is left to individuals, and it may be that we ought to be a little bit more professional on it. I'm just going to take guidance from our organizing hosts. We've come to the end of our hour. Can you advise me? Should I try and wrap up now? Deepak, are you there?
Professor, yes, this is Ahmad from IB team. If the session is correct. Yes, sure, Professor.
Okay, that's my instruction. So I'm going to just, I think we've covered a lot of very useful ground. I'm going to give a few little highlights. If they're wrong, we can correct them in the future. But right now, I'm just going to put them on the table. So I think the first thing is we believe universities as they are here to stay, though they will have to adapt and change. And by the way, you know, Leipzig is 600 years, Oxford is 800. We wouldn't have been here if we didn't adapt and change. So that's just part and parcel of the program. Secondly, we're keen on blended learning, wherever possible, blended learning, because
Yes.
we recognize that online learning alone does not meet important criteria. It doesn't provide connectivity, which the students want. Both amongst themselves, but also with their academic tutors. And it doesn't provide the kind of skills that employers seek, which Vera was emphasizing. Number three, there's a key role for professors. They have to work hard to find out the right programs and to interact with the students that are taking their courses. The success of a program, I mean, obviously there will be a minimal level of success, but to raise the levels of success requires the deliverer of the program to think hard about the process and to interact with it. Fourth, I think we see a number of special opportunities here in terms of dealing with cross-global challenges, which we've discussed, and we can add artificial intelligence to that. I think that is an emerging challenge, and that requires some degree of international awareness and relevance to be included in our courses. So there is a sort of automaticity towards being globalized rather than doing it in 2 tiers, you know, teaching our students in a sense locally and then moving up a level to the global. And we like to think that this is wide global. This is not just, this is south-south, this is north-south, this is east-west, Matthias, as you like. We want to, I think I want to also add that we're still learning. This is a new game. So we want to drill down and get to specifics. We don't want to offer, you know, off the peg stuff. We don't want to copy and repeat. We want to look at what the demand is, what the needs are, drill down. If we offer specifics that are relevant, and I think Apoorv and his team are trying to do that, we're offering specifics, then they're more attractive. They're more attractive not only in terms of numbers, but in terms of participation and attention. So there's plenty to do. The door is just opening. COVID has opened the door. I mean, we were with this for many, many years, but in a very kind of amateur, clumsy way. We're now in a professional way, but there's more work to do. So I hope that captures some of the very good ideas we've shared. Thank you all so much. Wonderful to have such a global panel. Thank you very much. And I hope the rest of the conference goes well. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pleasure and the privilege. A real
Good afternoon to listeners and viewers in India, and my greetings to my illustrious set of panelists who are joining from different time zones. I'm Mohan Kumar. I'm Dean of the Office of International Affairs at the Jindal Global University. Absolutely honored and delighted to moderate this panel with a very fine set of scholars and professors. I just wanted to begin by saying that internationalization at home, at least for the purposes of this panel, will be defined as any internationally related activity in a university, with the exception of outbound student and staff mobility. So that is the broad definition that I would like to put forward for this discussion. I just want to begin by describing the challenge. And the challenge is really that if you look at the UNESCO statistics, the latest statistics of the number of students who are in higher educational institutions the world over, it's about 235 million. And guess what? There are just a mere 6.5 million students out of those who actually avail of the opportunity to go outside of their university and study, which math has never been my strong point, but I think it's about 2.5 to 3%. And in the office at Jindal Global University, I'm proud to say we are hitting 5%, although my Vice Chancellor has read the Riot Act to me and said we should hit 10%. So my job is on the line here. But really, I just wanted to tell all of you and the listeners that this is very, very challenging. We are actually, in talking about internationalization in the classic sense, ignoring the 97% of the students or so who don't have the means to travel outside of their universities. So it is, I think, a pivotal panel as far as I'm concerned, because if you mean well for the students and their welfare, we should all be doing much more about internationalization at home. So what can we possibly accomplish with internationalization at home? I believe it is really about getting or imparting in students intercultural competence. I'm using a very broad definition. The idea is to expose the students to different cultures other than their own, to views other than their own. Therefore, it just doesn't stop with culture. You have to really be exposed to views on fundamental issues that are not your own, and therefore you develop an open-mindedness about both cultures and views. So this is what internationalization aims to accomplish, and the challenge before us, I believe, is to make sure this happens for the 96-97% of the students who simply don't have the means to really go outside and do what is known as a study abroad. So I would begin by talking about 3 or 4 things and then hand illustrious panelists. One, I think we need to have a curriculum which reflects this intercultural theme, if you like, or internationalization of the curriculum. You cannot have internationalization at home with a curriculum which reflects 19th or 20th century syllabi. So that's the first challenge I think we have. Somehow we need to include in curricula the idea that there can be different points to an issue, that there are cultural differences which are at play, and therefore that is extremely important, I think. The second is, I think we need to somehow have a systematic, holistic approach to internationalization at home, rather than a bits and pieces approach, if you like. So that's the second point I'd like to make. The third point, I think COVID was a bit of a wake-up call for all of us, but it did help us with the use of technology. And I remember we tried virtual classrooms with some of our strategic partners of Jindal Global University. I believe those can be useful for this 96-97%. I still think we could continue even post-COVID with some of those virtual classrooms where students have an opportunity, if only virtually, to try and mix with other students, hear their views, and have faculty diversity, if you like. The number of foreign students who come to your campuses, I think that is an enormous privilege, frankly, because your domestic students then get an opportunity to interact with those international students. I dare say countries in the West, particularly the United States, the UK, Canada, Australia, they are very fortunate because you have a big bunch of foreign students who are concentrated. I forgot France, which I shouldn't, since I was ambassador there. So Professor Fadi, I'm remembering Paris as well. I did my PhD from Sciences Po, and I know Sciences Po has a bunch of foreign students as well. So France certainly, but you guys are lucky. When I say you guys are lucky, I have in mind India, where I'll be honest, I'll be brutally honest, it takes a lot to get foreign students here for considerable periods of time. It's difficult. Having said that, the Jindal Global University has always been an exception. We've managed to get hundreds of students for short-term India immersion courses, which we normally get in December, January, and June and July, when our normal students aren't there. So the rooms are available. We've got a bunch of people from Australia, a bunch of people from the UK, and we make sure that at least some Indian students interact with them during that holiday period, so that is another way in which you can actually promote internationalization at home. I want to conclude by saying that in the context of G20, it just occurred to me as I was preparing for this panel, perhaps we should think of a G20 fellowship, a G20 scholarship, a G20 mobility exchange, something along the lines of what universities can do in the context of G20, because the G20 priorities are well known. I mean, India's priorities, of course, are unique, but I think the general G20 priorities in terms of climate change, in terms of inclusive economic growth, in terms of gender, these are common. It's not just India's priority. I would say it is G20 priority, including digital commerce. So I think we should try and see down the road if we cannot have a G20 specific Erasmus Plus kind of thing, which can promote internationalization both abroad and at home. So with those few words, I want to call on Professor Dr. Fadi Fadel. If you can go first, and if all of you can just confine yourself to 5 minutes or thereabouts, we will have enough time for taking questions from the audience. So once again, thank you very much for joining me from various time zones. And Professor Fadi, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Professor Mohan. I really appreciate this initiative to gather all these people coming from different international backgrounds to share our thoughts. So I am the Chancellor of the American Business School of Paris, and through this mission, I'm here to share these thoughts with you about the internationalization of the university at home. At the American Business School of Paris, not only we are lucky, but we are graced because we are welcoming 800 students coming from 70 different nationalities. 82% of our students are not French. They are internationals. I don't like the word foreigners. I do prefer the word international because they are bringing with them all their national mindset, their cultural mindset, their background, and they come here to share all the thoughts with their teammates, with the community, and our alumni network is spread all around the world. So when we say that it's about the international environment and intercultural atmosphere that we are offering to our students, it's not just a word, it's a reality. This reality makes our students very open-minded. Those who are coming from India, who are coming from the US, from Australia, from Europe, from the Middle East, from Africa, from Asia, all around the world, they are coming in order to meet other students coming from other cultures and to earn not only degrees or knowledge, but especially what you said, Professor Mohan, intercultural mindset, intercultural competence and skill. Because nowadays, when we pretend to be a business school and we are offering majors such as management, international management, international business, international marketing, international finance, and we are not, I would say, integrating the international component inside the community and in the programs. So it doesn't make sense. So when it comes together, all these people together, not only I would say it's a big luck, but it's a grace. Now there is another tough task of the faculty is to make all these people interact positively, because it's not an easy task, you know, to consider all these cultures and to make all these people work together. When they will graduate, when they will go to work all around the world, they are going to work all together from Mexico, from the US, from Russia, from India. But they will have the maturity. But in school, this maturity is, I would say, morning, and it's now getting more, I would say, conscious. That's why the role of our faculty, of our community here, is to accompany the students to earn this maturity, to work with other teammates coming from different backgrounds. Another, I would say, challenge that we have, that, you know, we have lots of study abroad and exchange programs with other sister universities all around the world. So when I tell the students, go guys, now you have to study abroad, now you have to take benefit of these agreements and to go to earn this international exposure, they tell me that, Chancellor, we are already abroad. We are already international environment. So why me, Indian, you want me to go, let's say, to Germany or to go to Denmark or to the US? Here I am meeting people and students coming from Denmark, from Germany, from the US, etc. So offering this international environment is definitely something very interesting, and it gives us more responsibility to be more and more aligned to the international standards, because having accreditations coming from Europe and from the US is definitely a big asset to ensure the students who are coming from all around the world that they are going to earn, besides this intercultural competence and skills, something very valuable, which will allow them to work worldwide. Because if they coming to France to earn this knowledge and this degree, it's because they are aiming to have international career. And this is our duty. Beside this, what we are offering in terms of atmosphere is to offer them valuable accreditations, which will make their career being well recognized worldwide. Is it okay?
Sorry, no, please go ahead. You have 1 minute more.
So this 1 minute more is, I'm really eager to increase the cooperation with JGU, and having more and more students from JGU coming all around, you know, France, and take benefit of this of these programs at the American School of Paris, and sending our students, not the Indians one, but the others one, to JGU to take benefit of what you are offering, guys, in terms of this international environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for interrupting you. You are lucky, because your institution, to me, on the face of it, appears an outlier when you say 80% of the students from all parts of the world. The only point I would make is, if a student from the UK goes and spends time in Sweden or Finland or France, as opposed to spending time in India, China, I would say the quality of intercultural competence, which we are talking about, would also be vastly superior if they made the trip to India, China, rather than, with due respect, because going in the West gives you, of course, there are differences between UK and France, no question. But I think the differences are so much more when the student takes the trouble, as you say, to come to JGU. And I'm more than happy to welcome as many students as you want, Professor Fadi. So thank you very much. I now turn to Dr. Cheryl Matherly. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Well, I'm delighted to join this panel and be part of this discussion. So I'm Cheryl Matherly. I'm the Vice President and Vice Provost for International Affairs at Lehigh University, which is located in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, in the United States. And by context, I won't say much about my institution, but I will note that we are a medium-sized private university in the Northeast of the United States. And I add that because that does have some relevance sort of for the perspective that I bring to the topic. I'd like to provide some perspective from the United States about how this issue looks from both my own institution perspective, but from the U.S. higher education system. And I appreciate, Professor Kumar, what you said at the beginning about the number of students who are mobile outside of their home country. So of course, the United States receives the largest number of students coming to study outside their home country. We have roughly 1 million international students that study in the United States. At my university, we have roughly 1,200 international students. But at the same time, the number of U.S. students who go and participate in mobility programs themselves remains very small. That number is roughly 1 to 2% of U.S. college students participate in some kind of mobility scheme. And so much of the discussion in the United States sort of centers from that perspective that if we assume that global learning happens only through mobility, then a significant number of our students don't get that experience. They don't do that. And at the same time, while our international students and our international scholars, 1 in 3 of our faculty at Lehigh have gotten an international degree, that becomes a very rich resource for the university, but without a kind of intentionality, that is an untapped resource, and you end up having large pools of domestic students sitting alongside your international students without really benefit of that kind of learning. And I think from the US perspective, several of the issues that are shaping the way we think about this discussion about internationalization at home had roots in issues that were certainly predated the pandemic, but have been accelerated by issues that we've been dealing with in the last several years of that. And so one of those clearly is the expansion of virtual learning. And so for many institutions, I think the common thing we know around the world is just the fact that through the pandemic to realize what we could or couldn't do through virtual learning completely changed the landscape, I think, in some really important ways. And for example, at my institution, probably the most significant shift was not just the creation, but also I might even add the acceptance of virtual internships, which suddenly created new opportunities for students to engage with learning by remaining there on campus. I think the second issue that has become extremely important in U.S. higher education is this issue of access. In other words, who gets access to these programs by virtue of their degree, by virtue of their socioeconomic status, by virtue of their own background and comfort level with engaging with international travel. And so as we look at, again, the diversity of students who come to U.S. higher education, a major theme we look at then is ensuring that if we say that global learning is an important part of the U.S. higher education experience, then how do we ensure that that's something that's available to all students, not just a small group of privileged students who have the ability or the money to be able to travel or that experience? And that's certainly true in my institution. As you look at the diversity of the U.S. higher education system, and you look at other systems, such as, say, the 2-year community college system, is a major topic because those are students who very often don't participate for a lot of reasons. I think a third issue, again, one that was certainly present prior to the pandemic, is this issue of climate and sustainability of travel. A lot of U.S. travel abroad tends to be short programs. And again, prior to the pandemic, there was a lot of discussion about about the climate impact, carbon footprint of the number of students participating in those short programs. And I don't think at this point as the discussion sort of shakes itself out, not that we're going to pull back and say we don't think that mobility is important, but rather to say, is it the only way to do this? And are there other ways that create avenues for those kind of experiences to happen? I think then the final piece that's driving the discussion from the US side is in some ways a kind of just more existential question of what's the purpose of going to university? What is it that we expect students to get, especially given the price tag for most of the institutions? And I think this is a question that gets then embedded in one of certainly around global learning, but really the kind of readiness to tackle and engage with big global questions and to deal with difference. And a lot of times our discussions here become grounded in these become experiences that help students learn to deal with very complex issues and dealing with this with people who understand or define problems differently than them. And that becoming the kind of skill that we expect someone to leave university with. That then is reflected in the kinds of ways that we approach internationalization at home, which certainly is through virtual or virtual learning, so COIL classes, virtual exchanges I mentioned, trying to do more with engaging with the diversity on our own campuses. I'm certainly going to talk a little bit more about that in later discussion. But also I would add the third is then with diversity within our own communities. I think another of the resources for many U.S. institutions is that we're all located in incredibly rich, diverse communities themselves. You know, my community where Lehigh is located we're located in a neighborhood that has a large number of immigrants from the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, from other parts of Central America. The Lehigh Valley, where we are, the larger area we're located, has one of the largest Syrian immigrant communities in the United States, along with a large Kenyan diaspora. So these become, we have a large Ukrainian community here. And so how do we also look at this in terms of how students see these kind of global, local issues and engage here look at this within our own communities as part of the kind of learning with that. So those are a few just contexting thoughts about how this looks from the perspective of the United States and some of the issues that are driving the way that we're thinking about it generally and in particular here at Lehigh.
Thank you so much. And I recognize now that each university, each higher education institution is really, its narrative is going to be dependent on where you're located, as you rightly said, the kind of ecosystem you have, the immigrant communities you have. Would you say, Dr. Matherly, that your institution, Lehigh, has gone back to pre-pandemic levels in terms of student enrollment and foreign students coming and studying there?
We have, and I'd say that, so one of the things that we've seen, and I think this is fairly true across a lot of the U.S. institutions, is that our numbers, our enrollments and our patterns look very much like pre-pandemic levels. And so our numbers of, especially our international student enrollments and such. But I think that, and especially I think important for this discussion, is that I think what has shifted is an understanding of what's possible in terms of how we engage more broadly of that. And certain things that I'm seeing that we do now were things that simply would not have been possible because I think some of not because we couldn't have done it, but because there was I would say, a skepticism of the value of that. And so and again, I'll allude to it and save it later for more discussion with others. But what we're doing now, say with COIL, would not have happened pre-pandemic because I'm not sure that our faculty or our students would have really accepted it in the way now that there is this understanding of what can happen, even in a format just like what we're participating in here, you know, that this is more accepted on that. And I think there's parts where we have rolled back to pre-pandemic, and I won't lie, we have also more students who are back interested in travel programs, but we're also seeing sort of more interest and more acceptance of this kind of expanded type of opportunities of where I think internationalization at home are not seen as an extra, but is seen as something much more accepted and normal as we come into a post-pandemic period.
Thank you very much. And indeed, you're right. This is the third edition of the World University Summit that the Jindal Global University is organizing. Obviously, it was born out of the pandemic and so on, but we now find it so useful to use this instrument of technology to get so many of you, which would be otherwise, frankly, impossible. We are looking at hundreds and hundreds of scholars who are participating in this 5-day World University Summit. So you're quite right. I turn to Professor Dr. Angelia Wilson, University of Manchester. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. And thank you to JGU for holding this event. I want to pick up on some of the themes that we've already been discussing. Most of all, I want to focus on the different routes into internationalization. I'm the Associate Dean for Internationalization at the University of Manchester. Manchester University has about 45,000 students, and about 60% of those international students, and about 50% of our staff are international staff. So on the one hand, we have a route of internationalization that has been very traditional, of students going and coming, toing and froing back and forth in terms of exchanges. But on the other hand, I want to note two other ways in which internationalization plays a part in our understanding of education. I think it's important to note that many of those in the West, but I would argue the UK in particular, has had a huge role in defining what education is. And that aspect of our colonialism has to be acknowledged. And one of the ways in which internationalization is now being integrated into our curriculum is to think about decolonizing the curriculum and listening to authentic voices from other places. Secondly, I want to note one of the programs that we have working on, that we're doing here at the University of Manchester, which is about trying to bring other expertise into the classroom. So this is another route into making sure that our students get an international experience, and that is bringing almost takes the decolonization of the curriculum to another step, which is to bring those international scholars into our classrooms. So our Global Classrooms Initiative works on different kinds of level, a kind of low, medium, and high touch level. At a low level, that could be simply me using a recorded lecture that I use in my classroom and sharing that with a colleague elsewhere around the world, and somewhere around one of our partners who also has expertise in that area, sharing their lecture with me, and our students get to listen to those. Another kind of low level activity may be holding student discussion boards together, so that if students who are working on particular issues or particular projects can be engaged in having conversations virtually. Of course, there are other levels of that integration, which could be and are joint MA and postgraduate taught courses and joint postgraduate research courses. So there is something at every level, and I'm going to come back to the reasons for that in just a moment. But there are ways in which both students and staff can engage in the global classroom at every level. I do think it's important that we don't let go of the good things that unfortunately COVID has given us, but that is, as my colleague mentioned, the huge leaps and bounds in IT that have made global classrooms possible. But I would say, more importantly, the cultural shift. Academics can be a bit slow to take on new things, and the fact that COVID has taught us all to use Zoom and to step out of our comfort zones, and has made large institutions realize the importance of IT systems and the possibility of being flexible around those IT systems has been a huge important factor in moving us all toward virtual education, virtual learning, and the global classrooms. We talked a little bit about why this is important. Yes, of course, student exchanges where students leave and go to another university will continue to be important, but there are so many students, not just because socioeconomic reasons, who can't go and participate in other countries. I don't know about other institutions, but many institutions here in the UK, especially as an outcome of COVID, have noticed the rise in mental health problems amongst students and issues of isolation. And for those students who, for whatever reason, maybe carrying responsibilities, aren't able to go and make that trip abroad, this gives them a way in which to access international expertise and become international scholars without necessarily taking some of the risk or concerns that they may have. I just want to mention 2 or 3 other things before I stop. One of those is the cost of the global classroom. And yes, there is some sort of IT cost, but I think that's been a gift from the last few years, is that those costs have been borne by the university itself. The second cost is around professional services, because all of these kinds of endeavors bear a cost to our professional services and our IT staff, as well as those other staff that are making these things possible. And on that note, I want to thank JGU's administrative staff for running such a smooth event, because we all know the kinds of things that go on behind the scenes at an institution. And there is a cost there, and there's a cost to the institution to make sure that those professional services are appropriately rewarded and given the support that they need. In terms of benefits of the global classroom, those ones that we've already mentioned, but I think importantly for my own classroom, where I've brought in expertise from around the world, the students' comments, and this is the thing that I think, we can think what we're doing is great, but I like to hear from the students about why they think it's great. And what they like is the authentic voice. So I can tell them something that, a person in India might think this, or a person in America might think this, or a person in Australia might think that. But when they hear it from an expert in the global classroom, somehow they believe it a lot more than if I'm just telling them myself in a lecture. So I think getting those authentic voices into the classroom and sustainability have been the two benefits that we've seen, two most important. I'll talk about leveraging external stakeholders in a moment, maybe in questions, but there's two other things that I want to mention. One has been about, one is about lessons and that we've learned in this process. The first is about the importance of memos of understanding, relationships between institutions that actually mean something. My approach to this role has been about building relationships. I don't want pieces of paper. I want long-term relationships. I don't want Facebook friends. I want actual friends. I want people that we meet, that we have continual conversation with. And that may be across the university, or it may be with a few departments or a few disciplines. In every institution, we have first responders, first adopters. We have case studies. Some of these initiatives have to have a kind of soft launch in order to get people on board. But that nevertheless, those partnerships and relationships need to be emotionally intelligent, and they need to be integrated, not just pieces of paper. And the last thing that I want to note is about why universities do this. We've mentioned all sorts of reasons, and one of the reasons may be rankings, that institutions think that, oh, well, this in some way will bring us up the rankings. This in some way will help our reputation. And undoubtedly it will. We work for a business in many ways, and they want to do better and be better and their reputation to increase. But I can honestly say the argument that has won the most support and won the most advocates over to the global classroom for the University of Manchester has been to talk about student experience and the importance of encouraging colleagues to think about the students first and their experience and their need to become international scholars. I'm going to leave that there and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much. You're quite right. I think institutions, the relevance, the reputation, all of it is so important. We call ourselves the Jindal Global University, so we'd like to believe the globalization, internationalization, whatever you want to call it, is very much part of our DNA. But it also means that students join the university, at least this university, with a certain level of expectations, and that has to be met. And that is one of the challenges, frankly. We have a big university now, not very big by Indian standards or even global standards, but 10,000 odd residential students. And to meet their expectations is really a challenge. Thank you very much. I now turn to Ms. Lilia, Head of International Relations Department of the Financial University of the Russian Federation. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. First of all, I also would like to say that I'm very honored to participate in this World University Summit. And thank you. I thank Jindal Global University for this opportunity. I thank my colleagues, Professor Fadi, Professor Maverly, and Professor Wilson for sharing their thoughts. On the other hand, to be honest, it's very difficult now to add something absolutely new, but I will try to share the experience of our university. The Financial University in Moscow is a university with 100 years of history, And 80 years from this history, we are open for international students. So I do believe that we have some experience how to organize the comfortable, effective learning for international students and create the internationalization at home strategy. I have to say that internationalization always was, now is, and will be the important focus of our university. We live in very changing world, in very unpredictable world. And what we see in our university, that giving the international competence for our students becomes crucially important, because it's very important for our students to become a specialist, that they can make their own decisions, that they will better understand the people from different cultures, from different countries. I think we all understand how it's very important right now. Currently, we have more than 2,000 international students from more than 90 countries, and we need to manage this diversity. And we try to make it from the first day when these international students come in our university. So we put a lot of attention to their adaptation. So to make it international teams, international bodies that supports international students when they become students of financial university. Starting from the dormitories, we really motivate our students to not to live with the students with the same culture, with the same country, because it's very important for them to meet more people, to make more friends, like Professor Wilson already said. It's very important to have students from everywhere. And, you know, it's not easy. Sometimes students don't agree. They say, no, we are coming, for example, from Vietnam, and we want to live with our friends from Vietnam. It's more comfortable, it's nice, it's pleasant. And but we have a lot of activities to help them to adapt to students from different cultures and to feel themselves comfortable. Of course, the international curriculum is very important, and we have now a lot of courses with a special focus on, for example, economics or finance or what different field of study of Europe, Asia, Latin America, and students can choose the specific focus, the specific subjects that match their interest. And what we see right now, that the students are really motivated to explore the world. They really would like to know more about different regions, different countries. They want to study different languages. I remember myself being a head of international department like 10 years ago, and everybody, I mean, Russian students were wanted to study only English. Yeah, now it's kind of compulsory competence. Everybody already have, they study English starting from schools, but now they would like to study Korean language, Chinese, Vietnam, some very rare African languages even. And what we do, we create special institute that helps students to find possibilities to explore different cultures, study languages, and make their own opinion about cultures and international diversity. I completely agree that 2 years of lockdown caused by COVID brought new perspective in our internationalization strategy. We moved many of our activities online. And in the beginning, it was really struggling how we can organize international activities online, because it was rather difficult to help students to feel, to communicate in different languages, to meet each other, to become virtual friends, but we have to. I also would prefer to have like personal communications. I would like face-to-face study more than online, but that's for me. But what we've seen, that the students, they are more adapted to technologies than us. That's completely true. They feel themselves very comfortable. They don't see this how to say, screen barrier. And we organized many projects in the format of COIL, Collaborative Online Interactive Learning, with students from different countries. And you see, they're like fishes in the ocean. They feel themselves very comfortable with new technologies. And now when the borders are open and when we don't have the limitations of the lockdown period, we see that some students prefer to stay, to continue their online experience in the international perspective. And that, of course, forces us to organize such projects, some new initiative for the students. So now we organize many activities, both online and offline for our students. What else I would like to say? That one more time, it's very important for us that our students and international students, Russian students, develop their international competencies. And we have a lot of minors in the field of international communication, intercultural communication. And we see that the students understand the value of that. We see that the percentage of students that choose that minors, that subjects, is increasing rapidly. So we put more and more attention to meet this demand from the student side. I think that's the experience of Financial University, and I will be happy with my colleagues to answer the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lilia. So we have two questions, and I'm afraid we have only time for two questions. I will pose the first question and request you to answer the question in 2 minutes, please. That way we can handle both questions, and I will have a minute or two to attempt a summary, although I'm not sure I can do that, but I'll try. So if you can begin with Professor Fadi Fadel, the question is, what role do you believe universities can play in promoting global citizenship and fostering intercultural dialogue? You are on mute, Fadi.
The role that the universities would play in promoting these values is to offer, on one hand, programs in connection, with these values. It's not only about hard skills, it's about soft skills. And I do guess that my colleagues, they have already this component in their programs, and having faculty not only dedicated to have this technical knowledge, but also trained and bringing their experience and their knowledge and their soft skills to these programs. I think this is what would be appropriate in terms of promoting these values in our universities.
Thank you very much. Dr. Matherly?
And I'll just start with saying that in context to this, that what we see as the purpose of our international education agenda, our goals for global learning at Lehigh, specifically deal with that part of our role is to be having students understand their place in the world and that sense of responsibility to self and others. And in our position statement, Dan, it deals with this. I'm going to add one other way of thinking, because I agree with what Fadel was saying about the soft skills and that kind of embedded idea of global competency and this. And it's an idea that I'm just sort of beginning to play with. In another context, I was asked to respond to some questions about impact of AI on internationalization and AI on universities. And what we know is where the threat seems to come into and the concerns in higher education are all the functions that can be replaced with AI. In some ways, the data analysis, problem set solving, those, even to some extent, the writing in its side. But one of the things that we know is not the place that can be replaced, deal with more of those kind of sets of uniquely human skills, of the empathy understanding of culture and difference, and that. And one of the things that I've been sort of thinking about in this context is that it speaks even more to the importance of where international global learning, global citizenship sits, that in a place where we know that certain skills have potential to be done elsewhere, and that this is one of the competencies that we need that is unique to the human experience to this. And I think that it speaks then more to the role of, again, of where at a time where this idea of kind of global learning / global citizenship and intercultural understanding sits.
Thank you. Professor Angelia Wilson.
Just very quickly, two things. First of all, when I'm talking with my students, when I'm giving them feedback, I often say, okay, you have knowledge, but you don't have understanding. So they can repeat back to me certain things, but they don't necessarily understand it. And so I think that the internationalization bridges that gap and not only gives students knowledge about something or another culture, but they give them understanding, a deeper understanding of others, of that culture and that empathy. And the second thing that I would point out is in our polarized world, this internationalization is incredibly important because it does bridge that space between us and other. And it is probably the one thing that we can teach, whether it's citizenship or valuing other cultures. Those things may or may not come, but the internationalization is the one thing that can bridge that polarized world between the us and the other and teach that level of understanding that we need.
Thank you. There is another question on precisely that point, but I'll come to it later. Ms. Lilia, on this first question.
Thank you very much. I believe that the role of university is provide the meaning of global citizenship. We should try to present to students its value, its perspective, its trends. And the second thing, I think it's important for the university to help to make first steps in this road, because sometimes the idea to explore the world seems very interesting, but also challenging. And not all the students know how to start this journey. And the role of university to help them to make first steps, to give them understanding and to support, sometimes financially, sometimes psychologically, sometimes culturally, sometimes academically. So different students need different kind of support, and we need to provide different kind of support for the students to make the first step towards global citizenship.
Thank you. So there is tremendous interest from the audience. So I'm going to ask you what is known as a double header. So two questions, and they're not related to each other, obviously, but I think for saving time, I'll ask two questions, and if all of you can spend some time, 1 or 2 minutes answering. So one is an interesting question, mildly critical of all of us in a way. They're saying that here you guys are sitting and talking about intercultural competence and internationalization at home, while we see bigotry on the rise, hate speech on the rise. So what can universities do through internationalization at home to tackle this? That's the question number one. The question number two is interesting. Can international internships, especially now with remote internships, possible? So internships, remote internships, can they become a pivotal element of internationalization at home? So to recapitulate, the first question is on bigotry and hate speech and how internationalization at home can help. The second is remote internships, because that can also help the 95%, as I said, of students who don't have the means to travel. But those are the two questions. Fadi, you have the first mover disadvantage, so may I turn to you?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mohan. So let me start with the internships. Yes, it's possible to have international internships, and indeed for international students, when they are in France, anyway, it will be international. And it's possible to have either international internships through the portfolio or the identity of the company where they are doing the internship, even if it's in their home country, or through the mission that they are going to do. And yes, indeed, the remote internship is definitely very possible and well implemented in the programs. Now, regarding how universities face the hate speeches, etc., I think that when it comes to promote and to implement this international atmosphere, intercultural mindset and competence in our universities, it's very clear that students who don't like this international atmosphere, they will not feel comfortable. And it happened that we had few students coming from other European countries. They don't feel comfortable with this international atmosphere. So, by themselves, they will say that, yeah, either the academic system, which is very American, or this environment is too much for us, so we cannot feel comfortable. But this doesn't mean that the university should question itself about what it's offering. So we should maintain our message that here is international hub where we will gather people to evolve and to earn the maturity more by more, and especially when they are accompanied and well coached by the faculty and the administration.
Thank you. Dr. Madhuli?
Okay, well, I'm going to follow suit and deal with the easier question first, of internship. I actually am a big believer that there's a space for virtual internship. And I see that they do two different things. I think on one hand, I think sometimes it can create opportunities for students to engage in internships with places or projects that might otherwise be more difficult because of time, difference, cost, all those things that we've talked about. We've done a virtual internship with some Kenyan partners that just has been very successful for all those reasons, of just more the complexity of actually making physical mobility happen. So it's been easier to do it virtual on that. But the other is that I think in some ways it also mimics what's really happening in the workplace. We've had a very successful set of internships we've done with startups, and so many startups already, and this is their mode of operation. So to have it be virtual isn't really anything different, and to some extent, it's actually part of the work skill that a student gets, because that's the way that sector works there. And so I think it can really expand opportunities. So big believer to that. To the second question, I think that it's the conundrum that we're dealing with, but it speaks even more for the importance of this particular work at a time. And I'm going to again speak from a U.S. perspective, at a time when there is still a significant very much a kind of populism in the country, kind of a nationalism of questioning kind of an international engagement generally on things, that I think that that for many students, when they come to university, it's their first opportunity to really deal in a very, very, very personal way with difference. And I think that how we then go about helping students learn to interact and be effective in that, and to work with people who are different than themselves, be it in our case domestic diversity, or with students from other places, other cultures, that because they're on our campus or we are dealing with them virtual. Just it's because of this kind of other pressures that makes that work so absolutely essential for what we do.
Thank you. Professor Angelia Wilson.
Again, I'll take the second one first. Yes, internships, virtual internships are not only possible, but our students are benefiting from those, getting research jobs with NGOs around the world, but they're able to stay at home and those sorts of things. And one of the groups that has been particularly, external stakeholders that have been particularly supportive of that have been our alumni. So I think that's a really good place to start when we're talking about the importance of internationalization and the importance of internships. On the second question, I think social science research tells us that when you have someone in your family who is different, when you have someone in your social circle who is different, it's much more likely that you will be understanding of difference. And so whether if somebody in your family marries somebody who is of a different race or a different sexuality or a different religion or whatever it may be, that it's much more likely that you think, oh, well, they're just my family. And then it causes you to question that space between us and other, because you can't kind of keep them out of the circle. And so social science research says knowing about other people helps us bridge that gap of polarization. And the last thing I'll say on that is to present a concept that I personally think every student should be taught. And it's a word that every student should be taught, and that is diaphobia. And it is the fear of learning from other people.
Can you repeat it, Professor Angelia Wilson?
Diaphobia. Diaphobia, the fear of learning something from someone else. And I think universities have to really resist the pressure that learning from the other, therefore somehow makes us, to use quotation marks, liberal. That in fact, it is our mission to overcome diaphobia, that we all need to learn a little bit more from each other.
Thank you. I found that most interesting. Thank you. Professor Lilia?
I'm also will start from the second question. Yeah, for us, the international internship also not only possible, but we implement several projects of international internship, especially during the lockdown period. We propose our students to make international online startups. So they create special international teams. They work in the online format, and they create special startups and then present to the companies, and the companies work as customers in this regard. And we see that in this experience, all parties were happy, the students, the company, and we understood that we have to continue that way. And now many students, they prefer to make virtual or remote internship. The Russian Federation is quite a big country, and many students come from different regions, and sometimes they prefer to come back after the university in their regions, and that's why they take internship in their home cities. But it's a long distance, and so we see that the remote format of internship is suitable for both for companies and for students. So we have some kind of win-win situation. Coming to the first question, I also absolutely agree that our mission, as Professor Wilson said, is to help students to learn from others, to learn from different cultures. Even when I come to students as a professor, I say then I remember myself being a student, and for us, all knowledge that we've got, we received from professors. So, and was professors giving knowledge to students. Now it's changing. I also learn from my students. Some of them start to work, some of them from different regions, from different cultures. And in the beginning, I usually say we will learn from each other. So I help them from my personal perspective to say that we all now learn. World is changing rapidly. World is full of diversity, different kind of diversity, and it's very important to understand each other and to learn from each other. And yeah, I think it works, and I believe it's indeed our mission to continue that way.
Thank you very much. I really want to thank all of you for participating in it so wholeheartedly and giving it all. I think a number of interesting points have been made. It'll take me another half an hour to summarize, so I won't do that. But I do believe I can make a couple of points with your permission. Number one, I think it is important to remember the 95-97% of the students. I sometimes think we focus so much on internationalization and student mobility and MOUs to be signed that we sometimes, miss the wood for the trees, as they say. So that's the first point. The second point is both the curriculum and the faculty and the students are important, all three. And the way they interact with each other will what make internationalization at home successful. You need a good curriculum, You need diversity in the faculty. At JGU, we are particularly lucky. 46 countries represented in the faculty, more than 50% positions, leadership positions are women. So, and more than 50% of the students are girls. So I think those kind of things are extremely important. And I think the last point on hate speech and on bigotry, and I've learned a new word we've all learned a new word thanks to Professor Angelia Wilson, diaphobia. I'll go to ChatGPT-4 and check it out. But really, I think the important role that universities play cannot be overemphasized. Once again, thank you very much. And I really wish you a wonderful remaining part of the day wherever you are. Thank you.
do with this in chat? How do I get rid of this? Blocking the screen.
Yes, you're here, Professor Marx.
All right, very good. Shall we start?
Yes, we can.
It's a great pleasure for me and an honor to welcome you to this session on responsible research, harnessing knowledge, resources for creating tangible social impact. Now, those are pretty loaded words, so we're going to try to unpack that and allow our distinguished panelists, 6 individuals, outstanding individuals, to share with us their experience from their various diverse university settings. I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers for pulling this together as part of the Universities of the Future, Building Institutional Resilience, Social Responsibility, and Community Impact in G20 countries, which is the theme of this summit. The theme of our session is responsible research, as I said, harnessing knowledge resources for creating tangible social impact. As you reflect on the meaning of this theme, the first question that I think might come to mind is, what do we mean by positive social impact? If you're teaching in the field of business and so on, the positive social impact, of course, is successful business enterprises. So what is positive impact? It can be profitability. In other settings, positive social impact can mean overcoming social inequalities and achieving social justice. So there's a variety of meanings that can be given to the concept of positive social impact, and we're going to hear from our panelists on how they interpret that in their relevant setting. Second topic that we're focusing on and dealing with responsible research is, of course, what comes to mind first off for researchers, which is meeting ethical and legal standards for responsible research, meeting the requirements if you're doing human subjects research of an IRB, so that you are complying with the legal and ethical requirements of doing research. And part of that is, of course, transparency and integrity and accountability. And I would like to take the liberty of drawing your attention to a document that was adopted in a conference similar to this one on world-class universities. It wasn't the G20 at that time, it was BRICS and emerging economies. And we drafted at that point a set of principles on what we felt back in 2015 constituted the essential elements of a world-class university emerging from the BRICS countries and from emerging economies. And on this first principle that I'm talking about of ethical and legal standards, the principle 3 articulated that research should adhere to the highest research standards and have to meet the special challenge to promote and produce the highest quality research at the various levels of education. It is essential that all who engage in such research adhere to the highest standard of academic honesty and integrity, in particular, that they ensure that all ideas, data, findings, reasoning, conclusions, and recommendations that are not original are be properly attributed and should not interfere. Governments should not interfere with the autonomy and academic freedom of higher educational institutions. So those are some of the previous attempts to address this issue that we will be addressing on this panel. Then the panel will turn to the question of research findings. What is the purpose of harnessing knowledge? What do we mean by that? How do you translate research into social impact? I think that is obviously a way of understanding responsible research. What is done with it? What is the impact? What is the intended impact? What are the unintended impacts that we need to be attentive to? And how do we make this research accessible and understandable? We all have our stories about the number of highly qualified researchers who produce a wonderful paper that is read by the 10 of us who work in that same field and by nobody else. So how do we make it accessible and understandable? And then this relates also to the way that research questions are formulated. What do we want to study? That should be probably at the beginning of this reflection. But what are the ethical impacts of the way we determine, and what are the factors that determine our research questions? Is it the funders that's going to tell us what to do? Is it what is likely to produce economic impacts that we're interested in? Or are there other understandings of the social impact? So with those few words, I would like now to invite our panelists to introduce the theme as they see it. And I'm sure each one will do a much better job than I did in introducing it. So what I would like to do now is to invite our panelists one at a time to provide some introductory remarks and observations. And I will take the panelists in the order in which they appear in the program. Our first speaker will be Professor Agnes Nairn, who is the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Global Engagement and Chair of Marketing at the School of Management at the University of Bristol. Her field is that of ethics and regulation of marketing to children and vulnerable people. She's done amazing projects with the private sector, including Unilever and Coca-Cola, with the public sector, including UNICEF and the UN, the Brazilian Justice Ministry, and so on. So I am very much looking forward to Agnes's introductory remarks, and I'm pleased to give you the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Stephen. And it's wonderful to be at this event. I thank you very much for the invitation. I've very much enjoyed visiting your campus a couple of times, and I extend my invitation for you to visit Bristol as soon as you can. I'm delighted to be part of this panel because it's very, very close to my heart and has been, I think, for all my research career. It's also the core of the research that we do at the University of Bristol, which is located in the west of England, for those who don't know Bristol. Responsible research is the title, research that harnesses the right resources to create social impact that can be felt and touched and seen. I mean, there is a place for blue sky research, of course, so exploring ideas and experiments and hunches without really knowing what practical use there be. And I think at universities, we do also always have to leave a space for the chance to discover penicillin or Velcro or ChatGPT. But on the other hand, there are so many pressing challenges in the world, from climate change to social justice and loneliness. I think we do have to devote a lot of our research time to deliberately engaging in research for impact. So to me, there's two parts to this statement: harnessing the right knowledge resources on the one hand, and creating tangible social impact on the other. So for me, there's two aspects to the right knowledge resources. And I think the first is that these knowledge resources are to be found amongst the population on whom the impact's going to be made. So I'm the co-director of the Bristol Hub for Gambling Harms Research. So our research questions are co-created with people who have lived experience of gambling harms. So we work with the footballer Peter Shilton, who suffered from terrible gambling addiction, and we work with the support groups that he's set up. If we're working with the Global South, we try to ensure that the research and questions are led by the country where we're going to have the impact, and that we use the knowledge frameworks, the epistemologies, even the languages from the cultures where we're researching. And we try to make sure we don't simply extract data from the global south, snatch it away, process it in Bristol and turn it into papers where Bristol academics are the lead authors. We want to turn that on its head, and we want researchers in country to be the principal investigators of grants and the lead authors on papers. And we think that is one definition of responsible or equitable organization of these research resources. I think the second part of the right knowledge resources is applying methods and frameworks and theories from a range of disciplines. It's pretty rare that a single lens from a single discipline is going to illuminate a whole answer. So our Bristol Digital Futures Institute, for example, is very deliberately run by an engineer and a sociologist. And that makes sure that the future of robotics and AI and algorithms also includes a social context. I mean, there's no point in having a robot for company if they don't have a sense of humor, for example. So that's my sort of two takes on the knowledge resource part. Then there's the creating the tangible impact part. Well, I think if we do co-produce our research from the outset with those who have lived experience or embedded in the country and culture we're investigating, then we've gone quite a long way to making that tangible impact more likely, because we have a sense check as we go along. But I think the other thing we need to understand is the ecosystem of the research. So if I take research that we've done, including in India, on age-related macular degeneration, which is a major worldwide cause of blindness, then the tangible impact is going to be cost-related, because the drugs and the treatment have to be a low cost if they're going to affect millions of people. So we did work with the WHO, the Drug Controller of India, and the Indian Ministry of Health and Welfare to ensure that we could create an off-label treatment that was legally sanctioned and would put less of a financial burden on patients and blindness. Then I suppose the other part of the creating tangible impact, I'm a professor of marketing, as you said, so of course I strongly believe that creating the tangible impact is about communicating with the right people in the right way. In Bristol, we've got a unit called Policy Bristol that exists to turn our research into a policy brief so that we can frame our research in the way that's most useful to policymakers. And of course, we make maximum use of our marketing team and our social media to influence the right stakeholders in the right ecosystem, whether that's a government or a regulator or a whole network. So, for example, we did some work on mapping global flood risks, and that's been used by online tech companies and insurance firms, supply chain managers, financial authorities, and others. So I think in conclusion, the right knowledge resources are co-created with those who are going to have the impact made on them, and they're interdisciplinary. And the tangible impact is created by co-creation, by understanding the network of influential stakeholders and using your marketing power to communicate in a relevant and effective manner. So that's my starter for 10. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The right knowledge resources was exactly where we wanted to begin. Your research on dealing with issues of blindness and gambling addiction and so on opens our minds to reflecting on the diversity of research challenges and dealing with robots and tangible impact ecosystem of research. What a wonderful way to begin. And I'd now like to give the floor to Sir Anton Muscatelli. Sir Anton is the principal and vice chancellor of the University of Glasgow and is an economist by training. He was chair of the prestigious Russell Group of UK researchers and many other qualifications that give us great pleasure in asking him to make his 5 minutes of introductory remarks on the theme of this paper. Sir Anton, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this distinguished panel. It's a real pleasure, actually, to be a guest of JGU. I had the pleasure of being with your founding vice chancellor at the Times Higher Education conference in New York when we were talking about shaping the trajectory of merit for institutions. And to my mind, that's central to what we're discussing here, is how we harness these resources to have the best impact for the communities that we serve. So in a sense, I'm actually picking up very much on similar topics as Agnes. If I think of my university, in a sense, what we do is actually set out in our founding statutes. Glasgow is, as you mentioned, one of the Russell Group universities, one of the big civic universities in the UK, but actually we're also an ancient university. We were founded 572 years ago. And if you look at our founding document, which was at that stage a founding document by the church which established Glasgow, it talks about the reason for us existing is for the benefit of our local community and what we are going to do in terms of the seeds of knowledge that come from the university and how that impacts on that. So let me pick up on that. And I think, as Agnes said, and it's really important, you can't do everything top down and simply driven by the applications of research. For a university like ours to be effective in this field, harnessing those resources require us to to really harness that bottom-up effort, which is often around basic research. And pleased to say that we are obviously very strong at that, but increasingly, we're trying to see how, as universities, as anchor institutions rooted locally, we can have a really genuine impact on our local community, as well as serving, of course, our global community. And let me give you a couple of examples of that. One of the big issues for us, we're a big biomedical university, health and well-being. Our health and well-being researchers are working very much with our local NHS. Glasgow, as a post-industrial city, suffers very much from many of the sort of chronic diseases that have come from that history. And increasingly, what we're trying to do is harness techniques such as precision medicine to try and look at chronic disease, multimorbidity, working with the NHS. And just last week, I had the pleasure to sign a strategic alliance with GE Healthcare to look at ways in which we can use medtech and precision medicine to actually improve things locally. But I don't think the local and global are at all in tension here. I mean, we are very much committed to doing our very best for all our global community. And to give you one example there, I mean, over the last few years, and despite the disruption of COVID, we established a joint healthcare program with Malawi. Glasgow, Scotland and Malawi have a historic partnership which has lasted over many, many years. And we've been looking at the ways in which we can help them deal with issues of chronic disease in sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, around diabetes, around cancer, cardiovascular disease, which are very common. They have different manifestations, but actually we can learn a lot from each other. So, and these are partnerships based on equity. It's very much about building up capacity, building up human capital in our lab there with local scientists to ensure that it is of mutual benefit. So these are just a couple of examples of how we try to do things locally and globally. The other thing which I think in terms of harnessing our resources, which matters, is what our community tells us in the sense of our students. From my own institution's perspective, in 2019, we were one of the first UK universities to declare a climate emergency, very much pressed by our student body that feels very strongly about what is happening around climate change. And in 2020, we launched a cross-disciplinary Centre for Sustainable Solutions, and we published our own Glasgow Green Strategy for achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. Now, that wasn't our original objective. Our original objective was to do this on a longer timescale, but it was our students who pressed us to move quicker and at pace, and we accepted that we needed to do that. And as part of this, last year, we launched the Gallant Project, which is a partnership project with Glasgow City Council to use our city as a test bed for sustainable solutions, looking at areas like halting biodiversity loss, addressing flood risk, regenerating derelict and polluted land, and sustainable energy systems, active travel, inclusive mobility. And we received about £10 million from UKRI to support this living lab. But for us, it's also about collaboration. And let me end on that because it's really, really important. Increasingly, we are directing a lot of the research and knowledge exchange that we do around the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I spoke about this at the Times Higher Education Summit with your Vice Chancellor. It's something we are increasingly using as a prism to judge the way we do things and the impact that we have. And increasingly, we are looking at fostering partnerships because I think one of the things that really has struck me about our international partnerships is that the complementarity is just incredible. There's no way in which as single institutions we can achieve the goals that are we set out for ourselves when, for instance, we look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So increasingly, we are basing a lot of what we do around strategic research and knowledge exchange partnerships, trying to be the best we can for the best thing we can do for the world. In fact, and one of the strap lines we use in this space is that we don't want to simply be one of the best universities in the world. We want to be the best university for the world. And that involves working with other people. So in other institutions, last year we opened our new Mazumdar Shaw Advanced Research Centre with grateful support from Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, founder of Biocon in Bangalore. And much of the research that we're doing there is aim towards global sustainable development. But we can't do that alone. We have to do that in partnership. So, Stephen, maybe I'll stop there, because I do think an increasing drive towards international partnership, I think, has got to be, I think, the touchstone of what our institutions do in this space.
Thank you very much, Anton. This was a splendid way of seeing how the local and the global interact. 500-year-old institution that is created to serve the local community has succeeded in doing so, and that has also succeeded in taking its specialization in biomedical research and med tech and so on, and applying it, making it available around the world through your collaborations in Malawi and elsewhere. I think it's quite an impressive record, and with the current focus on climate change, with pressure from students and your commitment to the SDGs, has been, I think, an outstanding example of what we really mean by responsible research. I'd now like to ask Robin Mason to take the floor. He is the Pro Vice Chancellor and Vice President for International Focus of the University of Birmingham. His field is economics, and he also has remarkable series of things, but I think it'd be better to give you the floor and let people read your bio, and you can share us your experiences on the theme of this panel. Robin, you have the floor.
Stephen, thank you very much. And let me add my thanks to the previous speakers, to JGU for convening this excellent session, and thank you to everyone for attending. It's not easy following Agnes and Anton, because they're clearly so expert. So I'll try to revise what I'm going to say slightly on the hoof, so that I don't duplicate too much what has gone previously. But let me start in a similar place to Anton. The origins of the University of Birmingham. We're not quite as old as Glasgow. We're a bit further south. We're right in the middle of the UK, in an industrial city that was at one point made 3/4 of the world's pen nibs. So it was a very industrious city, lots of jewelry as well, but it lacked a university. So in 1900, the university was established, founded by Queen Victoria, the vision of Joseph Chamberlain, who was the mayor of the city, for the benefit of the city, really to train the workforce of the city. That's what it was there for. We in fact graduated our first students from India in 1909, so there's a long-standing link between the University of Birmingham and India. 124 years later, the university is much more global in its focus, but it's still deeply rooted in its city and its region, and deeply rooted in the notion that, as Anton expressed it so well, a university needs not only to be good, but to be good for something. So again, as others have done, let me try to answer the exam question. First part of it is the notion of responsible research, and at least for us, that there's an ethical, legal, regulatory aspect to that, which is becoming ever more complex. But also, and I'll just kind of inject this as a thought into the discussion, I think there's a very live area of debate and consideration about how universities best go about addressing research questions that are controversial, that they're areas for dialogue where that dialogue in other arenas can be very tricky. And I do think universities have got a really important role to play, but that's difficult landscape to navigate sometimes. If I move on to one other aspect of it, which is this tangible social impact. And actually what I thought I might inject in to this discussion is a little bit of how the context for that has changed in the UK. And I think quite a sea change in that was when the notion of impact was first incorporated into these periodic national research assessment exercises that are carried out in the UK. It's now called the Research Excellence Framework. And the notion of impactful research first appeared explicitly there in 2014. Now, others from the UK will recall, at least my recollection at the time was that there was a certain degree of skepticism about whether this was a good idea. But actually, I think time has shown that it's really rounded out universities' view of their work, and it's allowed universities in the UK to demonstrate with a robust evidence base the scale, the breadth, the depth of the non-academic impact of their work. And that non-academic impact isn't just economic or commercial, it's also social and cultural. And indeed, at least at my own university, but I know other universities will tell us a similar story, it's led us to recognize a new type of academic, to create a new type of academic job for somebody who specializes in enterprise impact and engagement, so that those individuals can become full professors through that route. So I think that's led to quite a change in how universities in the UK view impact. All of us, of course, record in various ways the impact that we have. So my own university, the latest study that we've done, we estimate we add each year about 9,000 crore rupees worth of economic benefit through our research. So about 885 million pounds a year. And the multiple, just in terms of economic benefit, the multiplier is 12. So for every crore invested in research, the return to the economy is around 12 crore. And what we're just about to do is expand that so that we're not just looking at the economic benefits. As you mentioned, Stephen, I'm an economist, so I do think they're important, but so are the social and cultural benefits that the university brings. So we're just in the foothills of doing that work. Let me say two other things, and then I'll hand back. And again, echoing what Agnes and Anton have already said. We use the fact that we're a global university to deepen our understanding of impact and extend the reach of it. And place really matters to us. So we are what we say in the UK, a civic university, so a university founded for the benefit of its city. And actually, we take that civic mindset of bringing benefit wherever we operate to the various parts of the world where we have significant presence. So we have a campus in Dubai, and an increasing focus of the research in that campus is absolutely to address local and regional needs and priorities. We engage a lot in India. We have an office in New Delhi, and the large majority of the engagements that we have with India are closely aligned with the priorities set by the Indian government. Working a lot on rail and road and sustainable transport, so infrastructure. Public health, working with a network of more than 30 hospitals in both rural and suburban and urban India to develop low-cost interventions to improve surgical outcomes. Working with the state of Haryana to develop a centre of excellence on crop post-harvest management and sustainable cold chain. And we can tell a similar story in Brazil. We work on insect-transmitted diseases such as Zika, forest management, sustainable cities. And in China, in Guangzhou in particular, where we have a real focus, we've delivered health and exercise programs to over 60,000 school children, and improve the safety and comfort of over 8 million people using the metro every day in Guangdong province. And we help train general practitioners there as well to ease pressure on city hospitals. So wherever we have a real focus, we try to bring that same civic mindset. What can we do for the benefit of the region and to reflect local priorities? And then to finish, again, to echo Anton, partnership has always been important, but we just find increasingly the scale of challenges, the scope of capabilities that you need, you can only do it in partnership, both locally, nationally, and globally. But since I don't want to echo Anton too much, I'll leave a thought, which is I wonder whether yet we have enough mobility, whether universities are sufficiently porous that we have real mobility of people as well as ideas between universities and other industry, government, and other organizations. And I suspect that's something that we could all work on and all benefit from, just becoming really much more porous, not just in terms of ideas, but in flow of people as well. So Stephen, I'll hand back to you now.
Robin, thank you very, very much indeed. I'm thrilled, as I'm sure many of the other viewers are, to learn about this university created in 1900 by Queen Victoria, and that has been rooted in the local needs of industrialization at the time, and has advanced in all the exciting directions that you've described, and as you seem to be deeply committed to the utility of such things as the National Research Assessment that you described, the sea change relating to that, and the impacts of various other research-oriented programs, and the benefits of the international collaborations that you've had in Dubai and in India, including right here in the state of Haryana, where we are, in Brazil and China. I can't imagine a more powerful range of countries for you to be in, and the experiences you have must be extraordinary in that regard. Let's now move to Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, who has over 40 years experience in research and development in an area that is complementary to the areas that you mentioned, especially in India, and working in the area of public health in India. I'm particularly keen to draw upon the wisdom that comes from evidence-based Ayurveda and ethnopharmacological and drug discovery and development and integrative medicine, which is the focus of his work, that has allowed him to also serve as vice chair of the University Grants Commission and in the also additional chairman in charge of the Indian Council of Social Science Research of the government, and so many other functions that he's occupied and awards that he's won. So it is with great pleasure that I now turn the floor over to Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan.
Thank you, Professor Stephen, for that wonderful introduction. Your introduction to the whole session was also exciting, and so the presentations by the other fellow speakers. I want to focus on the first part of the general theme of the session, that is harnessing knowledge resource, and the second part I will address a little later if I get time. Now, so about knowledge resource, I want to emphasis upon the credibility of the knowledge resource, and which is becoming more important in these days because of the explosion of predatory publishing and the academic integrity compromises. If one tracks the retraction watch, we know what is happening in the space of research and academic, which is really worrying. And particularly because this session or the overall conference organized by JGU is also connected to G20, and these issues are connected with many of the countries part of G20. I thought that I would raise that the beginning. While at the University Grants Commission, we did work with Clarivate and came out with the document called Good Academic and Research Practices. So this good practices, which serves as a good guide for the research students, and also another publication on research integrity, academic integrity. Both these are available on the university UGC's website. So I'm not going to talk about it more, but the point I want to make is if you read this week's JAMA, in which John Ioannidis has written a wonderful article, in which he is talking about the rapid growth of mega journals. Mega brands in academic space have come out with many new journals, and a huge amount of fees are also being paid. While some of them are good, there are many journals which are of really doubtful credibility, and it is leading to a huge academic pollution, and which is slowly percolating in citations and sub-citations. And so the original source credibility has become extremely important. I believe that science for society approach is extremely important. Science for humanity, or not for humanity, actually science for planetary good. So science research actually can give us solutions. These solutions today, we are focusing on sustainable development goals, or if I talk to my own area, it is about enhancing the universal health coverage and things like that. But then the scientific research leads to technology, and technology transfers, and technology transfers actually can result into some kind of an impact that comes through innovation. And I would like to quote here a wonderful work by Dr. R.M. Mashelkar, who was Director General of Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in India. He with C.K. Prahlad, another management guru, came out with a wonderful paper in HBR called MLM, or Gandhian Engineering, more from less for more. So this kind of approach in scientific research is becoming extremely important, because we want to produce more, we have less resources, and why we want to use those resources for more people. So this kind of a Gandhian engineering approach, I think, is needed for the university research, especially when I talk about the university research culture. I think there is a huge scope to bring in new collaborations, new networks, and capacity building right from undergraduate level to get them involved in research. And the last point I wanted to mention, when we are talking about this research integrity or the credibility of knowledge, is we should not expect that every student, should go in research, because the moment we make research compulsory component, then the tendency is going for compliance, And because of this kind of a compliance attitude, a lot of dilution is happening in the original objective of the research. We are losing the sight and original objective of the research. And so again, I quote John Ioannidis, in the recent issue of Physiological Reviews. He's talking about, actually has written a systematic review for basic scientists, in which he is making a point that most studies, what we see today, are incremental in nature, which are actually trying to support the prior evidence and not necessarily disruptive or innovative in nature. And they are also many times non-reproducible. So this kind of a non-reproducibility, especially in clinical research, is raising serious questions all over. And I'm sure this is applicable to many other disciplines. So I would say that for the universities, focus on the integrity is extremely important. And therefore, in India, we have formed a consortium for academic research ethics known as UGC CARE. I would request those who are interested can just get into the UGC CARE website, and we are creating actually and maintaining a white list of scientific journals, which is a reference list. So these are some of the efforts which are being taken in India to bring in more robustness and more credibility to scientific research. The other part regarding creating tangible society and impact, from credible research. If I get time later, I will come in. Thank you, Stephen, for this opportunity. You're on mute. You're on mute. Professor Stephen, you are mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Here I was talking away. All my wisdom is lost. I was speaking to the dead mic. So, Dr. Bhushan, I want to thank you very sincerely. I think the others will agree with me that you've performed an enormous service to us by taking the gloves off and coming right forward and telling the truth about the problems of credibility of knowledge, the dilemmas of publishing, the opportunities that might arise with such initiatives as MLN, but at the same time, and the UGC Academic Consortium, Academic Integrity Consortium on the positive side. But on the negative side, you talked about mega journals producing some forms of pollution in knowledge and the questionable pressure to publish anything to get out there. And I noticed that it's a real challenge to universities. You cannot simplify the effort to advance the careers of academics by saying, publish, publish, publish. We want to see numbers. We want to see quantity rather than quality. And you challenge us very much in that regard. And I do hope we get to come back to some of these issues because you've raised a number of really challenging issues. But first, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. V. Ram Gopal Rao, who is the Group Vice Chancellor of Birla Institute of Science and Technology. And he was the director of the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi. And he's won multiple prizes and has an extraordinary career as having been a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and the Indian Academy of Science and the National Academy of Sciences and Indian National Science Academy and so on. A very, very distinguished scientist who will now add his preliminary remarks. Dr. Rao, I have great pleasure in giving you the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Marx. I will focus more on India, and I will also focus more on harnessing the knowledge resources for creation of tangible social impact in from the Indian context. India, if you know, as we all know, large number of people, 1.3 billion people, and we seem to have lots of problems in almost every area: healthcare, agriculture, security, environment. You take anything, I think almost all the world's problems seem to be in India. So we don't have any dearth of problems here. And if you look at our academic institutions, we have over 1,000 universities in India. And we are also ranked third for research now in the world in terms of number of publications. India ranks third. We are also doing good research. I mean, of course, there are issues which Professor Patwardhan mentioned, but we are ranked 7th for citations. So there is also a lot of good research happening. But our challenge is we are ranked 46th for innovation. So while we seem to be doing very well when it comes to publishing papers, but when it comes to using that knowledge to solve any of the societal problems, we are just nowhere on the scene. And even that 46th rank is because of some innovations that would have happened here and there. And to me, innovation is basically generating value for research. So when it comes to generation of value for research, we don't seem to be figuring very well. And that has become a national priority now. And our government is also pushing us very aggressively as to what can we do so that this research will become useful to the society. And we tend to, as academic institutions, we get to solve some of these problems that exist in the country. And I think, while I said there is a lot of research happening, one of the biggest challenges that we have is the relevance of this research, which is where, things don't seem to be all that well. And most of our research is, mostly based on what happens in North America or Europe kind of a thing. Everything is picked up from there, from the research journals, and we tend to publish a few more papers. That kind of research is happening plenty right now. And how do we orient those researchers to look at the societal problems and then solve some of these? While doing research, can you also develop solutions and use the startup route to get these solutions to the market? And that is where India needs to do much more. For example, the startup culture in India is picking up pretty fast. In fact, all over India ranks third in the world again in terms of startups. We are like over 100 unicorns almost every month we are creating a new unicorn kind of a thing. But most of these unicorns tend to be in the e-commerce space or in the fintech kind of space, none which is a technology-based kind of a unicorn, which is a concern that all of us have. So I think how do we therefore harness all this knowledge that is getting generated for social impact? I think that is where the new education policy that Government of India unveiled a couple of years ago, sets the tone right for what we need to do. And one of the things is having more multidisciplinarity in our institutions. While we are focusing solely on publishing papers, we don't tend to interact with each other all that much. And there is also not a single university in the country which can be called totally multidisciplinary. For example, you have top engineering institutions like IITs, but they don't have medicine faculty. They don't have bio, a strong bio kind of a thing. They don't even have strong humanities kind of programs. Of course, they don't have law and other kind of things. While we have very good science kind of institutions, they don't have strong engineering programs. That has been one issue. So now government is saying, can we create more and more multidisciplinary universities? So that's also something. And even the funding models in India are also very fragmented. Every ministry has its own institutions, which are focused on just very narrowly focused on what they wish to do. And as a result, the funding is also very fragmented. And even as part of the national education policy, the goal is to create National Research Foundation. And that National Research Foundation will basically fund problem-solving kind of research. And it will also bring multidisciplinary teams together to address specific kind of problems. There is a lot of latent talent. During the COVID time, if you have seen, some of the Indian institutions have done very well. I was heading IIT Delhi at that time. We had, during the COVID time, the world's most affordable RT-PCR kit. We had, the most affordable antigen kind of a kit. We had masks. We had multiple technologies coming out. I think that focused kind of an approach, a kind of a top-down planning is all what is needed to harness this knowledge that we are generating into something which is of social impact. I think the journey has begun now. Hopefully, if the new education policy or the national education policy implemented in the right spirit, I'm confident India will also become an innovator and we will improve, whatever standing that we have in the world. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, you've quite succinctly but quite brilliantly focused on the need for addressing tangible social impact, that the production of knowledge through numerous universities and production of published papers does not answer the core question. You so forcefully brought home the idea that what really matters is the tangible impact, which requires a number of things that you mentioned and that are reflected in the national education policy, which seems to be a great step forward, but needs to be implemented in terms of genuine interdisciplinarity, which is a challenge to all universities to provide, to go beyond either the focus on STEM or on medicine or on humanities. How do you bring them together? Of course, sitting here at O.P. Jindal Global University, I feel obliged, but with a certain degree of pride, to articulate here the Vice Chancellor's vision to do precisely that. But it has to happen now. We've established a certain amount of credibility in a range of fields that excluded STEM and medicine, and the ambition now is to move in that direction, to provide that transdisciplinarity that you alluded to. But the example of India is a very important one, to see how the bright minds and the well-trained people can provide a tangible social impact. Our final speaker is Dr. Sitaram, who is the chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education of the Government of India, and he was the director of the Indian Institute of Technology in Guwahati. And I was just a couple of weeks ago in Assam for the Bodoland Learning Festival. one of the most amazing events I've ever attended. Imagine bringing together 10,000 people for a learning festival to demonstrate the value of learning and so on. So impressed by your state. And I'm now looking forward very much to hearing your preliminary remarks on the theme of this panel. Dr. Sitaram?
Thank you, Stephen. Really pleasure to be here. And I'll also thank Dr. Rajakumar for inviting me for this. But if I see the previous speakers, all of you are now either heading the universities or in a university system. But now I am out of the university system. I am at the All India Council for Technical Education. I just would like to briefly tell you about that, only 1 or 2 lines, so that the other speakers understand what we do. All India Council for Technical Education started in 1945, before independence of India, as a national apex body to conduct survey on the facilities available for technical education in the country. Today, it is a statutory authority for planning, formulation, and maintenance of norms and standards in technical education, quality assurance through accreditation, funding in priority areas, monitoring and evaluation, maintaining parity of certification and awards, and management of technical education in the country. So it's a broad scope. So responsibilities are also quite a challenging one. So as I will start with 1 or 2 of them, because at the given time, 5 minutes, we can't tell everything what we feel like. But I would continue on what Professor Ramgopal Rao started on innovation. And also I will focus it on the activities what our institute has done, that is All India Council for Technical Education, for creating an ecosystem of innovation in the country, research and innovation. And we do extensively support research activities, but not in the top institution in the country like IITs and IISc, but we derive the strength from them because they are our experts. Because we do not have a large number of people, but Faculty of Indian Institute of Science and Indian Institute of Technology will help us in creating such an ecosystem across the country. We have about 9,000 institutions running technical education in the country, so we support them. So in the innovation ecosystem creation, IICT has established the Institutions Innovation Councils. Today, I can proudly say 7,000 IICs have been created across the country, which will adopt and implement the National Innovation and Startup Policy, which is also created by AICTE. So this network has grown to 7,000 plus numbers in a very short time, within 3 years. We only started at sometime 2018-19, and today I can confidently tell you, large number of students, faculty, and experts are forming the ecosystem, which enables across all the 28 states and 6 union territories of the country. Institution Innovation Councils in higher education ensures a multidisciplinary interaction and partnership approach. To create that environment, we have also created what is called as AICTE Idea Labs. Idea Labs are physically, we have given them, state-of-the-art equipment at every institution. 100 such Idea Labs have been created across the country, in particularly rural setting, to create an environment for research and innovation ecosystem. I would say that the social impact, particularly in the topics like climate change, racial inequality, hunger, poverty, or meeting the sustainable development goals. I think many of these, technologies, what our researchers and scientists are getting, we are actually creating them as sort of a challenge through hackathons. AICTE has done large number of hackathon, both problem solving for the government and also creating an ecosystem, and the students will be able to pick up a practical problem, solve them through hackathon in a 36 hours or 48 hours time period. And a lot of work has happened in that. And then the recent one was, we had UNESCO Africa Hackathon, where almost 25 countries from Africa came all the way to India and participated in this hackathon of 36 hours and solved the problems of real life problems, what the we obtain from the government of India as well as government of Africa, and such a realistic problems which we throw it out to the youngsters and which they will sit and do that. And another area where AICT is heavily working is on the digital technologies, bringing Indian content, that means we are translating many of the textbooks what our professors are writing into 13 languages, and our goal is to do it in 22 languages. I'm very, very proud to say that today our eKumbh portal, which hosts these different languages textbooks, have hit more than 2 lakhs hits, and 45 countries have downloaded these technical materials. They are written in different local languages or regional languages. The last one I would like to highlight is we do a lot of teachers, technical teachers training, and also encourage collaborative research, and particularly in the emerging areas, we are heavily focusing our institutions in the semiconductors, 5G, and robotics, Internet of Things, and again, several of these topics we are going in. Last but not the least, we are also taken up a challenge of identifying Indian knowledge system, which is hidden or forgotten for a long time. We wanted to revive that through a proper scientific methodology. So because being a government institution, I wanted to say the initiatives taken through AICT, but I don't want to go on. I would like to stop here and maybe listen to all of you and share if there are any thoughts to be shared in the next round of discussion. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much indeed. What an exciting array of undertakings of AICTE. You focused on innovation, and this was one of the themes that others were hinting at. You focused directly on it. How do we achieve how you can achieve, you have achieved through your network of 7,003 years to focus on interdisciplinarity, the hackathons that have produced the results that you described, the digital technology, the training, and then an area that I'm learning about for the first time from you, which is to revive the Indian knowledge system and see what can be brought out from the past that can help us understand better the challenges of the future for our topic. And now our biggest challenge, of course, is that we have 15 minutes left, and we have 5 questions and some questions from the audience. Sorry. Oh, we can go to 5. Okay, we've got a bit more time, but what I would like to suggest that we do, as we look over the questions that we put together to stimulate our thinking, the first obvious realization that comes to my mind as moderator is that you've brilliantly addressed each and every one of these questions in one way or another. So I think the only way for us to profitably utilize the time we have available, limited time we have available, is for me to pose these questions one after the other and allow those of you who think, oh, I forgot to talk about this. Oh, I wasn't quite clear on that, to jump in and say, yes, let me remind you of this, or let me complement the information that I provided previously with the following. For example, question 1 is, can you describe any initiatives or program that your university has implemented to support researchers in conducting responsible research and translating their findings into evidence-based policies and programs? Now, most of you gave examples of that sort of thing, but if you want to stress any particular initiative or program that supported researchers or any additional ideas that occur to you, I would like to give the floor to the first person who is motivated to jump in on this question. And essentially what we're getting at here is, yes, ideally you'd want researchers to engage in this way, but how do you support them? What do you do? Do you set aside a fund and say, embark on research, make an application, we'll fund you? What do you do? How do you support researchers in meaningful ways? What have you learned from your experience? Who would like to be the first one? I'm sure Agnes has some ideas on this one. Yes, Agnes, please go ahead. And then we'll hear from Sir Anton.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put a thumb up. I meant to do a raise
Okay.
Oh, it looks like Agnes is frozen.
Oh dear. We have a problem.
Clearly, our early career researchers are supported in a number of ways through seminars, through particular funding streams for the early career researchers. So that's one of the things we've done is we've created a post to address this in particular. I think the other thing we've done is we're just co-creating a charter for particularly working in partnership between the global north and the global south, starting in Africa. And we have the main networks of African universities already supporting this charter. And that will come up with a guiding set of principles on how to do responsible and equitable research. So they're two of the things that we've done to support researchers to do this kind of research. Thank you.
That's terrific, Agnes. And I'm glad that you mentioned the focus on the global north and the global south and early career researchers, because what you alluded to previously is what others tend to call decolonizing research. And I think that's on the minds of all of us of how do we address in meaningful ways the domination of the global north over the tools of research, the access to the journals, the access to the funding to carry out research. And that seems to be something that you're addressing. And then your charter principles is another way that I think is that we can draw from. Let me ask Robin, if you'd like to share with us your thoughts on this question.
Certainly, but apologies to Anton, because I think his hand up went up before mine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My fault. I didn't see it in time.
He'll get his revenge subsequently, I'm sure. I'll be really brief. Three things, I think. Giving academics the time to engage in work that's impactful. We always want more money, but actually the thing that is scarcest is time. So actually recognizing impact and engagement work as part of what an academic does and creating time for that, I think is really important. Recognition. I mentioned earlier, we've created a career pathway for people to go all the way through to full professor through this sort of activity, but we also do smaller acts of recognition, which seem to go an awfully long way. So impact awards, founders awards, just celebrating impactful work. And then, yes, it does require a small amount of resource, but not a very large amount of resource in our experience. So there are small amounts of funds to support. But I think I'd almost put it in that order: time, recognition, and then resource.
It's an extremely succinct way to put it, but there's a lot behind that researchers do need the time to carry out the research. The recognition spurs them on. And what will surprise many people, certainly in the United States, is that availability of funds comes last. Whereas in many institutions, it's the scramble for the funding that makes a difference. And having personally sat, and excuse me for jumping in and sharing some personal experience, but I've sat on committees of appointments and promotions and so on, and seen the importance it attached to, you only raised $5 million? I thought you'd be getting the $10 million grant on this one. And dear, I think we might have to postpone your promotion until you can raise. I'm exaggerating, of course, but there are other institutional settings where the funding does not ranks a little higher than third. But thank you so much for that clarity. And I think Anton is next. Sorry to make you wait.
Not at all, Stephen. I'll mention 2 or 3 mechanisms which we use as well. I mentioned our Advanced Research Center. Now, a lot of universities around the world have developed multidisciplinary buildings. I think what we've tried to do through the ARC, however, is something which genuinely spans all the way from the arts and humanities and social sciences all the way through science and engineering to biomedicine. So it's pretty, it really covers the whole span. And we've appointed theme leads. We've also said that these 5 themes that are currently covered by our Advanced Research Center will not always remain the same, although clearly you'd expect to give people some time horizon to deliver. And that, of course, comes with, that comes with resources, essentially, that, physical resources. But we are already seeing that physical space makes a difference. Not only, but if you're a PhD student and you're, any of our PhD students, even if your group is not in that building, we are increasingly making that a focus for our PhD students, so to try and create a bottom-up momentum around this. Robin mentioned impact acceleration. We invest a large amount in that, actually, around impact acceleration accounts. Some of this is funded by UK funding, but it is absolutely aimed at giving people time to think about impact, whether that is social impact or whether that's, a spin-out company. And then finally, one of the things we have done for a number of years, and it is usually successful, a lot of the impact happens, as we've discussed, in interdisciplinary spaces. So we have a lot of postdoc fellowships, which are deliberately, we call them our Lord Kelvin Adam Smith postdoc fellowships. They are very much awarded to people from across different schools who want to work together on a research program. And so it is by putting, as you say, aside a pot of money, which explicitly encourages interdisciplinary research, and through that impact to our key themes. So, these are the kind of mechanisms that we find are certainly working.
Terrific. So Advanced Research Center and physical space and impact and postdoc fellowships, all wonderful tools that can help advance the research agenda. And now I apologize if you raised your hand in a different order, but I think the next one that I can give the floor to is Dr. Sitaram.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute only of you, because you mentioned you didn't know about Indian knowledge system efforts of All India Council for Technical Education and also the Ministry of Education of Government of India. So I just want to give, we have established 76 IKS centers in the country, okay? And we have given funding to 210 transformational research projects. Call went to all the investigators in the country and all kinds of institutions. And we have also making an attempt of virtual IKS innovation hubs we are creating. And in higher education initiatives, we have supported 4,000 internship for undergraduate students. And we have conducted 75 workshops in the Indian knowledge core, whether it is in metallurgy or, specific areas. And we are also slowly penetrating this into school education initiatives, where we developed 75 reference papers for school curriculums to discuss, debate, and see whether they can adopt. Thank you.
Wow. That's a tremendous amount. It's the scale of that is enormous, and that's what it takes. It takes a government that is committed to education and research to be able to prioritize in that way and make a difference. And now I would like to ask Professor Rao if you could share your thoughts with us.
Just wanted to share one initiative we had taken at IIT Delhi. We started a program called FIRP, Faculty Interdisciplinary Research Program, because everybody wanted to collaborate, but they never had any motivation to do so, unless they want to go out and start interacting with somebody outside of their comfort zone or discipline. So what we did was we basically started giving people some seed grants. The seed grants are sufficient to hire a PhD student or a project staff for a period of a couple of years. And once we started to allow people to write interdisciplinary projects and hire a person through the institute grants, we spent almost a couple of $1 million in funding multiple projects across the institute as seed grants. Almost like 100 groups were formed, over 50 groups were formed in 100 faculty or more in writing those proposals. We just put one single condition. We said, after 2 years of working together on a new problem that we have worked together, you need to go out and write external projects, meaning you need to get extra model support, because institute will not have infinite amounts of money. And our example showed that we invested about a couple of $1 million in funding funding research across the disciplines. The amount we received after about 3 years was about close to $20 million. So it's a 10 times returns is what we got in the people coming together and working with each other and then going out and then getting external grants. So that was a hugely successful program. I mean, I always say that if you solve the problem of bringing people together, I think they will solve all your other problems.
Splendid. And I can see how that would be a stimulus that would keep the process going, provide momentum for continuing engagement with research. Dr. Bhushan, you have, so I'm sure you have some very useful things to share on this topic.
Just one quick point I wanted to make. When we talk about research funding, by and large, our research funding goes to the STEM areas. And the research funding opportunities for humanities and also to some extent social sciences are very limited. I think we have to really seriously relook at our funding patterns so that we don't want our researchers to be right brain shrinked, isn't it? It's not going to be good for the society. So the focus, science technology research funding is obviously means I am in health research, it is easy for me to get a funding for drug discovery. But if I want to do something about basic health, I don't get funding easily. So this kind of a mindset change in the funders to give equal or relatively better deal for the humanities and social sciences, we should keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, I can't resist saying that, as I said a moment ago, this university was founded on building the social law, social science, and related disciplines, economics and finance and banking and international relations and government and public policy and public health as the focus, and leaving STEM and medicine for the future. And of course, exactly what you describe is the problem that one encounters is it is difficult to find resources to stimulate research. And that's where this university has had to be very innovative and find some of those resources to get it all started. But I think this is a problem that that others face. And I think it's related also to several of the other questions. We have a quarter of an hour left, and I think the only way to give you an opportunity to address the questions is to take several of them at once. So if I can read questions 2 and 3, how does your university engage with stakeholders, including community members, policymakers, and practitioners, to ensure that research questions are relevant and that findings are effectively disseminated and utilized? And I'm going to jump to question 4, which comes a little bit closer. How do you prioritize research questions that address real-world problems and have the potential to create tangible social impact? And what criteria do you use to evaluate the potential impact for your research? So these 2 questions, 2 and 4 here, combine the concern with identifying the stakeholders. Whom are you engaging to do the research with? Whom do you want it to have an impact on? And how do you define the research questions that are meaningful to create this tangible social impact? What lessons? You all have enormous experience, and that's been so impressive about this panel. It's been such an honor for me to hear you speak. So with your enormous experience, what are your takeaways on how you engage with relevant stakeholders and how you clarify the research questions that can be meaningful to those stakeholders? Who would like to contribute first to this question of who are your stakeholders? Obviously, and we've heard several examples of universities founded to serve the local community, and you've broadened into serving a global community. You've broadened from being European or UK based to providing a focus on the needs of the global South and so on. So what other takeaways? And I'm so pleased to see that both Agnes and Anton are going to help us with understand this question a little better. So Agnes, I'm pleased to give you the floor first.
I think Anton was first again.
Oh my gosh, there I am. It must be a bias on my part.
Look, I'm very, very happy for Agnes to go first, but let me very quickly say a couple of things here, perhaps that might Agnes might want to pick up. I mean, it's really tricky because inevitably, I think the universities look at this from one end of the telescope. A lot of our local communities and if you like, users of research look at it from the other side of the telescope. One of the things we've had to learn is to try and find the right fora to have these discussions so that they can be translated into language and issues that can be understood by users of research. So if I think of our local community, it's not just local leadership. So it's not just the civic leadership, the city council, the local economic development groupings. It's also genuinely local community leaders. So for instance, I mentioned our development around precision medicine. That is in one of the most deprived areas of my city, literally one of the poorest areas of the country. And the immediate suspicion, as soon as you try to create, whether it's a new building or a lab or research activity or knowledge exchange activity, is that this will not benefit the local area. So we've been actually engaging with community councils to make sure that people understand that this can be of benefit, but also to listen. For us to listen, what are their concerns? Why do their communities feel that they've been left behind around when economic development has been delivered? And so, this is really important. Listening is hugely important. I think that's the one takeaway I would have. Similarly, when I talk about the global collaborations, I mentioned equity as a principle. It really is important. For too many years, we've seen, certainly for us in the global north, we've seen research collaborations between the global north and the global south as being our vision. And if you would like to come along on this journey, please do come along. But that is totally wrong. I mentioned the Malawi partnership. It is genuinely a partnership of equals. The research agenda has to be equally set in global north, global south partnership. So that's the other takeaway I certainly have from my time here in Glasgow, that you need to have equitable partnerships, whether you're dealing with local engagement or whether you're dealing with global engagement. And listening is a huge part of that.
Very important lessons on listening in the local level and being open to and being genuine and respecting equality in the agenda setting with your global partners. Agnes, would you like to join in on this topic?
Yeah, thank you, Anton. I mean, Bristol is also a civic university. We're about to build a new campus in the most deprived area of our city, which is going to be a sort of high-tech campus. So absolutely, getting stakeholders to listen to each other is important. And I think it's not just getting local stakeholders to listen and understand other people's points of view, but also it's an interdisciplinary matter. So if you're trying to get a mathematician to talk to an art historian, to talk to an engineer, we don't always talk the same language. And one thing I've found very useful in setting up our Bristol Hub for Gambling Harms research is there's people from every single faculty. And what we did is we have a unit in Bristol called the Brigstow Institute, which exists to help different stakeholders who speak different languages and have different priorities to discuss together. So you get around and you say, right, let's just acknowledge that we all have different points of view. We look from different ends of the telescope. We have different ways of interpreting things. We have different priorities. We have different budgets. And let's be upfront about that and work out a way of working together. And we've found just addressing that head on has been really powerful, and the kinds of workshops that our Brigstow Institute create and co-create with people have been, as I say, just very powerful in bringing constituents together. So yeah, I would encourage others to tackle it head on. Really, we don't automatically understand each other just because we're talking to each other.
Very good. So two very relevant initiatives: your new campus in a deprived area, and the Brickstone, was that a Brickstone Institute you call it?
It's BRIGSTOW, named after a person.
Oh, Brickstow. Okay, Brickstow Institute. Terrific. All right. And Dr. Rao, would you like to join in on this topic?
the topic, particularly prioritizing the research problems. I had once done an informal survey among my colleagues and all that. I just looked at how many of our PhD student problems get picked up from different sources. Where do these PhD problems originate? At least my survey showed that up to 85% of these problems originate in library. A student goes to library, does a literature review, finds a problem and solves it. So that is how most of the research problems are picked up, through reading research papers and all of that. So we said, how can we change, that behavior? So then we started to aggressively connect with the strategic agencies, the defense, the space, which are the two most important strategic agencies in the country, and also with industries, with even the grand challenge kind of an approach, bringing in our humanities department into focus, asking them to lead the grand challenge initiative, and also through a program called Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, that is a national program IIT Delhi coordinates right now, where the idea is to connect the rural problems with the deep technologies, deep technology research happening in academia. So using all of these means, either through connections with strategic agencies, industries, grand challenges led by humanities, or the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, the rural kind of problems, we were able to change that behavior pretty significantly. So now there are at least 200 faculty members who don't, who pick up problems from these other sources. So I think that was very successful initiative, in terms of changing the behavior of, where do you pick your problems from.
Excellent. And that's the first time in this panel that we've actually addressed head-on this issue of the research definition of the research question and so on being kind of contrived by reading the literature and coming up with something and saying it, rather than identifying needs in the community that can be addressed. And you have successfully found 200 faculty members to find other ways of finding their research questions. And does anybody else want to jump in on this question before I get to the final two in the few minutes remaining? Because, of course, your answers to these questions overlap with the final two issues, but I wonder if anybody has any final thoughts on the following. How does your university support interdisciplinary collaboration and cross-sector partnerships to address complex societal challenges and promote responsible research practice? And how do you communicate your research findings effectively to a wide audience, including non-experts? And what strategies do you use to ensure that your findings are accessible and understandable? In a sense, putting these two questions together creates a special challenge, because if you're going to be interdisciplinary, you're engaging in people to embrace the concepts and language and analytical tools of other fields, complicating the issue. And the other question is, how do you make this understandable to people who might not be trained in these disciplines? So how do you balance it? Are you speaking to the converted? Are you able to engage in interdisciplinary collaborations that really address issues that would not be adequately addressed without that collaboration? And once you've done that, what do you do to get beyond a complex report that only some technicians or technocrats or specialists will read? How do you make it something that the general public will benefit from? Do you have any experiences to share on those two dimensions of the problem of research, of responsible research, our theme? Who popularizes the outcome? Oh, there we go. Okay, Robin, please take it away.
So I won't address all of that, because there was lots of terrain in there, and just the interdisciplinary research on its own could take the remaining time. So let me just talk about two things that we do that seems to make a difference. One is that we have a pattern of what we call policy commissions, where we identify questions that we think will be of general importance and interest, particularly to policymakers. And then we set up a commission board to direct that. We feed in the academic expertise of the university. We conduct interviews and a round of workshops and seminars, and at the end of it, write a policy commission report, which is meant to then influence policy in a given area. So energy policy is one that we've done recently, and that device of a policy commission has proved quite helpful. It gives you a convening power, and it gives you a focus for bringing together different parties. It also forces you to write the report at the end in a way that's accessible to non-academics, policymakers, and the public. The other thing that I point to is we've become quite deliberate about having a public engagement with research strategy, and space really matters on this. So quite recently, if you visit the University of Birmingham, and you're very, very welcome to, we'd be delighted to host you. We are maybe 3.5 miles out of the city centre of Birmingham, and have been since the foundation of the university. Relatively recently, we took over a really iconic building right in the city centre, and have devoted space in that building to public engagement with research. And even though it's not a large building, and it's not a large amount of space, it's been quite transformational in terms of how the public can encounter the work that's going on in the university that's only 3 miles down the road. So space and being quite deliberate about public engagement with research is really important.
Okay, and the final speaker then will be Sir Anton. Please give us your final observations on whatever topic you wish.
Well, it was really mainly about how we communicate, because I agree with you. I think it has to be an important part of how we're trying to do things differently. And Robin's intervention actually really did trigger spaces and how we use them. We've done something very similar in our Advanced Research Centre, and indeed, we've tried to move to a system where all our research buildings, the ground floor level is effectively open to the public, and that's what we use for science engagement. And when we first opened the building, we did something very similar to what Birmingham is doing with its city centre work. The new building is located in a public square, which we created. We've engaged with about 10,000 of our local community, essentially, having children's science festivals, these kind of things that will bring people in to find out what's happening in the university. But I don't think you can really rely just on that. I mean, I think there's a really interesting question about how we communicate, because researchers are used to communicating through journals, to talk to each other. There are, of course, vehicles, whether it's everyday publications or vehicles, republishers like The Conversation, and platforms that do things that are really useful, which allow us to communicate to a wider audience. And of course, social media and other channels are very useful, but I don't think any of us have completely cracked it. I think there are still, there's still a really important thing about how we create a narrative out there that goes beyond facts and figures about the impact we have. We're very good at deploying facts and figures about economic impact, but those fantastic narrative stories that can be encapsulated quickly, that make the general public be much more supportive towards university. I think we constantly reinvent ourselves in that space. It's a really difficult one, because we constantly have to justify the public funding that we receive for our research and impact. So I think that is a key issue, and I don't think anybody's got a magic wand in that particular space.
Thank you very much indeed. And we have the particular advantage that we've exhausted the time, and you don't have to hear my summary of all of this. But I think the final words that Anton just shared with us is that we need to be constantly re-examining this, all of the areas that we've been talking about. We've had wonderful experiences. I think the array of experiences that you've shared has provided examples that can inspire other universities participating in this university summit to draw upon your experience and do better, and to enhance the opportunities for research to address meaningful questions, to have meaningful impact, to be of value to the audiences for which they're intended, but it is something that requires constant re-examination and reinventing. And your sense of innovation and invention has inspired me. We are at 3 minutes over time, which gives me a chance to say to everybody, namaskar, and thank you very much for participating in this wonderful panel.
Namaskar. Namaste. Thank you.
Very good evening to all of you from India. Good morning to our viewers from the United States and other parts of the world. I have great pleasure in extending a warm welcome to all of you to the second day of the World University Summit and the G20 Higher Education Forum. We have a very special session in the form of a keynote address and fireside chat on the theme, India's aspiration to build world-class universities, a reality check. We have none other than the one and only Professor Dr. Philip Albach. He, of course, does not need any introduction in the wider world of higher education. Professor Albach is the founding director and research professor at the Center for International Higher Education at Boston College, United States. He was the Monon University professor at Boston College for the last over 2 decades. He has held faculty appointments at Harvard, the University of Wisconsin at Madison, and the State University of New York at Buffalo, and has been a visiting scholar at Stanford University and the University of California, Berkeley. He was distinguished scholar leader of the Fulbright New Century Scholars Program and was also Fulbright Research Professor at the University of Mumbai in India. He's a fellow of the American Education Research Association and was given the Holihan Award by NAFSA, Association of International Educators, and the Howard Bowen Research Award by the Association for the Study of Higher Education. He has been appointed to honorary professorships by the National Research University, the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, Russia, and Peking University and Xiamen Universities in China, and has been Onwell Fellow at the University of Hong Kong. Philip Albach has written or edited more than 50 books. He has served as editor of the Review of Higher Education and the Comparative Education Review. We couldn't have had a better person to be part of the World University Summit. The format of the session is that we're going to request Professor Albach to give a short speech followed by an interactive session. But before he does that, I want to kind of quickly set in place the thematic focus of the session. Now, India's higher education aspiration has an ancient but a very checkered history dating back to the 10th century BC, much before the first European university was established, Bologna and Oxford and others. These ancient centers for higher learning at Takshashila, Nalanda, Vikramshila, and Vallabhi were truly world-class institutions. They attracted the best minds in the form of scholars and teachers and students from around the world. Even in modern times, the Indian higher education has produced some of the finest institutions, such as the Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, and of course, the institutions such as IITs and IIMs, which are well known around the world. Now, some of the modern Indian universities and colleges have initiated important reforms in curriculum and pedagogy post-independent India. However, in India, we know that the public investment in education has never been able to attain the global minimum expectation of a 6% of GDP. In recent years, philanthropic investment in higher education has created some universities of excellence, till the gross enrollment ratio in higher education has remained relatively low at approximately 25 to 27%. Moreover, it is also true that outside these pockets of excellence, the larger ecosystem is marred with average and poor quality higher education institutions. The demand for quality higher education is much more than the supply. So in this context, the colonial legacy has held back modern Indian universities such as Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, with huge administrative load of managing large numbers of affiliated colleges engaged in undergraduate teaching. Research and innovation has remained an aspiration even within specialized research institutions outside the mainstream universities. So, India's aspiration to build world-class universities can be fulfilled only if we can overcome some of these limitations. It is in this context that it is important for us to hear a global higher education expert, somebody who has been passionate and committed to the evolution of Indian higher education, who has painstakingly done significant research on India and Indian higher education to be able to be part of the World University Summit. I have great pleasure in inviting Professor Philip Albach to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, Philip.
Thank you very much, Raj. Unfortunately, you have said about 50% of what I would like to say in my short introduction, because I think you've given a really good kind of overview of the situation that India has been in and is in now. So I'll be probably a little bit repetitive of what you said, and then I'm very much looking forward to our conversation, and I'm looking especially forward to questions and comments from the audience that's listening and watching this session. So my argument, which you've already sort of said, is that I do believe that India needs a few really world-class institutions, to higher education institutions, to join the top ranks of scientific and higher education powers in the world. As India's economy grows and the country becomes one of the global powers, really, after many, many years and generations, it needs to have a higher education system, a research system that is appropriate to a major power. And the point now is, in my view, India does not have such kind of a system, does not have the institutions, a few of them at the top, which can compete and collaborate with the very, very best institutions in the world. And that is a significant need, and I think quite important. How many world-class universities should India have? Interesting question. Should they be public or private? Also interesting question. My view is, if India can build, given its history and given its resources, 4 or 5 really, really top-class competitive global institutions in the coming decade or so, because it takes a while, and that's something to underline, it will be doing well and it will be very important. I should add that world-class universities at the top of a higher education environment are part of a broader ecosystem of higher education. In other words, you don't have just a few top institutions. You have a system of higher education that serves many diverse purposes for a country. Take the United States as an interesting example. We have now the 3rd largest higher education system in the world, having India having taken over from us as number 2, China being number 1, and arguably the best higher education system in terms of top research universities. But out of our 4,000 post-secondary institutions, by the way, many fewer than you have in India, I think India has too many, maybe 200 are serious research institutions. So world-class institutions in a country like India, in any country, will be a small minority of the total, but it has to be built as part of a broader system. So what are world-class universities? You know, we could spend a day discussing that, but I'll just mention a few characteristics which I think are fundamental. One is their research powerhouses. They are what the British call research-intensive institutions, with research as a key, maybe the most important factor. They're generally comprehensive universities, offering a large range of disciplines and professional schools, although there are a few exceptions to that rule around the world. They're large, but they're not too large. You know, the universities in the University of California system, they have been capped at about 25,000 students each, precisely so that they wouldn't get too big. So they're big, but they're not too big. They're excellent in teaching, which is also very important, of course. They're not just research institutions, but they're also teaching institutions at both the undergraduate and postgraduate level. And about 1/3 of their student bodies tend to be postgraduates. in some cases more. So those are some of the characteristics, I think, of world-class institutions. And you can look around the world and most of them will fit those characteristics. Next point, India has some very good universities, but I would argue no world-class institutions, none, not one. If you look at the rankings, which I'm rather skeptical about, the Indian institutions don't rank particularly well. The best Indian institutions that do appear not so high, but anyway, somewhere in the rankings, are the IITs and IIMs that Professor Kumar has mentioned, and a few of the high quality private institutions in recent years, but they're small. And of course, keep in mind, the IITs are not really universities. They're very high class, very selective, very excellent technical institutes, some of which have grown into comprehensive like universities. And I think that IITs can be the core, perhaps, of some larger, more comprehensive institutions building on the base that they have established for themselves and for the country in recent years. So why does India not have world-class institutions? I'll mention a couple of things before we enter into the conversation. One is funding over generations, actually. Since the beginning of the Indian state in 1947 has been inadequate. You know, there have been a number of very thoughtful plans, commissions to look at higher education development over these years. None of them have been fully implemented. You now have, of course, in India, the National Education Plan, which has, I think, some very impressive and interesting initiatives as part of it. My pessimistic self says, good luck in implementing even a good part of it. So whether it will go forward, I don't know. History is not particularly favorable toward that, but there's always a new beginning, and maybe it will work this time. There are some very good ideas in the National Economic Plan. So inadequate funding. Keep in mind, by the way, that China, to build up its now maybe 100, probably a bit less, world-class institutions, I would say less, spent $50 billion on that effort. That's a lot of money. And I think well beyond even the thinking of the current reformers in the Indian context. Excellence needs money, ladies and gentlemen, and there's no way around that. The affiliating system, which Professor Kumar has mentioned, is a drag on the best universities in the country. It's simply unrealistic for top universities to be supervising these hundreds of undergraduate colleges, some of them located rather far from the main campus. So something needs to be done to figure out how to manage these 40,000 undergraduate colleges all around India. And the current system makes it difficult to build world-class universities. Bureaucratization. India is famous globally for bureaucracies, and bureaucracies do not permit the kind of entrepreneurial spirit, independence, etc., that you need to build world-class universities, indeed to build even a good university system. Lack of autonomy. You know, the heavy hand of government on the public universities in India and in some other countries too, create serious problems. We have now, by the way, in the United States, in a few of our states, I think of Florida all the time, a government which is putting its heavy hand on public universities in that state, I think to the long-term detriment of the state higher education system in the state. So lack of autonomy. World-class universities need to be able to make their own decisions about many things. I might add that almost all, except in the United States, world-class universities are public institutions. You know, they are funded by the state, also by tuition and private philanthropy, but they're public universities. Only in America and a little bit in Japan are there world-class private universities that have been heavily subsidized, funded by wealthy philanthropists for the most part. And they are an interesting model. And by the way, one that India is experimenting with right now. And institutions like Jindal are providing maybe a new model for higher education in the developing and middle income countries. The rigidity of the reservations system in India, about which, again, we could have a discussion going on for days and weeks, at least for the development of world-class research universities, brings problems in terms of the rigidities of student population and student admissions, faculty appointments, and so on. So I think some consideration needs to be given to how the reservation system, which, by the way, is pretty unique to India. I can think of no other countries that have such kind of a system. And I understand the need, and I am not arguing against that system at all. But I do think for the top institutions, some rethinking needs to be done. And my final point about India's sort of challenges is India in higher education has been a very insular country for a very long time. Swadeshi is great, you know, doing it yourself, super. And India has done pretty well with that over time. But we live in a globalized world, and India is now slowly, and I don't know how successfully, opening the doors to branch campuses of foreign universities, focusing for really the very, very first time on internationalizing its higher education system. And certainly world-class universities require an international, a global perspective and a global involvement with other parts of the world. What are the prospects? And I'll stop with this. The National Education Plan has some very favorable and innovative ideas. And as I said before, can they be implemented? And I think the jury is out. You know, let's see. Definitely more money is needed. Definitely. You can't build the kind of visions that the plan has with the funding that seems to be allocated so far. And India, in some ways, is moving in the direction of overly prescriptive rules. I've seen, for example, the regulations that the UGC has promulgated on branch campuses that may be coming to India. They're pretty complicated. And whether foreign institutions in significant numbers and whether the kinds of foreign institutions that India really needs and wants will be willing to come in the circumstances available to them, to me, is a big question. And my short, unexpert answer is maybe not, but we'll see. So I think the challenges are great, but at least there's a recognition of the need. And one of the problems in India is that you're doing two things, important things, necessary things at the same time. That is thinking about world class, a top group of top group of universities that compete in the world, and expanding your enrollments so that you have, 30% access in a very, historically speaking, very short period of time. So you're trying to build from the bottom and from the top at the same time, not an easy task. So I hope I've given the audience here and our conversation now some basis for at least thinking through these quite complicated, very challenging, but super important issues going forward. And with that, I thank you and turn it back over to Professor Kumar.
Thank you so much, Professor Phil Paulbeck. What an extraordinary tour de force in a very short span of time. I invite all of you who are watching this program live on Facebook and YouTube, a recent article that Professor Paulbeck wrote, essentially looking at similar journeys of the trajectory of new private universities that have emerged in different parts of the world, and how they are contributing and in many ways changing the landscape of higher education in those parts of the world, including the developing world. And he has concluded that article by saying that the Global South is essentially leading that effort with fair amount of success and even challenges that it faces along the way. So let me move on to the next segment of our program here. So Philip, while you have given this picture of what the challenge of establishing a world-class university is in India, and also how India is positioning itself, especially with the national education policy. The first question I have for you is that, could you enlighten all of us in a bit sharing the journey and trajectory of some of the best universities in the world, especially in the United States, and what kind of national level ecosystem prevail for what periods of time for it to be the kind of world-class university that we see? Like, for example, if let's say Harvard or Yale or Stanford or Johns Hopkins and other such institutions, when they have emerged, they have not only emerged at a point of time in history, but they remained as world-class for a very long period of time. Europe, of course, is very similar, be it Oxford and Cambridge and others. So my question is, what was it in these countries that made it possible for these world-class universities to emerge and sustain for such a long time?
That is an amazingly interesting and important question. In my earlier days, I gave a whole course on exactly this topic because we are all beholden to our histories.
Yes.
And you mentioned, Raj, the very impressive higher education history in South Asia, which goes back thousands of years. And by that comparison, the history of higher education in the United States is but a flash of a second, because our earliest university, Harvard, was established in the 1600s, and in point of fact, was a rather poor, rather limited undergraduate college until the 19th century. And the emergence of what we now think of as the American world-class universities comes from two essential facts. One is the support of the American government after our Civil War in 1865, where the national government, through something called the Morrill, M-O-R-R-I-L-L Act, provided funding for the establishment of public, research-focused, economy-focused universities. And out of that tradition and funding came the University of California, the University of Illinois, the University of Wisconsin, and others which are now public world-class research institutions. The other push for American research universities came also in the 19th century with two things which developed at the same time. One was something we copied from Germany, which was the idea of a university which was focused on research, which before that didn't exist.
The Humboldtian model of research.
The Humboldtian as model. This is from Baron von Humboldt, who kind of invented the research university in Berlin in 1830, something like that. And that was copied strongly by the Americans and, interestingly enough, the Japanese, both countries were at that time industrializing, trying to break out of semi-colonial environments and building their economies. And that was in America combined with philanthropy by really rich guys who had the idea that it would benefit both society and themselves, to their industries, to have a research capability in universities. So that's how Stanford got started. That's how the University of Chicago got started, with Mr. Rockefeller's money. Mr. Rockefeller was the richest man in the world at the time. That's how Johns Hopkins got started. Interestingly enough, Harvard and Yale, which had been around and which were the prestigious institutions in the country, had to be dragged kicking and screaming into the world of research universities, because if they wanted to keep their excellence, they had to compete with the new guys on the block and with the new public institutions, the Berkeleys and so on. So in a few minutes, that's what made us a combination of government initiatives after 1865 and foreign ideas from the Germans around the same period, and a lot of money from rich people at the end of the 19th century. It's very interesting that the University of Chicago, of which I am a proud graduate, went from nothing. It was founded in 1892 to being a world-class university, producing the largest number of PhDs in America and maybe in the world in 30 years. So amazing. It's possible with ideas and money and good plans for managing the institution to build these kind of institutions pretty quickly.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Philip, for that fascinating piece of history that you shared with us. Let me pick up from one of the things that you said when you reflected in your own keynote address, in which you said that world-class universities require substantial financial resources. And at the end of the day, a developing country like India, while it has aspirations to build world-class universities, it also has limited resources. But our ability to garner those resources, although limited, has never, let's say, made us reluctant to have big dreams, have big aspirations. So my question to you is that, how can we develop a unique Indian model of a world-class university, keeping in mind the fact that the kind of resources that the developed world is able to command may not and simply will not be available? In a way, I am asking you to explain to us, can we do essentially what we have done in our space research, where we were able to have a successful mission to Mars, spending approximately 75 million US dollars, while the Hollywood movie Gravity had to spend over $100 million. Is that even possible in a university system?
Yeah, fascinating and interesting and provocative point. I have several comments about that.
Sure.
One is, I don't think India has the kind of, quite the lack of resources that you mentioned. Yes, the needs are great, but India is now engaged in, by all accounts, a very successful, rather expensive effort to upgrade its transportation and infrastructure systems, in which a lot of money is being spent by, and I underline this, both the public sector and the private sector. So India can do it. China did it, and China built these universities and its infrastructure at a time when, like India, it was not as rich as it is now, with decisions being made about the expenditure of resources on things which the country thought was important. So I think there are more resources than you might imagine. Point one. Point two, you not only need resources, but you need ideas. And the points which I was making before about autonomy, about academic freedom, which, by the way, I think is under considerable constraint, attack maybe, in the Indian context, as it is in some other countries as well, that an understanding of how to build these institutions is maybe almost as important as the resources, maybe just as important. So ideas are there. Third point, which you mentioned, Raj, which is there an Indian model for world-class universities? My answer is no, there is not. There are world-class research universities, and if you look around the world, they are in many ways quite similar. And countries will look at other countries which have successfully developed these kind of institutions and copy from them. That's what the Americans did in the 19th century. We stole the idea of the research university from the Germans, and we combined it with the British idea of undergraduate colleges. And that proved to be exceedingly successful. And I think for most other countries, you can find some kind of similar copying, if you will. You might want to call it adapting from other examples. You know, I'm frequently asked, because I earlier in my career was one of the first people who was writing about world-class universities, I've frequently been asked is there a Chinese university model? And my answer is the same one that I gave to you. No, there is not. If you look at the Chinese top universities, they would be quite similar in any other successful country in the world, Germany, Japan, the United States, etc. What is part of the Chinese model, and I think this has some lessons for India, what's part of the Chinese model is actually what makes their top universities more difficult. And that is over bureaucracy, in the China case from the Chinese Communist Party authorities, over bureaucratization, spending too much effort on senior academic staff who kind of dictate what's going on in the rest of the institutions. And in the China case, a severe lack of academic freedom. So, you know, I think these are the things that India can watch and adapt from. But I think the idea of an Indian model doesn't exist. My fourth point, which I think is really quite important and a very significant advantage for India, is there are so many really smart people in the country, and so many, by the way, really smart Indians outside the country. If you look actually, we should do a count. I've informally counted up how many Indian background people are presidents of American and Canadian universities, and the numbers are quite significant. So if you look at Silicon Valley, of course, and there's been much discussion about this in India, so many of the heads of the big IT companies in Silicon Valley are of Indian background, and you could go on and on. So harnessing the NRIs, some of them to come back. The Chinese did this quite successfully, by the way, in building their universities, and using the talent which is already in India. I think we're engaging in a conversation right now with one of those talents who has foreign experience, but who's working in India. And there are many such people. So India has the advantage of talent.
Thank you very much, Philip. I can't help but to say one of our very well-known authors and commentators, Shashi Tharoor, I remember once he mentioning about the word NRI. He said that NRI could mean two things. One, the correct, the original abbreviation is non-resident Indians, but he, in his typical sort of witty manner, he said NRI could mean not really Indian, or never relinquished India. So there are interesting ways by which their involvement in India could be a challenge. But be that as it may, I want to kind of ask another very important question, which I think is in the minds of several people who are watching this, but also who are building institutions. You quite rightly mentioned about the ecosystem of education that triggered the evolution of American universities and the fact that it borrowed some of those ideas from elsewhere. And I totally understand and appreciate and entirely accept what you just said, which is the fact that there cannot be a unique Indian model. In fact, this is one of the major challenges when it comes to India having its own rankings, or for that matter, having different metrics to measure the quality of universities. And I must say that the Honorable Prime Minister of India is very conscious of that. And if you look at his own efforts when it comes to benchmarking India with the world, the one example is that the World Bank's rankings with regard to ease of doing business. For a very long time, we didn't care much about it. But because we need to care about what the world thinks about us, we ended up taking measures to improve on the ease of doing business rankings. So is the case with regard to how India sees international rankings as well in more recent times. But my larger question is that, the biggest challenge in recent times I'm seeing is that the public-private university divide is actually much stronger than what I thought it was. Right from the public perception of what a private university in India is, to the way regulatory bodies engage with the private universities. So my question to you is that in your experiences, as you look at this dichotomy around the world, are there any lessons that India need to learn from? Because today, the data shows that 70% of Indian students are studying in private higher education institutions, and 70% of institutions in India are also in the private sector, if you add the colleges as well. So essentially, the private sector is dominating the higher education system. Not that I'm saying it's a good thing, but that's a reality. In that context, if you look at the regulatory architecture, if you look at the kind of importance attached to the private university, that is somewhat at odds with the data that the role that they are playing.
Yes, and I don't pretend to be an expert on Indian private higher education, but the point you're making is a very important one and not unique to India, because what we've seen in many countries around the world is that as enrollment rates have gone up, in other words, as more young people have demanded and gotten access to higher education, the state governments have been unable or unwilling to provide the appropriate financial support for that, for providing for that kind of access. So what happens? The private sector takes over, comes into the system, and builds institutions. Almost always at the bottom, that is, the private sector almost everywhere is what the economists call demand absorbing. That is, it's there to provide kind of minimal access, often at low quality, to young people who cannot get access to the public sector. Almost everywhere, and I think this is true in India, that if a young person, with the exception of universities like Jindal, and I want to get to that in a moment because I think it's quite important, almost always if a young person has the choice of going to a public college or a private college, he or she will pick the public college, and for good reason. Tuition rates may be a bit lower and quality, generally speaking, is higher. So how to, in the Indian case, how to manage this huge, especially unaided private college sector is a dramatic challenge. In my view, the current affiliating system, which was put into place by the British to try to deal with that, maybe worked in a time when there were fewer private colleges, but doesn't really work anymore and places this dramatic burden on the universities which are doing the management. The accrediting system which India has set up, the NAAC and maybe some other ones, doesn't seem to be particularly effective, maybe over bureaucratized as usual, I don't know. But something needs to be figured out because the private sector is a very important part of the system, and much of it doesn't work very well and doesn't provide a very good quality of education. You see articles in the Indian press all the time about engineering graduates of these private unaided engineering colleges who can't get jobs. Why can't they get jobs? Because they have very poor training. And you know, that remains a problem. IIT students get jobs, and probably many of the better engineering college students get jobs. So the private sector is a challenge, by the way, not only in India, but in many other parts of the world too. Now, what we've seen in recent years, especially in India, but also in some other countries, and I discussed this in the article which Raj mentioned a few moments ago, we've seen the development in developing and middle income countries of top class private initiatives in higher education, rather similar in many ways to what happened in America and in Japan in the early 20th century. of people with deep pockets, with a philanthropic interest, but also with their own perceived local interest too, to build really good private universities, because there's a need for them, both for research and also to provide quality education to undergraduate students. And we can see that now in India, a little bit in Pakistan, just emerging in Latin America and in Africa. That's, I think, an important and very, very interesting and significant development. Can these private initiative institutions, there may be what, 10 or 12 in India now, a few of them with a historical tradition like Manipal and maybe Symbiosis, can they emerge as world-class institutions? Maybe, not sure. But they're very important and for the first time in history, a top-level private initiative too. So, answer of a very important question, too long, I apologize.
Thank you very much, Philip. I think it was a very instructive response to what you've said, because frankly, this is one of the one of the things that is in the minds of many people as they look at India's aspiration to build world-class universities. Now, let me move to another important issue that India is facing, and many people are trying to struggle with that. You mentioned that India has great resources, and I agree with you that we are in the process of building our bullet trains. We are seeing better infrastructure across our ports and highways and all of that. But the reality is the GDP investment in higher education has been, unfortunately, relatively low. Probably this could mean that we have not so far recognized the potential for higher education to impact the society at large. We have not been able to, and I think a part of the problem could also mean that the impact of universities is longitudinal, probably not as visible as roads and ports and all of that. So I want to kind of put that across in your mind to see what is it that we in universities ought to be doing so that we become part of the enlightened national interest of governments to recognize the role, and also to provide research, funding, and resources, which you mentioned about the fact that public universities still have great public funding of universities still occupies the larger imagination. But an equally important role is what I have been most inspired is about the role of private philanthropy in both public and private universities in the United States. In fact, US is exceptional. So my question to you is that what is it that India can do to nurture a new generation of philanthropists who are ready and willing to invest in the idea of not-for-profit, private, philanthropic, world-class institutions? And what is it that we can learn from the United States in relation to that effort?
Very important and interesting question. I would argue the following, that the great era of private philanthropic support in America for higher education is long past. Unfortunately, you don't see that effort anymore. And a few minor exceptions, but almost none. Most of the major philanthropic foundations, the old established ones like Rockefeller and Ford foundations, and the newer ones, the Gates Foundation and so on, are not investing in higher education and research all that much. And I think that's highly unfortunate. So we are globally swimming against a tide of disinterest in higher education. And indeed, if you look at the public debate in America, to some extent, in the UK, less in continental Europe, about higher education in general, lots of criticism of we're not doing, quote, workforce training sufficiently. We're not meeting public demand, and we're too free. You know, there's too much liberal debate in universities, and you can see that in India also. You know, with the criticisms, particularly of JGU and so on, and the less support for academic freedom in the country. So I think these are challenges. What India and some other countries have done, in a way, you are going through the early 20th century philanthropic development that we saw in America with regard to higher education, because you've seen half a dozen or more philanthropists who have invested heavily in universities, and that's wonderful. I think it's a very interesting model, which I think also can have an impact in other parts of the world, maybe particularly in Saudi Arabia or Middle Eastern countries where there's a lot of money, but not any so far private investment in higher education. And they could, they have lots of money. They could do a lot very quickly. But I think this is an interesting example. So you ask, Raj, about what can be done to build support. I think what you're doing, actually, you and your colleagues, is the best thing. That is, you're building success. These new institutions are important for the country and the world. And I think the more that they can be highlighted, which is one thing I myself have tried to do a little bit for you, the better off you are within the country and providing an example for other countries and other well-endowed people to do this kind of investment. But at the end of the day, nothing will take the place of very significant public understanding and investment in higher education. Rich guys and women can build around the edges. And that's what you're doing with great success in India. But it can't take the place of funding for a space program or funding for really good public universities. And that's not happening in India. By the way, one thing which I think is quite important, which is not much discussed, is the role of the Indian states in building higher education. If you look at China, what's publicized always is the large national programs for academic excellence. But the fact is that the provinces, not all, but some in China, Zhejiang and Shanghai and Beijing, they invested almost as much money as the central government in building the universities in their regions. And of course, India, like America and many countries, large countries, most higher education is in the hands of the state governments. And I may be wrong, but I can't think of a single one which has a vision for what higher education should look like. I've been, in years past, a little bit involved in Kerala thinking about higher education, and they started to think these thoughts. What would a quality system in the state look like? And I think that it never kind of got fully implemented. But I think the Indian states need to think through these issues and provide support too, because some states have also a lot of resources to invest.
You're absolutely right, Philip. In fact, the gross enrollment ratio across Indian states vary significantly, and that demonstrates how different states have given priority and attention to higher education. While the national average, national gross enrollment ratio is approximately 26%, the state of Tamil Nadu, where I am from, that state's gross enrollment ratio is over 50%. It's double the national average. So clearly that does matter. Now, listen, I know your time is precious. I want to go on and on with you, but we have almost 12 to 14 questions from the audience, and we have a little time. So I'm going to push and take another 10 more minutes of you, if you permit me. I have one last question, and then we'll take the Q&A session to the audience. This question is something that you, of all people, will understand, appreciate it. The University of Delhi, which is my alma mater, the annual tuition fee, let's say, for a BCom program is 100 times cheaper than Harvard University. 100 times cheaper than Harvard University. And we will be charging probably, 20 times cheaper than, or 25 times cheaper than Harvard University. So clearly, the difference is phenomenal. Now, the question I have is, the student debt in US has doubled over the last 2 decades. I'm given to understand that as of last year, late last year, 2022, about 50 million US borrowers collectively owned more than $1.6 trillion in federal student loans. You add on top of it the private loans, that brings the total to $1.7 trillion, which overtakes auto loans and credit card debts in the United States. So my question to you is that, while we want to draw inspiration on so many things from the United States, including its higher education system, how do we ensure that we don't end up becoming another alternative site for a student debt and loan crisis that US has become?
Do we have a week to discuss this issue? And I'm not an economist, so I'll just give you quick comments.
Yeah.
First point, the debt crisis in the United States is, while huge and problematical, and of course the Biden administration has some ideas with much controversy of reducing that significantly by paying off some of it. The debt crisis is in significant part due to 2 things. One is predatory, for-profit, private colleges and universities, which through clever advertising attracted lots of students, and significant amounts of the debt are from relatively poor students, economically poor, who went to these for-profit privates, which never benefited them. Now, the boom days of those for-profit predatory privates is finished. Many of them have gone out of business, bankrupt, and so on. But that's part of it. The other part of it is that most of our states have actually reduced the amount of public support for their public universities. Thus, tuition costs have gone up, and students from poorer backgrounds have borrowed the money to go. So partly it's the fault of our state governments in lack of support for public higher education. So that's the background. We are in this mess now, as you point out, and it has to be somehow solved because it's unfair and deeply problematical. One thing about you mentioned Harvard tuition, and the tuition of our better private universities are similarly huge. But keep in mind that well over half the students who go to these prestigious privates receive financial support, scholarships through endowments.
I am myself, I can say I am myself a recipient of 100% scholarship to study at Harvard, and I exactly appreciate what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's less of a problem than it seems, but it's still a problem. And our private universities, the prestigious ones, and for that matter, the not prestigious ones, some of which are now going out of business for reasons of demography and cost, charge too much. We don't provide transparency on who's paying what and why. So again, these are hugely controversial questions, by the way, in the US, and very complicated, and I am not an expert.
Sure, great. Well, I'm going to take a few questions from the audience. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. I have just sent in the chat box a fascinating article written by Philip Alkbach, which essentially takes up some of the arguments that he has made in the course of today's discussion. The title of the article is called Elite Private Higher Education, a Small but Notable Sector. He dated 25th March 2023 in the University World News magazine, the link of which is here, and my colleagues will send it across YouTube as well for those of you who want to read that article. Philip, one of the questions that has come, and several people have asked the question, is that to what extent leadership matters in building world-class universities? This question is also connected to the fact that in India, at least, the identification of leaders in universities are not necessarily based on any special attributes that are there for leaders. It's almost like a higher level of promotion from a lecturer to an assistant professor, to an associate professor, to a full professor, to a dean, and then to a vice chancellor. Of course, arguably, and I can be very candid with you, that I have met leaders across different parts of the world, including in great universities. But the thing about great universities are that they have achieved so much greatness that leaders almost do not matter. So the question that is being asked is, to what extent leadership matters in building world-class universities?
Leadership matters immensely, hugely important. And the way that India selects its leaders in the public universities, by the way, in common with most countries around the world, is terrible, absolutely terrible. Some countries, I don't think India actually elect their rectors or vice chancellors. A terrible idea, but in Latin America, for example, it's the common way of doing this. Some countries, the government appoints a vice chancellor or president, also a terrible idea. Some countries, as you point out correctly, Raj, just sort of promote from the inside, and you hardly ever get a vice chancellor who hasn't been a professor who served his or her time within the institution. And then, of course, you get pretty bad leadership because sitting on your rear end for 30 years doesn't make for an innovative vice chancellor. No criticism of many of the people who are in those jobs. So leadership is of tremendous importance. And we could again have a week-long conversation, how one selects the leaders, how long they serve, how they are remunerated, and so on and so on. All of these are greatly important. But the bottom line is tremendously important. You can't have a world-class university. You can't build a world-class university without good leadership. And by the way, established world-class universities that have bad leaders, and that happens more than a little bit, those leaders can damage those institutions. They can't destroy them because they have what the economists call sunk costs in their faculty and their facilities. So they're there. It takes a long time to destroy them, but bad leadership can really be problematical for them. And I can even point out in the history of a place like Harvard, some bad presidents have done some bad things over the years.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for those really candid and useful remarks. As a very interesting question about regulation. Of course, it's a very complex question, but to summarize the question, what is being asked is that, is there a regulatory design that should be progressive and open in nurturing an ecosystem that will be also essentially having an enlightened approach towards regulation, yet has some checks and balances to ensure that the bad players do not exploit? Because we all are comfortable to criticize regulatory architecture, but is there any regulatory theory or regulatory framework that best will suit India?
If I had an answer to that question, I would be getting a Nobel Prize or Padma Shri or something like that from your government. I have no idea, other than the current one doesn't work very well. And there are lots of models for what's called in the higher education business quality assurance these days, which is a term for regulation. And there are many ways of approaching this. Some countries rather successfully, many countries not. The US system, which has been built over a century and which relies on mutual trust, is actually quite successful. Where we have accrediting bodies which are basically run by the institutions themselves. It's not a government effort, and institutions have to be reaccredited, I think, every 10 years. And there are other countries that do it differently, but it's a very complicated and super important question. And for India, particularly if it wants to get away from the affiliating college system to some extent, has to figure something out that actually works. And so far as I know, there is nothing there.
Thank you so much, Philip. I'm going to just take one or two questions and we'll wind up. There's a very well-known, thought leader in India, Bhakti Shah, was asked this question: why has India not been able to establish itself as a global study destination despite the mushrooming of both private universities and a few world-class institutions? Essentially, the argument that Indian students end up going around the world. We are indeed now, in fact, I see that data shows that the Indian students' entry into United Kingdom has exceeded pre-pandemic levels. And the same is going to happen with US and other places. Why are we not able to become a global destination for higher education?
Yeah, and I might point out that with the new Cold War with China, between China and especially the United States, but also to some extent Europe, the numbers of Chinese students, I think, are going to somewhat decline. And even overall in the last few years, the growth rate of Chinese students going overseas has declined. So India is now the kind of, India and Nigeria, interestingly enough, are now the hot countries for recruitment. So you guys are going to see lots of foreigners trying to poach your students and to convince them to come overseas, not only to America, but all European countries and so on and so forth. So it's going to be an interesting issue for you. Now, to answer your direct question, why is India not a destination? There are many answers. One of them is overall quality of Indian universities. Another aspect of it is the top Indian institutions, the IITs and so on, have a very small number of places for international students because the competition is so great locally. Their admissions tests, which I'm not sure are given in other countries and are anyway super competitive. By the way, the IITs in India may be the most competitive higher education institutions in terms of access in the world. Of a lower percentage of students who pass the IIT exams are admitted than students who are apply to Harvard who are admitted, and so on. The facilities for international students are in general in India not existing. The staffing for international students and internationalization in general in most Indian institutions doesn't exist. I have my personal observation. I was at an Indian university, which I will not mention which one, and went to their international office, which actually was a whole building. It was quite impressive, but there was no staff. And the person who was running it was a former military officer. And what they were doing, I cannot even imagine. So you need infrastructure. You need visa availability, you need quality of instruction, you need staffing on campus, and so on, none of which exists in the country, with the exception maybe of very few institutions at the moment. So the idea of India becoming a major focus for international study, I think, is not possible. Now, the way India has been reasonably successful so far is with offering scholarships and so on to students from Africa and other parts of the developing world and other South Asian countries, especially Nepal. And that should work reasonably well.
Thank you so much, Philip. I have one last question and then we'll end this session. The last question is this. You have spent a lifetime pursuing the cause of understanding and studying higher education institutions around the world. And you've also seen the evolution of world-class universities, both in developing and developed societies. You've also seen standards coming down and government priorities and other priorities going down with regard to education. If you were given the task of building a world-class university in India, where would you even start, especially when you recognize and appreciate that 1.4 billion people of India, of which 950 million people are less than 35 years of age? At the dawn of Indian independence, the life expectancy was 35, and today it is 72. When most parts of the Western world will become older, India will be younger and will be younger for a longer time. So the impact of that education is going to be profound. So if Philip Altbach was being asked to build a world-class university in India, where will you begin?
I have no idea. I mean, I think I think the potential is there. I think the talent is there. I think the funding is there if focused on. I think the ideas which really need to come from India, not from me, I have not seen, but hopefully there are enough bright people in the country to think to think it through. And it requires, as the infrastructure building and so on is showing, and this is true globally, it requires public and private initiative working together, and we don't see all that much in the education sphere so far. So if I were betting on India being able to develop a few really world-class universities in the next 20 years, I would not bet a lot of rupees on that. But I think the challenge and the necessity, for all the reasons that you have just pointed out, Raj, make it a very high priority indeed.
Thank you so much, Philip, for being absolutely candid and intellectually honest in every word that you said. It is a delight and a true honor for me personally to engage in this conversation. I know for sure that all the viewers from India and around the world who have watched it live on Facebook and YouTube, but also who will be watching it in the future, will be immensely benefited by the extraordinarily thoughtful comments and reflections that you made with regard to building world-class universities in India. For all the reasons you said, and you said it so candidly, it is a challenge for India and all of us in India to think through and reflect what you said and to work harder to be able to imagine an India where world-class universities can actually be a reality. It is an aspiration that we need to work harder. I want to end by saying that I know that there are extraordinary examples in Asia. The Nanyang Technological University in Singapore is one such example, which became a truly world-class university in a very short span of time. The New York University in the United States is another example, which my friends in the US have told me that barely 4 decades ago, it was a mediocre university which evolved into a truly world-class institution. Such examples provide us source of inspiration. Such thought leaders, such as Professor Philip Albach, push us to think and reflect deeply and to challenge us to work towards building world-class universities. Thank you very much, Philip, for your time, for your very presence, and indeed for your comments and reflections. For all the viewers, we will take a short break and we will assemble in an hour for our next session, which will begin at 8:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time on industry-academia collaborations, philanthropy, community impact, and employability, where we will have leadership from Newcastle University in the UK, Pace University in the US, the CEO of India Business Group, the president of the University of Virginia, and of course, my own colleague, Professor Wenjuan Shang. Over to you, Philip, for your closing remarks.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for this really stimulating session. It's an honor for me to be with you, particularly Professor Kumar, for this kind of conversation. And I hope that my somewhat pessimistic, my nature is a bit pessimistic, I have to say, remarks about the situation there, very much as an outsider sitting thousands of miles away in Boston, are at least useful and are certainly, from my perspective, directed in a positive and optimistic and very admiring way for India. As you know, I've been watching the country for half a century and with great love and admiration. So thank you.
Yes, Philip, we all know your fascination and deep friendship for India, and only a friend can speak truth amidst the temptation to be polite and to be diplomatic about it. You not only said what you felt, but also you instructed us to push our boundaries of imagination so that we can reimagine the future of Indian universities, especially in the context of a special historic moment as we embark on the effort to implement the national education policy. We have a great opportunity here to be able to draw upon the inspiration and the journeys of other institutions and the wise reflections of Philip Albach towards our aspiration to build world-class universities in India. Thank you very much for all of you to participate in this fireside chat with Professor Philip Albach. Thank you. Very good evening to all of you from India, as we welcome all of you to the second day of the World University Summit and the G20 Higher Education Forum. We are now at the 13th session, which is entitled Industry Academic Collaborations, Philanthropy, Community Impact, and Employability. We have with us an outstanding group of leaders, higher education, transformative individuals, as well as institution builders. I have great pleasure in welcoming my very dear old friend, Professor Marvin Krislov, the president of Pace University in the United States. We have with us Professor Dr. Michael Capaldi, the Dean of Innovation and Business at the Newcastle University in the United Kingdom. Mr. Amarjeet Singh, another dear friend and the Chief Executive Officer of India Business Group in the United Kingdom. My very distinguished colleague, Professor Wenjuan Shang, who is a professor and associate dean, and also the director of the Center for India-China Studies at O.P. Jindal Global University. We will be shortly welcoming Professor James Ryan, the president of the University of Virginia in the United States. I would like to begin by essentially recognizing the extraordinary significance of this particular panel, the industry-academia collaboration. We know that the university is an institution that is invariably embedded in both local, regional, and indeed international context. In both its functions of teaching and research, its interaction with other stakeholders in society informs and indeed develops a sustainable basis for the future development of universities. Collaboration between academia and industry have long been acknowledged as a critical component of both efficient national innovation systems and international engagement. The horizons of world-class universities to be global, to advance their academic missions by attracting scholars and students internationally, who in their pursuit of knowledge creation lead the way to inventions, discoveries, and disruptive technologies. With drying up of public funding of universities, privately funded research has indeed taken a very significant growth trajectory. The boundaries of knowledge creation are no longer confined to university spaces and extend to research labs of multinational corporations. In fact, the pandemic is a very good example of what essentially happened, including the vaccine that most of us in India have taken. It was essentially developed through the R&D development at the University of Oxford, and a large part of it was manufactured in the Indian laboratory in Pune, in the state of Maharashtra, which essentially is a very good example of how corporations and companies coming together with academic institutions in creating a vaccine. Thus, for universities, one of the big challenges is how does this interface between university and academia play it out? So I would like to begin by essentially asking this question, and I have with us Professor Jim Ryan, the president of the University of Virginia. Welcome to the program, President Ryan. I would like to start with you. Would you highlight and reflect a bit about the evolution of the University of Virginia as one of the older and the traditional universities established to the Jeffersonian vision, and how in recent times it has evolved and in many ways reimagined to be an institution that has strong interface with industry and promoted the industry-academia interface?
Sure. Well, thanks for inviting me and letting me be on this panel, and good morning to my fellow panelists. Let me start by just giving you a little bit of background about the University of Virginia for those of you not familiar with the institution. So it was founded in 1819 by Thomas Jefferson and is closely connected to the creation of American democracy. The essential goal of the university when it was created was to prepare students to be citizen leaders of what was then a new democracy. That still remains our goal, to prepare students to be citizen leaders. But our goal has also expanded to create research that makes a difference in the world. So we achieve both of these aims through our teaching, our research, and our medical care. With respect to research, we created a strategic plan a few years ago where we identified 5 key areas of research where we have some strength already. and have the potential to make a large impact on issues that are critical to this country and in fact to the world. So those 5 areas are democracy, environmental resilience and sustainability, precision medicine, the brain and neuroscience, and digital technology and society. And for each of those 5 areas, we are making large investments in research. And I will tell you that in each of those areas, we are also working with partners in the private and in the public sector. To give you a sense of the size of the university, there are about 24,000 students, 17,000 undergraduate and 7,000 graduate students. We're located in Charlottesville, Virginia, which is a small city in central Virginia. We are about an hour from Richmond, which is the capital of Virginia, and 2 hours from Washington, D.C. The metropolitan area of Charlottesville is about 250,000 people. Let me give you 2 examples of how we've been working with industry in research and in teaching. So the first is actually something that is in development. We are creating a new institute of biotechnology. This has been stirred by an enormously generous gift from a donor, as well as our investment and investment from the Commonwealth of Virginia. It's going to be about a $500 billion investment. It'll include building a new research facility, which will include a manufacturing facility and will be focused on gene and cellular therapies, which is really the cutting edge of treating a number of diseases that up until now have been difficult, if not impossible, to cure. The idea is to use this institute to bring discoveries more quickly to patients. And for that to happen, we are definitely going to have to partner with industry. And one of the reasons we're creating the manufacturing facility, which creates some of the materials, biomaterials used in these therapies, is to attract businesses. Our hope is that in partnering with businesses, we'll be able to get where we want to faster. And we also expect, because if you look at biotech institutes around the US, that it will draw businesses to Charlottesville, either startup biotech firms or established ones. On the teaching side,
go ahead, please.
Stop here. Okay, this will be very quick. We are expanding our presence in Northern Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C., and offering programs for people who are looking to move up the career ladder or to change careers. And in doing so, we're intentionally remaining flexible so that we can respond to the market and respond to what businesses in Northern Virginia are telling us that their employees need. So those are just 2 examples. But to your point, I would say over the last 20 or 30 years, UVA has put more and more emphasis on research, and that research is done often in partnership with either public or private partners, including investors. Thanks.
Thank you very much, President Ryan, for setting the tone of the discussion that we intend to have in the course of this thematic session. Let me quickly move to President Marvin Krislov. Marvin, listen, both of us belong to the discipline of law. And when we look at the idea of industry-academia interface, a large part of obvious understanding, unfortunately, limits to STEM and medicine areas. So from the vantage point as a leader of Pace University, how do you look at this entire collaboration between academia and other stakeholders beyond the realm of STEM and medicine, and to move into areas relating to law, liberal arts, humanities, social sciences? What kind of collaborations are possible that transcends the institutional barriers that exist for partnerships to evolve outside the university setting?
Well, good morning. Good morning here. Good evening there. Thank you for that very straightforward and simple question. I will attempt to answer it in a succinct manner. And hello to Jim, as well as all the other panelists. So just 2 words about Pace University. I'm right now in our downtown campus, right close to City Hall, right next to Wall Street, and right next to the burgeoning tech center. We have multiple campuses throughout the New York area, around 13,000 students in total. And we started as an accounting school And from the very inception, PACE has been focused on creating opportunities for upward mobility. We were rated the #1 upwardly mobile university by Raj Chetty in his study. And that includes both graduate and undergraduate, although a lot of the discussion has been around graduate. Undergraduate, excuse me. Experiential education has really been part of our focus from the get-go. And so we started in accounting, but have moved into law, computer science, nursing, health professions, computer science, and education as well. And what we really do is try to be very cognizant of the markets. And we are constantly talking to employers. In fact, we have a huge career fair tomorrow, and we encourage students to have internships. In terms of law, you asked about law. We have a lot of clinical education, land use, sustainable business, immigration, as well as criminal and many other, and actually food and beverage that works with industry partners and small farms around the area. And so these are ways in which we expose students as well as provide support for industries. We did a program when the pandemic hit to help students have paid internships in the public sector and social services that we're trying to recover from the source, from the scourge of the pandemic. The computer science school has partnerships in big tech as well as small tech companies. And so through internships, we do a lot through encouraging students and encouraging employers as well. And even for liberal arts students, where I think the challenge is a bit harder because so many of them are still exploring, don't have a clear focus, we're encouraging every student to have at least 2 experiences. And we do this with the backdrop of New York City, which is the most networked, the most global city in the world. I also will say, and then I will shortly end, that we talked a lot about, or at least Jim and I think, are talking about degrees and research and so forth. I think one of the things that we have recognized that the pandemic has given us opportunities to create new types of educational platforms. So whether it's hybrid or remote forms, as well as badges and certificates. And I'll give one example. During the pandemic, we developed a partnership with Ernst & Young in India to help train their folks on American tax law. And we did it to be cognizant of the tax season and to work with those members of the EY. And they're able to come to New York at the end of their time and they get their certificate or their degree. And so it's a win-win. And I do think that industry academia partnerships must be a win-win for benefit for both.
Thank you very much, Marvin, and the fascinating reflections on some of the innovative ideas that have emerged at PACE. Let me move to Professor Michael. Michael, one of the things that, you are Dean of Innovation and Business at Newcastle, and I can see why, let's say, businesses are keen to work together with universities. My question to you is that, what's the kind of pull factors that are there for universities to seriously look at partnerships with industry, especially because of the fact that universities are very longitudinal, stable structures that have been existing for a very long time, and corporations and companies aim to have a much shorter horizon, even at times looking at the next quarter or even the annual return on investment being measured in that sense. How do these two institutional architectures combine together to make a larger, say, community or social impact through collaborations?
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting way you phrased the question, because when you talk about universities being, longitudinal and long term, that's so I, my background is in industry. I've only been in the university sector for the last 12 years. I'd spent the first 30 years of my life in industry, and we often used to complain about the speed of universities because, as we all know, universities can be very, very slow. However, having said that, of course does have some advantages. And for me, there's a perfect mutual benefit there. I think industries, as you rightly say, are always looking, to improve the bottom line, to produce new products. They're not very good at innovation. So my background's from the pharmaceutical industry, and I think the pharmaceutical industry, if you go back 20, 30 years, they used to try and do everything themselves. They were very secretive. They wouldn't share anything. Don't tell anyone what you're doing, because if you do that, they'll pitch your idea and we won't be able to sell as much product. What actually happened was they started running out of ideas. A lot of the easy diseases were solved, but as they started to get confronted by the more difficult multifactorial diseases, it became harder and harder to actually find new drugs. They were forced to then come and work with universities, who tend to do things much slower, more blue sky research, more longer term. And of course, these two things are a perfect match, because universities are sort of doing that long-term blue sky research, which is discovery science, really, which is the thing that actually unearths the new targets or the new opportunities, which pharmaceuticals or biotechnology companies can then work with those to capitalize upon those to turn them into a product. So I actually think that works really well, and it's something that we have tried to capitalize on here at the university, and that Newcastle's always considered itself a civic university. It's there for civic society. It's there for the region, and increasingly we're setting up what are known as national innovation centers. So these are centers that are specifically set up where industry can come and knock on the door and look for innovation. And we can produce maybe some of the new ideas, some of the crazy ideas, some of the blue sky ideas that they don't have time to come up with, but to work with them to see how they may actually satisfy their needs moving forwards. And that's a model that I'll give one example of that. We have a National Innovation Centre for Aging. This is a growing market. Industry recognizes that it hasn't been particularly good at tapping into that market, because as the world gets older and we have more older people, what industry recognizes is that actually those old people are the people that have the money at the moment. The young people tied up with their mortgages and their young families and things, they don't have the same spending power. You go to the older generation, they've paid off their mortgages, many of them, they've got more disposable income. But they actually don't know how to connect with those people. So, and they don't know what sort of products they need, because actually most new products and most marketing is aimed towards the younger generation. So our National Innovation Centre for Aging actually works with industry to tell them a little bit more about that aging market. We do a lot of market research. We have a group called the Voice Group, which is actually citizens based not just in the region, but all over the world. And they look at problems and they come up with answers, and we feed all that into a database. And this information is gold for companies that are trying to develop products for an aging population. So that's just one example of where I think there's this beautiful relationship between industry and university, as long as they both recognize their place and where their strengths are.
Thank you so much, Michael. And I really appreciate the fact that you were able to develop an internal critique surrounding this relationship. And I think given your own vast experience of having worked in industry, you can have that perspective. Let me quickly move to my colleague, Professor Wenjuan Shang. Wenjuan, both India and China, since you spent good part of your life in China and now you're working in India, at least it is only fair to say that India and China are pretty much coming to this sort of party so late. In China, obviously much ahead of India. My question to you is that, do academic institutions in China recognize this important relationship that can possibly be driving innovation? Is it considered appropriate for corporations and companies and business enterprises in China to work closely with professors in universities in China so that ultimately they can contribute to this idea of innovation and creative use of technology that is impacting the community and society at large? Is that relationship more complex? How does it work in China?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great opportunity to talk about this topic. Actually, last year, China also issued a new policy to further strengthen this kind of university research institute and industry to collaborate. And then this has been started from middle 1990s, but Definitely, they are not satisfied with the collaboration. But I think the beginning, you think about when the university saw is a lack of resources. So the Chinese open up reform, actually is from deconstruction of institutions and then rebuild the institutions. So they, at the beginning, they don't have this institutional binding. So there's a kind of a laissez-faire experiments for the university to get more fundings and also for the industry to some extent to benefit from the commercialization of this academic knowledge. But I think the technology transfer, even the university have their own companies for commercialize their, academic knowledge. I think compared to India, maybe the institutional binding is not that much at the beginning. As I mentioned, it's from deconstruction of the institutions. So after you have experiments, then the policy follow up to regulate it. So I think that's a little bit different from India. But to some extent, I think it's over-embeddedness. When the university has been over-embeddedness, I think there's some kind of challenge is they all want to commercialize their knowledge as fast as they can. The fundamental research might be neglected, So that's a very foundational research, maybe not so easy to be commercialized. I think that might be the challenge needed to be tackled. But from the other side, the industry also find that to some extent, the big companies also have their own lab. So if the university has not been so much interdependent with the society for the real social problem or the industry for the real kind of technical need, they might be also not competitive even with the lab of this kind of industry. I think that's the challenge that they need to deal with. It's not that easy, but I think China still have made a lot of efforts to move on.
Thank you so much, Wenjuan, and that I think is quite instructive, especially when you look at the evolution of Chinese universities and the kind of partnerships that they are setting up with corporations. Over to Amarjeet Singh. Amarjeet, you are the odd man out in this group. You are not working at a university. So my question to you is that from the vantage point of where you see what is happening, I would like you to reflect on two things. One is that from the standpoint of industry, how does the industry perceive this partnership with universities? And secondly, what is the role of the government? Because one of the things that we all, struggle to really recognize is that to what extent the government policies, regulations will essentially inform the relationship between both academia and industry, and what ought to be the policy which will create an ecosystem in which industry and academia can develop meaningful collaborations.
Thank you very much, Raj, and it's such an honor to be here among such a distinguished global panel of speakers. Just to add some context, I'm the founder and chief executive officer of the London headquartered India Business Group, IBG. We are a strategic advisory entity working in the UK-India corridor. We work closely with both governments on strengthening bilateral relations across the board. We are privileged to work with businesses of all sizes in the UK, from startups, scale-ups, SMEs, PLCs, and business families. Also with a number of Russell Group universities in the UK, and with India's Institutes of Eminence, of course, including Jindal Global University, on strengthening education, research, and knowledge exchange activities. What we've seen in the UK is that there's a thriving education sector which has long established partnerships of a broad range with universities. And it's partly because the value of education industry collaborations is very well known. For example, if I speak with SME business owners across the UK, they understand that working closely with universities can in fact improve their performance and productivity. It can help develop and accelerate their technologies, their products, their services. It can give them immediate access to knowledge, skills, and expertise. And ultimately, it can make their business more competitive in a post-pandemic and net zero world. In terms of government policies, I think we require a package of policies which are more facilitative of industry academia engagement. And so, of course, funding streams, grants, support in that level is required, but also having tax efficient structures and policies where funds can easily pass between different entities and different geographies is also important. So I think the regulatory landscape is very important. And in the UK, of course, the government has been very supportive. One particular example which comes to mind is the Knowledge Transfer Partnerships Program in the UK, which is essentially a fund that the UK government through Innovate UK give to businesses up to 2/3 of the project cost in order to accelerate R&D and innovation. And so support and handholding is required, but ultimately, I think business leaders have to recognize the value of engagement with academics and with scientists, and how not only is it a win-win model for both institutions, but also the point which Professor Kumar made at the start, that there's a wider benefit to society at large. And the example there, of course, is throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, in terms of how scientists and biopharmaceutical businesses came together for the rapid design, delivery, and distribution of life-saving vaccines. And again, that was a particular example of the UK-India working as a force for good, because of course the University of Oxford and the Serum Institute of India came together for the AstraZeneca vaccine, which was globally rolled out in real time, rapidly, demonstrating the wider benefits, but also the frameworks which are required within institutions and governments to allow these collaborations to prosper and to unlock wider innovation globally.
Thank you so much, Amarjeet. And I think that's a very good, connect to the kind of role of the government, especially governments coming together and supporting such innovations. Let me move to President Ryan. President Ryan, you have a very unique, life journey of experience of being a lawyer on the one hand, and of course, have had spent significant years at Harvard Graduate School of Education too. You combined both those hats. My question to you is that I'm sure you may be aware that Michael Sandel a few years ago wrote a book entitled What Money Can't Buy, The Moral Limits of Markets. And Michael argued in that book, essentially, that if you have a society in which everything that we do is measured in monetary terms, the consequence of such a society is twofold: institutionalized forms of inequalities and institutionalized forms of corruption. Now, what my question to you is that, is this interface between companies and corporations, industry on the one hand, and academia on the other, if this does happen, what are the measures and the mechanisms that universities ought to put in place so that the fundamental values of academic freedom and institutional autonomy are not undermined, so that the public service is served, which is very different from what the role of a corporation is?
That is a great question. So I don't know that it involves elaborate policies or practices as much as it requires emphasizing the core values of a university, which is to advance knowledge and discover new truths. And I think for public universities in particular, although this is true for private universities as well, advancing the common good through research and through partnerships. And so I think that means, as exciting as it is for a researcher to connect with a company to help commercialize the research or start a new company, I think it's more exciting and more consistent when I'm not downplaying that at all. But I think it's more exciting when partnerships occur like the ones you were just talking about in terms of the production of a vaccine, where you can see that the partnership between a university and a vaccine is actually making the world a better place. So I talked about the Biotech Institute earlier. The motivation for that is not to help a pharmaceutical company make money or for a researcher to make money, but it is to develop therapies that will change people's lives, that will help cure diseases that are currently incurable. So I think it's possible for both to coexist. That is to say, I think it's possible to create wealth and to create knowledge at the same time. But I think you're exactly right that you have to make sure along the way that you're not compromising a commitment to academic freedom, or that you're not placing profits over the public purpose of universities.
Thank you very much, President Brian, for those very critical remarks. And this is a matter that has been of great concern, especially in university communities, which are conscious about the type of relationship that get established. Marvin, let me now shift gears. Now, one of the remarkable things about the American academia is its extraordinary, let's say, interface in inspiring, rich people to contribute towards philanthropy. The extraordinary, largely rich public, but also private universities, but also the kind of philanthropy that goes into schools, colleges, universities is part of an American culture. I can say that this is a very unique and essentially a unique aspect of American academia. So my question to you is that, how do we build on this philanthropic traditions with the view to developing more substantive interface between the university and the academia?